Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Buddy System Stay at Home edition. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have a show last month because the world is all readjusting, right? But production has worked very, very hard to find the safest and most responsible way for us to get some Buddy System Shadowverse action back here for everybody. And I'm very, very excited that we get to see a lot more of the usual, right? But it's not quite totally usual because I'm not Vicious, right? I'm not hosting. I'm not Avle, any of our previous hosts. I'm usually the buddy, but here I am today. Vicious couldn't make it, which means that replacing me, we have two players who are very, very smart, much smarter than me. So we're not going to have quite as many dumb questions this time around. But joining me will be Potwasher and Noir. I'm really excited to see you guys again. Of course, all of us here, you know, we're all casting from home. But I haven't seen you guys at all in quite a while. Noir, I mean, I saw you a month ago. But Potwasher, it's been quite a few. It's been like 2 to 3 months actually since we've seen each other. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this World Uprooted expansion. It's really been chaotic from the start. There are nerfs happening at the very start of this month, and there's been some time to readjust, but there still hasn't been a clear-cut, really, really powerful deck that's shown up. And there's maybe 9, 10 different really competitive decks out there right now. And it's just a really chaotic expansion. Not a lot of one-sided matchups. There are a couple, but a lot of matchups you can get through. And we're going to see a lot of really cool decks today, I think.
And how about you, Noir? How are you? How you feeling about the expansion? How you feeling about the buddy system today? How you feeling in general?
Yeah, so I think that a lot of the decks right now have really strong individual game plans. Even the tier 2 decks right now have some really good matchups against each other and against the tier 1 decks as well. So to an extent, any deck can beat anything. There are very few polarized matchups, as Pot mentioned. And it's just going to be really interesting to see how these buddies are going to be able to carry out their game plans against each other, counteract what the opponent wants to do, and yeah, see how they execute.
All right, well, let's talk. Oh, go ahead.
I'm also excited to see how they don't execute, you know, of course, like buddy system, you have to watch out for those misplays, those even turns where in games 2 and 3, you're not going to have your coach by your side, and we get to see some exciting plays happen, and you never know what to expect, and maybe you run out of time, things like that. A lot can happen. So.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what the format is, since those of us who have, or well, not those of us, but the people watching who haven't seen it before may not know exactly what you're talking about as far as the coaching rules. But here we go. 1 streamer and 1 pro coach comprise each team. There is max 2 decks per team, but it's essentially 1 deck and then 1 slightly alternate deck with a maximum difference of 9 cards. And it will be a best of 3 single elimination bracket. And back to what Potwasher was saying, in game 1, there are no coaching restrictions. The coach can essentially run the player through every single play in the entire game, but if you baby them too much, then it's a downside for games 2 and 3 where coaches are muted during even turns. So your player has to play for themselves essentially half the time, and those even turns can be very, very important. There's some very key turns within there, but they are playing, of course, for a $5,000 total pot where first place will be winning $2,500, second place with $1,500, and third and fourth place both receiving $500. That's quite a bit of money to just try a game maybe that they're not quite so familiar with. Very nice time actually for any of us to start playing Shadowverse. If you're not as familiar with Shadowverse, perfect time, and we're all stuck inside. You can really delve deep into it. There's a lot of story, there's a lot of play, and if you need some packs to start it off, then there is a giveaway. So if you go on Twitter and use hashtag #SVBuddySystem, you can win some free packs. If you just even type in the chat, right? If you vote on some of the polls, then you have a chance to win some free packs also. And of course, if you already are playing Shadowverse, if you're already used to the game, then you know that World Uprooted just came out. There's a lot of legendaries that you need to get right now. I don't have them all. First thing I had to do was build 3 Natural Machinus, and immediately pretty much all of my files were gone. So we're just trying to win some packs. And let's talk a little bit about the actual teams who are playing here today. Of course, they're going to have all the cards they need. We have almost entirely returning players, only 3 new players. It's going to be Skilla, Zero, and Fan Hots. And everybody else in this entire tournament, every coach and every other player is returning. Do you guys think that that is going to give us like an increased level of play today, well, more so than we're used to, or do you think that we're going to see some mistakes? So what do you guys think in general?
Yeah, I think that a lot of the decks being brought to this tournament are a little bit easy in terms of, the barrier of execution. And of course, that is definitely what you want for a tournament like this, where the players have a pretty limited amount of time to prepare. Having a decks that have a really straightforward game plan is definitely going to make things a lot easier to teach. And so I think even for the newer players like Zero and Van Hots, I think that they're going to be able to put up some pretty good results as well. Of course, like the veterans like Mary Maybe and Amazonian, we're definitely going to have to look out for them as well. They've had very good performances in the past.
Yeah, and you mentioned how all the coaches are returning coaches, and I think that's going to be an even more important thing to keep in mind than the players themselves, because the game is always changing. There was a new expansion, and so it's only been a month since the new expansion launched. It's been really chaotic. And of course, even players that have played in previous buddy systems that have put a lot of hours into Shadowverse, if you go into a new expansion, you have to start all over again to some extent. And so I think the coaches are going to be really, really important, as always.
Yeah, and of course, all of these coaches are extremely good players. Most of them have qualified for World Grand Prix at one point or the other. But let's take a look at how they are going to be matched up. As we look at our schedule for today, our first match of the day will be a match between two newcomer players, of course, with very veteran coaches Skilla and Hishiro against Zero and Azure Cloud. Second match of the day will be Mary Maybe and Zero Fawn. That is a huge threat of a team against Amazonian and the Jordude. Another huge threat. Ooh, that's a really, really good one, actually. In our third match will be Trihex and Frost against Taran and Cure Mango. And then our fourth match of the day will be Fan Hots and Zones against Bless RNG and Akumaru Red. So let's just immediately start talking about our first match of the day. Skilla and Hishiro against Zero and Azure Cloud. So two new players right off the bat, which is pretty rare considering the fact that we're only going to have three new players today. But the coaches, Hishiro and Azure Cloud, extremely good players for quite a long time. I mean, very, very well known. How do you think they're going to do as coaches to players who are maybe completely new to the game?
So these are both, of course, veteran coaches. And Azure Cloud, for example, he performed very well last year and this year as well. He's up there in the point standings right now. And last year, he made it to top 8 in the World Grand Prix. So he's had a very impressive, past 6 months. So I think his understanding of the game is definitely going to be on point now. And Hishiro as well has been a very consistent top player for a very long time. He was also top 8 of World Grand Prix in 2018. So I think both of these coaches are just absolutely high caliber.
Yeah, I've gotten the chance to play against Hishiro at the 2018 World Grand Prix, things like that. I think these players are really great, of course. The coaches are really great, and I'm looking forward to see how they interact with the new players and see what's going through their minds and see how the communication works, right? We're seeing two new players, two coaches that haven't paired up with them before, and seeing that communication happen is one of the most fun parts about the buddy system, I think. But the listen in feature.
Yeah, you talked about how I mean, obviously it makes a lot of sense, but how having veteran coaches is a huge deal. And for those of you out there who haven't watched Buddy System maybe quite as much, or this is their first time watching it, first of all, thank you for watching. But also the ability to coach is like a skill within itself, right? I mean, so Noir, you've been a coach before, and tell me if I'm right about this, or just tell me what your opinion is after I say this. So I think it's very, very difficult to coach because you have to manage your time, and you're used to being able to just like gain knowledge and then learn like, this is what I do here. But actually explaining it seems like an entirely different skill set. How did it even feel to be a coach? Like, were those things you had to deal with, or
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
what else did you have to do?
Like, time was a huge issue as well, because especially for some of these decks like Huan Rune, there are so many actions you have to take per turn. You have to play like 10 cards on some of the more important turns, and you just won't have time if you don't know what you're doing right off the bat. And so it's going to be really important for coaches to be able to teach players, why they want to make certain moves, and not necessarily just like feed them, the answer every single time. Because of course, on those even turns on games 2 and 3, the players will be on their own. And if they top deck a card that, might change their plan, they're going to have to come up with what their turn is on the spot.
Yeah, and you mentioned running out of time from the caster perspective as well. Whenever you see a coach go into a difficult turn and you can tell that they're just taking a moment to think about it first before talking about it, then oftentimes we see people run out of time, and those are the situations that happen that create that, right?
Yeah, for sure. So I think it's definitely really important for as a coach to be able to think really quickly through all the possible scenarios, on the opponent's turn or even before the game even begins, so that once you see these scenarios happen, you can just pinpoint them and know exactly what to tell your buddy and get that information across as quickly as possible.
Well, all of the coaching really starts, and actually one of the main skills I would have to say of the coaches is actually which deck you pick and which deck you choose for a player who maybe isn't quite as experienced. But we actually have the decks here available, so let's take a look at the deck that our first team brought, Skilla and Hishiro. Let me know a little bit about this, Pot Watcher.
Okay, so this first deck is going to be Burn Blood. It's a relatively new archetype. There was new cards added like Garnet Waltz that deal damage to the opponent's face directly, as well as new Storm cards like Hellspear Warrior, and that's led to this interesting kind of mid-range archetype. It's really flexible, and it also uses Neria Beast Empress really, really well. So on turn 6, you can play Creeping Madness, a card that was actually revealed on the Buddy System stream a few months ago. But so Neria, you can use this evolve effect for free if you're able to combine it with cards like Creeping Madness and also Nateran Great Tree on turn 7, things like that. What do you think about this deck, Noah?
Yeah, this is a really strong deck in my opinion. It's definitely an up-and-coming deck in recent months, or recent weeks rather. This deck can play like a typical aggro deck in the beginning. It really wants to find that chip damage early on because of course that's going to significantly lower the threshold for how much burn damage you actually need to close out the game. But the deck can play a long game. Cards like Lucius Vampire Slayer and Io Enchanting Educator with that enhance or with that Union Burst. The board clear potential is really, really strong. There is a deceiving amount of sustainability and healing in this deck, so can definitely win a longer game.
Okay, so what about the real question? Who's your favorite character out of this Blood deck?
My favorite character, well, I think she's right there on the screen. Nerea Beast Empress, honestly, for me, it's a no-brainer. I mean, the rest, Eo's nice as well, but I think Nerea's gonna be my favorite character.
Okay, evolve or non-evolve Nerea?
Evolve Nerea with the alternative artwork.
Okay, well, we'll get to see that, I'm sure. Is, I think, going to be the key card for this Burn Blood going into this next matchup. So whenever we get to that second deck.
Yeah, there are. Well, hey, first of all, you didn't get to ask me what my favorite character
was.
What's your favorite character?
No, I'm just kidding. Pot Watcher, didn't you tell me that alchemical? Wow, that is a hard word to say.
Yeah.
Alchemical confectioner is Wonder Cook in Japanese, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be that since I'm Wonder
that,
Chef. I'm Wonder Chef. It's Wonder Cook, so that has to be mine. Even though it's not blood specific, I have to choose that one. But let's take a look at the second deck, which I don't know if that has actually that card or not, but we are going to be seeing blood again, but a very different type. So let me know a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so we've got from Zero to Hero, Machina Bloodcraft. This is definitely one of the most popular and one of the strongest decks in the current expansion. This is a deck that everybody knows, everybody fears, and it is a fairly straightforward mid-range deck, but there is a lot that you can optimize in terms of when you want to use your resources and your evil points. But those key cards on your screen, Mono Garnet Rebel, being able to be a 6/6 Storm Ward Faller if you have enough Machina followers destroyed, really strong finisher, and of course, Nature Al Machinus, redraws your hand, reduces the cost of everything that you pull, just an insane card, gives you really strong late game potential.
Yeah, the World Uprooted expansion has introduced some of these cards with multiple traits. So Natural Machinus has both Natura and Machina traits, as well as Changewing Cherub. And so we get Alchemical Confectioner that can draw both of those guaranteed in this specific deck. And we saw Confectioner in the previous deck. It's a little bit different this time, but Confectioner definitely a really, really cool card this expansion.
And we do have a second deck for this team. So the first team actually just brought one deck. They were super solid with it. They're happy with what they had. But this one has a secondary version. What has changed in it?
Yeah, so now they've got less Slain, and Slain is a 6-cost card that can gain Storm, but it is somewhat unreliable. It does need a lot of cards in hand, a lot of Machina cards in particular. So it is very strong against slower matchups such as Control Forest, but it is less reliable in general. This deck does have more defensive options from Sanjuan Core, allowing you to heal up to 10 health, and Technolord, dealing a huge amount of damage to your opponent's board if you have a lot of destroyed Machina followers.
Yeah. So I think going into this matchup, Burn Blood against Machina Blood, I personally think Burn Blood, the emphasis is going to be on Neria Beast Empress. It's a lot easier to activate the effect. In fact, it's impossible to activate the Neria effect before turn 8 on this Machina Blood deck, I think, compared to the Burn Blood, which has cards like the Creeping Madness that can draw a card for 0, activate Neria's effect that lets it evolve, clear out an entire board, set up a huge ward. You can even evolve the ward in place and set up your Union Burst, stuff like that. That's really, really powerful against the Machina Blood. And I think on the other side, Machina Blood is going to have to focus more on the Almachinas and having a stronger late game, especially maybe with the Noin. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, exactly. So Noin, once you have 10 destroyed allied Machina followers, it will buff all the other cards on your board. And if they're Machinas, they will gain ward as well. So you can easily create a gigantic board that is very, very difficult even for Burn Blood to deal with. Because the amount of health that they can get can be simply too high for a single Nerea to get through. And of course, a Sanjuan Core healing for 10. A Burn Blood can't never really burst for more than 10 damage until turn 10. So before that point, Machina Blood will be able to heal up, and it's going to be a lot harder for Burn to close out the game without dying themselves.
Yeah, do you have an expectation of which deck might be favored in this matchup?
Yeah, I think I would give it a slight edge to Machina Blood. There is only one Sanjuan Core, so it will be pretty important to see if they draw that one core or not. Slain is not really the best card in this matchup, in my opinion, because you do want to make sure you have a stable mid game. You don't want to lose to that Nerea on 6 with the pre-Evo Flood Behemoth right away, because that is, as you mentioned, a huge threat for this deck. If you're able to set up a strong board going into the El Machinas turn, and if the El Machinas cannot clear, then you are looking at a lot of face damage. So it's going to have to come down to how well they can play defensive.
You know what? I'm going to predict Burn Blood, and it's going to be because of Neria. And Nerea is the key card in pretty much every single Blood matchup right now, including like the Burn Blood mirror as well as the Machina Blood mirror. And I think the Burn Blood against Machina Blood is also going to be somewhat focused on Nerea, and I think Burn Blood is able to utilize it a little bit better, and so if they're able to capitalize on that, I think Burn Blood might be a strong candidate here.
Well, you did say earlier that you could activate on 8. The gimmickiest way you could activate it on 7 in the Machina deck is you evolve 2 cherubs and you get a tree from both of them.
Wow.
Which will definitely happen, right? That's definitely a good move.
Wow. Wow.
No, but okay. But before we continue talking about this and getting into this match, I just want to remind everybody out there that there is a gigantic tournament going on tomorrow called Operation Tokyo, and that already has over 300 entrants because this prize is amazing. The grand prize is a trip to the World Grand Prix for 2 people, and that is in Japan. So whoever wins, please take me as an extra. There's also a $2,000 cash pool. There's tons of World Uprooted packs. There's just so much going on with this. So we're also going to have the 2-deck, I guess, no-ban format, which is very cool, very Japanese, right? But if you want to sign up, do !Tokyo in chat. You can get the link right there. The signups are still going to be open throughout the entirety of this tournament. It starts tomorrow morning. It is going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, you can sign up alone or as a team of 2 players. A really cool format, and even if you get second or below, you can still get some money. So really, really great stuff.
Yeah, this tournament's going to have people from, every single region. So it's going to be really cool to see, who is going to be able to stand out, out of the best players from each of these regions. Who really wants that Japan trip?
Yeah, I mean, especially we're still so early in World Uprooted that the meta is shifting constantly, right? So, I
Yeah.
mean, also not only is it shifting constantly, but different regions seem to have different decks that they prefer, or some regions have some
Yeah.
like weirder decks that show up a little bit more. So I'm really excited to see who's going to take it, especially too. So many people nowadays are used to 3 deck 1 ban format, right? So, am I correct in saying that that's more of like a Japanese thing to see the 2 deck no ban format, like JCS and stuff like that, or JCG? Whoa, I said the wrong.
Yeah,
All the
so
letters get mixed in my head. Sorry.
yeah. So a lot of the Japanese tournaments, so JCG and of course Rage, the really important one with War Grand Prix qualification on the line and big cash prizes. Those are traditionally 2 deck 0 ban. Although in the playoffs of Rage it becomes 3 decks, but still 0 ban. So yeah, they generally do not have bans for their tournaments. And over in the West for Shadowverse Open, we've got a 3 deck 1 ban. So it is
Yeah.
just a completely different game. Being able to build a lineup where you can eliminate one consistent threat and build your rest of your decks around having that, versus just being able to play against everything and be well-rounded.
Yeah, and especially in this current expansion, I talked about in the very beginning how there's maybe 9 or 10 competitive decks. There's even more if you count things you'd consider tier 3, like things that can beat specific decks. Maybe they have slightly worse decks against other decks, but almost every single class has a powerful archetype that can play. Some decks, some classes like Bloodcraft that we saw have multiple archetypes, like Runecraft has multiple archetypes that we're going to see later on today, and there's some wacky things going on, some uh, combo decks, there's some more mid-range decks, and there's Ramp and Dragon, and there's Spell Boost, Rune, and just all kinds of things going on, and you have to be able to adapt and be able to fight against all of them with your lineup.
Okay, so while we're waiting for these players to finish getting set up, I'm going to ask you, both of you, what is first your favorite deck to play in this expansion so far, and then B, your favorite deck to watch in this expansion so far? Like maybe if you didn't quite have to use it yourself and put your life on the line with it. So let's go in order. Let's do actually, you know what? Paul Washer just said something. Let's go Noir first.
I think my favorite deck to play, it's either going to be Kuan Rune or Machina Blood. Both of these decks just really flexible mid-range decks that can win against any matchup if you play them properly. Kuan does have a little bit more of polarized matchups, but Machina Blood definitely is really flexible. It's really rewarding and it's really intensive potentially as well. Even though the general game plan is straightforward, there is a lot of small things that you can optimize with it. But I really like watching. I mean, it's always nice to watch the Chura Dragoncraft. It's it's a really exciting deck. You always love to see.
Just like the Shadowverse anime, right? Like
Yeah,
Dragon is a
exactly.
bombastic class.
Yeah. Whenever I go into Overflow and Shadowverse Open, I always have like that same anime in real life. No one gets to see it, but I do it anyway.
You start glowing red and you top deck Almac in it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think my favorite deck to play this expansion is probably Artifact Portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I've played in tournament necessarily, but it's such a difficult deck right now. There's so many options every turn, and you have to plan out each turn pretty well. And has some kind of spell boost elements. Spell boost has a mechanic where you reduce the cost of cards in your hand by 1 every time you play spells. And in Artifact Portal, every time you play out artifact followers, then when your opponent destroys them, your cost of this new card called Paradigm Shift goes down by 1, and it starts at 7, and you have to plan out your turns and make sure you get the countdown, make sure you have an explosive turn on a specific turn, make sure you can deal with what the opponent's doing, but also set up your own strong plays. And there's a lot to think about. It's really difficult. So I think the most difficult deck of this expansion, it's definitely really different from previous Portalcraft as well. So it's been really challenging to play with, and it's been really fun to try out.
All right, well, what about your favorite deck to watch? If you had to choose one that maybe you wouldn't have to be in the match with, either as or against.
I mean, I think like Havencraft. is really
Okay.
exciting to watch. Another one of those really high skill cap, high APM decks. Weird that there's a category of high APM decks now where you kind of have to be optimal. You have to start moving from the very first second of your turn, or else you're going to run out of time and you're going to miss something. And that's so insane that you actually play regularly over 10 cards in a turn and just create different combos and go off with the Lamonia and Death Grips. I love Death Grips the band and I love Death Grips the card. It's pretty cool.
All right, that's a good call. I'm sad because I really wanted to see Haven. I don't think we have any Haven today, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit
No,
too
we don't.
challenging.
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Like even for experienced competitive players, it's really easy to rope. And in fact, one of the really popular Japanese streamers on stream for one of the lethal turns, he literally went into the options to disable battle animation. So because he knew
Yeah.
that it would not be possible to finish that turn with the full animations
Yeah.
turned on. The fact
a
that
lot
you
of
have to like
optimization
toggle
going
options
on
like
right
that
now.
is
Yeah.
just absolutely crazy.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious. I didn't even know that was possible. But here you go. We can see these players as they're finishing, getting ready. Skilla on the left and a picture of Zero on the right, sitting very, very still. Very impressive. Always impresses how these players can not move even a millimeter. No, I'm just kidding. But so we are going to see blood, two different types of blood here in this matchup. We talked a little bit about what you think as far as advantages, not advantages, but also what do you think as far as ease of use in either of the like Burn Blood or Machina Blood?
They're pretty comparable, I would say.
Yeah.
Although you do have to be very careful from the side of Machina Blood. You have to be able to set up your turn so that the turn 6 Nerea does not lose you the game. And what that means is your turn 4, turn 5, you have to really consider how much can you commit to the board, when are you going to use your evil, because you don't want to fall
Yeah.
behind on board too early.
I think both of these decks are kind of easy to pick up, but maybe hard to master, where if you set up your turns well, you're going to do better, but not necessarily that if you pick a random card, it's going to be super duper punishing, you know?
Yeah, all right, well, let's see how they put it into action. We're getting to the very first game of the day. Skilla and Hishiro against Zero and Azure Cloud. Take it away.
All right, we've got some pretty nice hands here. I believe Burn Blood is going second, so
Okay.
yeah. Okay, so we're gonna
Yeah.
keep the confectioner here. I like that. So yeah, they are going second. They're gonna keep that IO. Really strong card for going second. Gonna have they're going first. Okay, my bad. All
I
right,
guess
so
it's just a 2/2 follower.
2-2, yeah. I mean, it's reasonable for sure. They're not usually not gonna play anything better than that on turn 2 besides the corrupting bat. So,
Yeah. I think
being
it's
able to
even an
curve out.
option to like hold Lucius, you know?
yeah.
Just hold it. If you're gonna hold EO, then it kind of does the same thing, the Lucius. If you take a little bit of damage, you can expect the Machina side to make a pretty wide board.
Yeah, absolutely. This is looking like a really good hand for Zero and Azure Cloud so far. We've got the
Yeah.
Robo-Goblin and the Confectioner for that card draw. And of course, the Mecha Shot Devil is already in hand. Once that card evolves, it sets up a really strong leader effect. It summons a free 1/1 droid every single turn. And that has so much synergy with exactly that mono Garnet Rebel.
Yeah, and I
Like-
really like the EO in hand for
Yeah.
Machina Blood as well.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
it has the drain.
Oh, we got gamers in here. The on-demand
Oh.
Unleash the Nightmare on turn 3. Pull 2 more 2-drops. Gonna be solid turn 4 there as well.
Yeah. So we saw the 2/2 being kept in hand for the side of Skilla and Hishiro. So that was a kind of unconventional choice, maybe, but what do you think it shows?
I think keeping 2 cards but having IO on turn 2 makes it really seem likely that they have Unleash if it were me who was playing.
Mhm.
And I mean, they did have Unleash, although it was a top deck, so I mean, to me, this would seem pretty normal. I would expect that they have kept potentially 2-drop plus the Unleash. So yeah, here, Changewing Cherub definitely going to be a decent option here, clearing out that 2/2 and allowing the Robo-Goblin to pick up a juicy value trade.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of prioritizing taking less damage instead of drawing cards this turn and then maybe clearing everything with EO the next turn.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, you can hit face with the Robo-Goblin. This time there was an EO on board, which has Drain, of course, so you'd want to attack into something like that, because attacking face doesn't really matter, but oftentimes you can kind of just threaten the EO, and
Exactly.
the opponent has to respect that if you're going second.
Yeah. That is definitely one of the things that EO allows you to do. It lets you make sort of those aggressive bluff, like kind of bluff plays.
Yeah.
And it is something that demands respect, because if they hit face back, IO can just completely turn the game over, especially in this matchup where the early aggression is so important on the side of Burn.
Yeah, and I really think that healing and maintaining your life total is going to be much more important for the Machina Blood side compared to the side of Burn Blood. And at the same time, it's really hard to set up Drain with EO actually in the early to mid game on your first few Evo turns, unless you're hitting into the Nerea or something, Nerea, something like that. It's actually really, everything has 2 or less health, and you're not able to drain off of it. And I've actually lost games because of that. So
Yeah.
I think it's a really great call for them to play the Cherub on turn 3 and really protect their life total.
Exactly. So we are going to see the Mega Shot Devil being played out right now. There's pretty much no reason not to. Sets it up really nicely. And then they've got a really good option next turn. They've got either Unleash or Confecture, plus the IO allows them to draw cards for the Almachinus while clearing out the board. This is looking really, really good for 0 and
Yeah. So things to watch out for, whether or not to... Okay.
Okay, interesting
5
repair mode there. It goes for the extra 1 health.
5? I think Kishiro and Skillo are playing 3 copies of Princess Knight, so it's kind of an interesting part.
Yeah, so it only really plays around like having a 2/2 evolve into it, which is not really very good anyway. And at this point, it would be pretty nice to have that repair mode as an extra, fusion material for the Almachinus, although it is true that usually healing up your Mecha Shot Devil after trading like that can be good, especially in the Blood Mirror, but since it was already at 4 HP, might not have been totally necessary, but it is going to get cleared here by that IO, and it is going to push 2 damage as well, sending them to 13.
13 health already.
And they've got 6 damage in hand with that Razor Claw plus the Garnet.
From
And
the Machina Blood side, it's actually pretty hard to set up against the Nerea here. What do you think?
Yeah, there's... All the cards in Machina Blood's hand right now are pretty slow. You're not going to be able to... you're not going to commit too much to this board anyway. But at the same time, you really don't want to take that extra 2 damage, and as I say that, they do draw a Changeling Cherub, so if they want to, they can get rid of that 2/2 right away.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really difficult to deal with the Nerea without that extra damage.
So we saw the Devil, Mecha Shot Devil, come out on turn 4 going second. And that's a great play most of the time, but a really, really advanced concept would be to maybe try to play it on turn 5 so that you have a high attack follower going into turn 6, and you have a slightly easier time dealing with the Nerea that you're expecting from the Burn Blood side on turn 6.
Yeah, that is definitely something to look out for. That's something that you see pretty often, in fact, when you play Artifact, for example. Setting up a strong follower into the Nerea turn is one of the most important and, easiest ways for you to deal with that, because, of course, Nerea is so strong against Artifact in particular. But yeah, in this game, definitely could have been a heads-up play to save that Mecha Shot for turn 5, but it was looking very, very attractive on turn 4, so can't really fault them for that one.
For example, you set up like a 5-4, 5-5 or something, and if Nerea has to hit into the Mecha Shot, then you have a 5-2 and a 4-6, and if the Cataract Beast isn't evolved in place, then with the Changewing Cherub that was drawn, you could have shot the Cataract Beast and evolved into the and full cleared, something like that. So that would have been really good.
Well, here's the pre-evo of the Flood Behemoth. Love to see it. Exactly what you want to do in this matchup, going first with that Nerea active.
Yeah.
Zero's got a very pensive expression on his face, looking at a gigantic board in front of him. Not really with a good way to clear it in his hand right now. Unleash a Nightmare, not going to do a whole lot. The second Natural Machinus is not very helpful either. And of course that 1/1 will just die automatically to the Clash effect.
Yeah, that's just gonna pretty much solidify the game. So yeah, this is one of those games where if you're not paying attention to stuff like how to set up against the Nerea 2 turns ahead on turn 4, that just immediately loses you the game, and that's really, really challenging from this expansion specifically, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally, if you have Nerea yourself, and if you can also like proc it back, you can somewhat deal with this board. You will have the 3/3 Nerea or 3/2 Nerea left over, so it is still a hefty amount of damage. But without even the Nerea in hand from the side of the Cloud and Zero, they're not going to be able to deal with this board at all, and that's pretty much lethal in hand.
Yeah. I don't think there were any ways to top deck anything better, right? Like,
exactly.
Was it ever the choice to do like Evo? I guess it doesn't matter since the Nerea is surviving, so the board doesn't really matter. But if you have to drain here, it technically would have been better maybe to Evo trade in first.
Yeah.
Even though you're never clearing and it's really awful.
Yeah, it's like you Evo trade and then you hope to draw your 1 Sanjuan core off the El Machinus, and then you can Evo again. And then that might be enough, but yeah, this is, with that double burn in hand, it's going to be game 1 going over to Kishiro.
Super powerful stuff coming out from the Burn Blood. So, of course, Nerea on turn 6. Really, really powerful.
Yeah. It's just that easy. Just play Nerea on 6. Sometimes that's all it takes, but...
And the Evo in place as well.
Yeah, the really, Evo in place, of course.
Really good stuff.
Really, really good, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I love to see it.
I love it.
I mean, you love to see it when you're the one doing it, and not when you're the one who has to deal with it. I mean, we've seen in any Blood Mirror, really, Nerea is kind of one of the most important cards. Like, I've seen a lot of matches in, again, every archetype of the mirror won by that. Like, I'm going first, I'm evoing the Blood Behemoth in place, and then like, what do you do? What are even the best options to do in that situation that Blood has?
Yeah, like setting up high attack followers on the previous turn, just setting up for that. A lot of the times on turn 6 going second, you can do stuff like Mega Shot Devil, Evo Suicide, Technolord to clear. Stuff like that, and you have to increase your mech count by quite a lot before then. But if you set up like Annoying on turn 4, maybe that's another option, or Annoying on turn 5, then that might get 2 damage into the Nerea. You have to kind of chip away at it a little bit, hopefully, or the Slain, of course, you can evolve and trade into that. That would have potentially also gained Drain as well in that match, so that would have been a pretty good choice as well.
Yeah, in other versions of Machina Blood where they have Night Prowl Vampire that allows you to proc the Nerea, their own Nerea, if you are able to set up some kind of board on turn 5, some kind of tall board where one of the followers has to take a little bit of damage from the opposing Nerea, then you can Nerea back and at least clear one thing. If you're able to put some damage on them, you might be able to double clear. And from that position, you'll be able to El Machinus pretty safely. But yeah, in that situation, it was a little bit of a heads-up play to, save the Mecha Shot for turn 5. That would have definitely been, the correct play, but it's pretty tough to make that call.
Yeah, and of course, it got super punished by the Flood Behemoth Evolve in place. The Japanese name for the Flood Behemoth is Cataract Beast. So it's a pretty cool name, right? Card name.
Yeah. Yeah, which was actually a card before, right? I'm assuming it was the same name as the old card,
it
right?
was in the classic expansion,
Yeah.
or maybe
Like the
Rage of
standard
Bahamut
card
or
pack.
something. Maybe, yeah, one of the first few expansions, or the very first cards. Yeah.
And now it's back in a big way, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it
to
used
say
to cost
to say
6
the
by
least.
itself, and now you automatically summon it with it, and
And
you
it gains
spend
ward.
less
It
money.
originally doesn't have ward.
What?
Yeah, it doesn't have
Really?
ward.
No
No, it
way!
doesn't?
No way!
No, it
Huh.
doesn't. In the anime, it
Interesting.
did.
All right. Well,
Are you-
oh my
are you
god.
sure?
Anime. We'll talk about our favorite anime moments later, but it looks like we are ready to get back into game number 2, and this is where the coaching rules are going to take effect. So I'm curious to
Okay.
see if they're able to adapt to having to play on their own for half the game.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna be easier to plan out the turns from the burn blood side, I think, like preemptively. So I think I'm gonna give it a slight edge to burn blood, or I'm expecting a slight edge to burn blood right now.
Yeah, that last game was definitely pretty convincing, and it really does show, the difference of not being able to have your own counter Nerea or Techno Lord on turn 6. If you're not able to set up on turn 5, and you also don't have a really robust board clear option on turn 6, that you're probably just going to lose the game on the spot. But here, they have Mecha Shot Devil in hand again, and the rest of the
Going
hand,
first
though,
this time, though.
looking a little bit dry. Not many cards here, not a lot of value, but they do have Sanjuan Core, which could come in handy later on. Get a little bit of
Yeah.
that healing back.
So the first game we saw the Unleash top decked on turn 3. Of course, Bloodcraft does require a slightly bigger hand size.
Ooh. And Unleash on turn 3 again from the side of Burn Blood, gonna be really good. And they've got the Corrupted Bat, they've got Unleash the Nightmare, they've got Nerea in hand already, and another solid 2-drop to potentially combine with EO on turn 4. It's looking like another really strong game for Burn.
Okay, turn 2 going second, Corrupted Bat or Vampiric Bloodbinder?
It's kind of tough. I think it depends on what they draw off this. I would wait until this draw to see. Okay. I would still go with the Corrupted Bat here.
Yeah.
I think
I
you
agree.
want to go, be able to set up that tree, without any sort of, delay in your game plan on turn 5, most likely, but turn 4 if you really have to. Turn 5, you can go tree plus 2 other 2-cost cards, which is pretty solid. And then hopefully
what about
you'll be
turn
able
2 going first? Pass or change Winging Cherub?
It's really tough to make one of those calls. I would honestly pass. I don't think playing the Changeling Cherub does a whole lot for you. And especially because it could potentially allow you to clear something like Nerea or even Ilya later on in the game. And having that option is so valuable, especially when your hand is as low value as it is right now for Fragile Cloud and Zero. I feel like I would have held on to the removal option.
Yeah,
Because
I
if you
completely agree.
if you are able to play out that 2 damage ping later on, it doesn't matter if you have the 1-3 now, it is not going to be as impactful as being able to clear 2 damage later. Double Princess Knight, wow. It's just a huge difference in terms of the amount of cards that these players are able to put together. Gonna go face, of course, push a little bit damage there.
Yeah. So Princess Knight on Fanfare, you draw a Fanfare card, follower, from your deck and add it to your hand, and you also gain accelerate your Union Burst count. That's a special effect that we'll probably talk about more when we draw another Union Burst card, but Vampiric Bloodbinder has in fact last words draw a card at the start of your next turn. So it's also a setup for Nerea, where if you've drawn multiple cards in the same turn, then you can activate Avarice and automatically evolve Nerea Beast Empress. We saw it the last game with the 0-cost draw, the effective 0-cost draw of Creeping Madness on turn 6. You can do a similar thing by setting it up the previous turn, playing out Vampiric Bloodbinder, things like that.
Zero's looking a little bit flustered there on his cam.
And spending a little bit more time. Of course, this is the first. Yeah.
Oh, this is actually a crucial decision right here. Oh no, dude. This. Alright, I'm gonna have to swing here, and I need to be able to trade out here. Now this is. I don't know if I want to get rid of this. I mean, I feel like I might because I feel like I want repair. And I don't think I want to trade the 1-3 here. I want to have the 1-3 to be in defense here. Dude, this is stressful right here because there's a lot going on. There's a lot of choices here to make. Oh fuck me. Fuck me, dude. I'm actually panicking here. There's like 20 decisions I can make here. Fuck me. All right, dude. I have to make a choice here because we'll see if we fuck up later. Okay. What I think we should do here is I think I should swing into the 2-2 here. I mean, I could swing for free into the 1-1. Probably best to swing for free into the 1-1, to be honest with you. I know this is the higher stat one, but at the same time, we don't want them to have too much stuff going on because I know board control is important. We'll have less board control. Actually, I don't even know if that was a good idea or not, but at this point in time, I'm kind of afraid. I feel like I'm going to play the bad here. Let's just play the bad, bro. We're not the most optimal here. I don't really want to trade with her. So I'm just gonna attack face right here, and then we just pass. I don't know if that was actually good, but we'll see.
Interesting discussion on the disadvantage state that play from Zero there. I think I kind of liked the topics that he was going over. I did like that he played the armored bat though, because I think the next turn should almost certainly be Mecha Shot plus the Changeling Cherub, or in the opposite order. But I think that would be a solid turn 5. I like the bat here. I think I would have traded it differently.
Yeah.
I wanted to get rid of the 1-1 with the Changeling Cherub, but he does push the 1 damage. Princess Knight here, if he evolves that, he'll gain a play point back, and so he'll be able to fit in a 2-drop alongside that, which is very good.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, so we do see the Evo come out from the Princess Knight. It's not going to activate its secondary effect of being able to accelerate the Union Burst count, subtract 2 from Union Burst, so that's an effect that starts from 10 and it goes down. And for example, Ilia, Queen of Night, where we saw multiple copies of Io the previous game, but Io Enchanting Educator, you play that card and you gain a special ability if your turn count is less than the Universe count.
Okay, so they went for the tree plant there, so playing out a follower. Are going to be able to set up for, I guess, Lunatic Aether the next turn or something like that. But here, I think it's going to be a pretty straightforward turn from Zero Magic Cloud, going to be able to play that Mega Shot Devil. Yeah, let's listen in on it.
Okay. Alright, get the last force effect.
And then we'll trade the 1-1 into the 5-3. 5-1, sorry.
So the 1-1 into the 5-1.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And then trade the 1-3 into the 1-1.
The 1-3 into the 1-1?
Hold on, actually. Okay, let's trade the 1-1 into the 1-1. Trade the 1-1 into the 1-1. Trade the 5-5 into the 2-2.
Okay.
And then just play the repair mode on the 5-5. Yeah.
On the 5-3?
Yeah, on the 5-3. Yeah.
Okay.
And then attack face. So next turn, we pretty much always evolve the area. Unless, so the only exception is if we draw the 3-mana 1-2, and they don't have like a big board that we can AoE, then we play the 3-mana 1-2 and the armor bat to set up for our 7-mana 6/6.
3-1. 3-1.
But otherwise, we just play the Naria and evolve it.
Alright, so Naria or 3-1-2 into bat. Alright, got it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Oh, Chad, I'm stressing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess the reason they're holding on to that Cherub is because they're not going to have a Natra card otherwise if they top deck into Natural Malkinus, and they are going to need it at some point in this game if they want to win. So I think that's pretty understandable. They do want to use their evil point on Nerea, so they're not going to be able to evolve the Changing Cherub to get a tree back. So hanging on to that Natura card, definitely understandable. Although the board here will be a little bit weaker. That being said, it's not gonna, as a 1/3, it's not gonna deter the Nerea very much at all. So I think it's actually okay. They are gonna evo in the Princess Knight here, and I think I would set up one of the Bloodbinders here.
Yeah, definitely a really great setup turn on turn 5 to be able to drop that down. That really wasn't mentioned on the turn 5 from Azure Cloud. The Vampiric Bloodbinder, how if you destroy it, then on turn 6, going second, Hishiro and Skilla are going to have a really easy Nerea Beast Empress turn where you can just do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Play the Nerea, evolve the Flood Behemoth. It's going to be really, really strong.
Yeah, so like this is one of those small things. Well, it's not really such a small thing, but it is like a very important thing in the Blood Mirror, or in this matchup in particular. Vampiric Bloodbinder is a last words effect, so if you can avoid killing her off, then you can actually prevent that draw from coming in.
Yeah.
And if there is no madness in their hand, then they won't be able to proc Nerea's free evolve. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna come down to whether Zero can make that decision on his own without really being informed about it. On
Draw the
previous...
Confectioner, which was a card that Azure Cloud mentioned should be prioritized over the Nerea, but Nerea is still played here.
Yeah, so he is gonna evolve it. It looks like he will trade into that Bloodbinder.
Ooh, this is gonna be...
Yeah, this is
Yeah. Now,
Monka-esque for sure.
Skilla, I'm assuming Skilla and Yashiro have kind of prepared against this line. They should... I really think there should have been a greater emphasis on Nerea, the back and forth Nerea game that should have been focused during the coaching stages before the match started, you know? Maybe from...
Oh, he is actually
Azure Cloud's
hesitating
side.
here, so he might actually be talking over to himself there. Oh, he's...
Oh, he doesn't... Gets rid of the 1/1.
Okay.
You know, I've seen something like this before, and it reminds me of when you were playing with Trihex. The very first time he played, because he was trying to make heads-up plays, right?
Yeah,
and try to go beyond what the
Yeah.
coach is telling them. And sometimes we see that happen, but sometimes it kind of backfires where if you don't just kind of blindly follow what your coach is saying, then you can end up hurting yourself, and it's really difficult because these players who are trying to make good plays or trying to think outside of the box, they have so much potential, but
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
really tough to watch.
At the same
sometimes.
time, though, it
Yeah.
can also be rough to follow exactly what the coach says. I remember one time in my first buddy system when I was playing with Axe, I didn't expect, it was in a lot of mirror, I didn't expect them to just like trade in their card. I told them probably just Kel, and he just used Kel on...
Oh, yeah.
So,
I
so
remember.
it definitely goes back and forth. Of course, it still means that the most important thing is to be able to teach your player why you do certain things and what, the important
Yeah.
interactions are. But this hand, it's not doing much of anything at all. It was just too
Yeah.
strong of a game. Skilla and Hishiro, this
Yeah.
or once again not gonna be answered.
Between the last buddy system and now, I had a situation where to try to explain Shadowverse to someone who doesn't really know what Shadowverse is, and the metaphor I came up with is like Shadowverse is like the anime fighter of card games. There's so many options, and maybe you win neutral by getting like you get value trades off,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you get like zeros thinking about which trade should I do, what should I do now, what might get more value, is this better or not. But at the same time, if you don't get your setup right, then you just get comboed to death. you
Yeah,
know?
the combos are absolutely brutal. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
the
first thing
saga.
I thought of when you said
Yeah.
anime fighter. Once you get backed into a corner, it's just lights out for you.
Yeah.
And it could be lights out for Azure Cloud and Zero here. There is so much damage for Hishiro and Skilla. There's Ilya is active, and that is 9
second
damage from
copy of-
hand.
Oh wow, wow! It's already lethal.
Yeah, it is 9 damage from hand on turn 7.
Oh
Active
my
Ilya,
God.
deal 3, heal 3, buff.
Oh my
Are we
god.
listen in on Gil and Hishiro here?
Razor
Or
recall.
what's left of their turn?
Oh, we might be just. I think we might just be dead, regardless of what we can do. Oh no, I think we're dead, bro. Oh, that just burst me down. Wow. Yeah, we got.
The astute
got burned, bro.
observations coming in.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
I think we'll win that
Oh.
game if you play the.
Oh man. Tough stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely a rough way to go out there. The battle between the two newcomers here, Skilla and Zero. But Skilla taking it in really dominant fashion. Those Nereas were just
Yeah.
not able to be dealt with.
Yeah, we definitely have to listen in on Hishiro and Skilla next time. It just went so quickly, and they just it looked like they were playing out very, very clean turns. Maybe the turn 4 going second in game 2 might have been. There were some alternative plays, of course, there. So I'm not 100% sure, but from what it looked like game 1, game 2, it seems like they're planning their turns really well, and that's really what you want as the Blood, and they understood the importance of Nerea in the matchup and played it well, very well in that regard.
Yeah, well, we could see exactly what like you guys were talking about earlier about the difficulty of each deck. Like, for instance, obviously we saw the exact example of the difficult turn that Zero had to face when, could have played the Confectioner, could have played the Armored Bat, and then there was no 2-attack follower to swing into, to get the draw, to get the Nerea evolve. And all that's very difficult, and having to, I don't know, just there's so much to do in that deck. And on the other hand, it's like, I'm going to play Nerea and evolve it. Yes, but but let's take a look at the bracket just to see now where we're moving to after this match and how this match started. Of course, it was just the first match of the day. We see Skilla and Hishiro moving on into that semifinals. I agree with you, Potwash. I'd really like to hear what their communication is like. But, I mean, hey, we got to listen to Zero and Azure Cloud a good amount, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to listen to them anymore for this tournament. But up next, we have a huge, I don't even know what to call this. This is a clash of, like, almost
This
champions.
is a real clash of the titans
Yeah,
here.
I think
Mary maybe feel fine versus Amazonian Jordude. These are all super veterans of the buddy system, and this is going to be, I think, one of the best matches that we see in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, this could be one of the best matches we see all day, right?
Yeah,
Although,
potentially, yeah.
so I almost call it a Clash of Champions, but I think, has Amazonian still not won one?
I don't think so.
I don't think she has.
Yeah.
She's
I
come
think
very
she's got
close.
second, like, a bunch of times. Like,
Yeah.
but just so close every single time. So that would be, I mean, we're gonna see it eventually, right? It's gotta happen.
Yeah. I really like seeing Amazonian because it seems like her and her partner, they always team up and play like an interesting deck that no one else is bringing. We've seen Roach Forest come out in metas where it's a little bit more difficult and it's not quite a tier 1 deck. And even in those meta games, Roach was being played. And this time around, they're bringing Evo Discard Dragon, which they're the only group bringing Dragon, despite Dragon being really heavily represented. And it's not even the what is widely considered the tier 1 Dragon, the Natura Machina version of Dragon. It's the Evolve Discard version of Dragon, which is a little bit more linear in its playstyle, I think. Just ramp up, play the Goblin Warpack, and then go off with the Zeus, things like that. Pretty straightforward. Just play big stuff, and but it's a really cool deck. I'm really hyped for Zeus. It's, I guess, to answer the previous question that Wonder Chef you put out before the first match, maybe Evolve Dragon is one of those decks that I really enjoy watching, not necessarily playing or being up against. It's definitely really fun to watch in this context, you know.
That was actually going to be my
more
answer
fun
too.
to watch than to play, I guess.
Yeah.
Play,
I can agree with that one 100%.
Well, I very specifically worded it that way, right? I was like, if you are not in the match, if you're neither side of this match, right? You don't have to put your life on the line either as or against Zeus. But I mean, let's be honest, it's always fun to watch Zeus, right? So for those of you out there who aren't familiar with Zeus, the idea of Zeus is that it's a 10 cost creature that when you play it, based on the number of evolves that you've had on your side of the field, it gets a bunch of random buffs, right? Or it can potentially heal you. But the potential is there for it to buff itself up, get Storm, and then be able to attack through wards and just like basically one-shot them. And then Goblin Warpack summons a full field of goblins and then evolves them all. So you automatically get 5 evolves plus your evolve points. So you get a very fast, ramped up Zeus that can do a lot or cannot do very much, and then you lose. So it's a really fun deck to watch. And also, there's a bunch of different things that are going on in the deck, right? I mean, we'll see the list in a bit, but I'm definitely excited to watch that one. And you were talking about Amazonian has played almost entirely Forest and Dragon, so I'm excited to see a different type of dragon, because we've seen like 3 different types of Roach decks from her, and then now 2 different types of dragon, because I believe she used Natural Dragon once. She used Roach back when Roach combo was really good. Used Roach when it got changed slightly. I can't remember what exactly cycled out, but then we saw her playing Control Forest, which was like pseudo Roach, and that's really difficult. Although still a really good deck, right?
Yeah, I think Evolve Discard Dragon, it's actually quite a bit more difficult than you might expect because of the discard mechanic. So the discard effects in this current expansion, unlike previous expansions, it's not discard a random card. In the past, it's been like discard your lowest cost card, and it's a random lowest cost card. But nowadays, it's more like discard a specific card in your hand and you have to select that, and that's really, really difficult. You have to identify which card do you not need out of your hand, and what do you need right now, what do you not need right now, things like that. Plan ahead, and it just creates so many options. Like if you have a hand full of like 8 or 9 cards, then you have to select one card to discard out of those 8 or 9 cards, or 7 or 8 in that case, because you're using one card to discard. But it just creates so many more options and increases the difficulty of play exponentially.
Yeah, I really like the fact that in this current set we have so many different play styles of deck right now. You know, like there are board-based decks, there are controller-ish based decks, there's more aggressive decks like the Blood that we saw, there's the potential of the Discard Dragon, there's still kind of classic Natura like Dragon, but also just as a reminder for everybody out there, there's so many different decks and so many different types of decks, and if you want to build them all like I do, and can definitely not afford to build them all right now, there is a giveaway for packs. You can use hashtag SV Buddy System on Twitter, or you can vote in the polls on Twitch chat, and you can win packs. I really want packs. I think the next deck I'm trying to build is no, I'm actually almost done with Haven. Actually, I need a few more things for Haven, so that's definitely one of them up there. But
yeah, Haven, really exciting deck, has quite a few legendary cards as well.
Yes. Very.
Yeah. I mentioned Portalcraft earlier, but Portalcraft's really expensive. You have the new cards like Realmia, and you have a bunch of gold cards. Just a lot of cards. I definitely almost ran out of vials this expansion. I had to put some money into the game.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Speaking of kind of expensive decks, this is definitely another one, especially getting a new legendary potentially added to the archetype. So tell me a little bit about this Runecraft deck.
Yeah, so this one's genius among geniuses from Miriam Maybe and Zero Fine, bringing Runecraft, I think, for the first time, despite bringing Amato's Forest in almost every other tournament. But this is going to be a pretty standard and straightforward Kuan rune. We've seen it in the past. Really slow early game, but they ramp up those spell boosts, they reduce the cost of all the followers in their hand, and they will be able to make really explosive swing turns from turn 5, 6 onwards. And they've even got cards like Gabriel Heavenly Voice. When they combine it with a 0-cost Storm Follower, it can add a gigantic amount of damage.
Yeah, my favorite card of all time in Shadowverse is probably Insight. I'm glad that's featured here. It's just a spell card that draws a card, and it doesn't do anything else, it just draws a card. But it costs 1, and has the effect of decreasing your spell boost cards, their cost by 1. So you play a 1-cost card, and everything in your hand goes down by 1. If you have a full hand of 8 cards, then it's going to reduce your hand by 8, and you're effectively gaining like 7 play points worth of value, things like that, and it just gets crazy. You play out a bunch of zeros in mid-game and things like that. This expansion, the deck is slightly different from previous versions, where you have a lot more draw with the addition of Daria Infinity Witch, and it's also pretty different how the mid-game plays out, I think, in this expansion. What do you think about that?
There is definitely less emphasis on cards like Traditional Sorcerer. It used to be very important in the past in Ultimate Coliseum to set up particularly a strong turn 5 against mid-range decks like Sword and Shadow. Now it's not quite as important. You still want the ward sometimes against Blood, for example, but now there's definitely more emphasis on card draw, and you definitely and it's just really important to hit those low-cost spells so that you always have something to play.
Well, the other deck is the one that we were talking about quite a bit. I'm very, very excited for this one, so take it away. Tell me about it.
So Ship's Bane Plesiosaurus is going to be the new legendary card for Dragoncraft, and it actually got nerfed less than a week into the expansion. It was originally too strong. It would, whenever you discard a card, it would deal 2 damage to the enemy leader, but that's been reduced to 1 damage, and that's reduced its power significantly, but it's still seeing play right now. It's a pretty common card in both the other archetype, Natura Machina Dragon, as well as this Evo Discard Dragon. So this is just going to help cycle through the deck and deal a little bit of chip damage to make it easier to finish the game out with Zeus. But the main idea of this deck is getting a lot of evolves off using the Goblin War Pack and using a lot of evolves and then ramping up and then playing out Zeus.
And there is a second version of the deck, which is slightly different again, just like the first match.
Yeah, so this version of the deck, it is going to be significantly more aggressive. The first version, I believe, had Mammoth War God, which is a 9-cost card that can clear the opponent's board. Definitely an interesting defensive option when you're up against decks that can create really crazy boards, such as Runecraft. But this version, it's got Forte, Ruler of the Skies, just another Storm Follower. It can potentially, buff something else in your hand, but it adds a little bit extra chip damage that you can deal so that Zeus doesn't have to be in a literal one-shot. But the rest of the deck is definitely kind of similar. There's Dark Prison Dragon as well. There's lots of storm damage in this version.
Yeah, it seems really like Storm Dragon rather than Evolved Discard Dragon, honestly.
Yeah.
It feels like it's leaning way more heavily into that, and that's really interesting. Dark Jail Dragon, a Dark Prison Dragon, is one of the strongest cards printed in Dragon, but it's not seeing play right now because of its anti-synergy with ramping up. So you lose a play point whenever you have to play the card. So it's a ton of burst damage, but you can only play it later in the game where you don't mind losing a play point orb or when you're trying to finish out a game. But it also, while it's a card that you can't always play out freely, you also can't fuse it with Natural Almacinus, and so it's not seeing a ton of play right now, but definitely one of the strongest cards in Dragoncraft.
Yeah, it's obviously really strong to have more burst damage against, of course, those slower decks like Control Forest, and against decks that have a lot of healing. But against something like Kuon Rune, I think they're going to opt for probably a little bit more of a defensive deck. The Mammoth God could be a really good option to ramp into.
Yeah, Mammoth God is always going to be able to clear a full Kuon board, so that might be something to look at. But Rune, of course, doesn't have any healing as well, so Storm actually is pretty good against it. And there's reduced copies of those ward cards like the classical sorcerer that you were talking about. So it does make the storm option a little bit stronger than previously, but who knows?
All right,
Probably
well,
see the first deck.
Well, let's get into the actual match to see which deck was chosen. It's the only way we're really going to be able to know. And this match is between Mary Maybe and Zero Fine versus Amazonian and the Jordu, two classic players here on the Buddy System. Let's see who can come out ahead.
Okay, so hopping into game one, so Goblin Warpack, definitely a really, really important card. I would even argue that keeping it
I think keeping it is actually
yeah,
reasonable.
the deck is super reliant on that card.
You
and
do
if
really want to hit the early ramp, but it's such a key card. It's like almost as important as you know Almacinus in the Natura version of a dragon. I mean, not quite as important, but it's very comparable. Without the card, without Goblin Warpack, it's a very different deck. And on the other side, though, I think this is a pretty solid hand, going first or second, honestly. But they are going to toss both of those, and they're going to get not quite a great hand there. Oh no! That's the three-peat Chaos Wielder. Not so great in this game. I guess they're going to be wishing they had that Magic Missile and Kyoka right about now.
Kuon Rune has about half of the deck is spell cards and half of the deck is comprised of spell boost cards. So you have to make sure you have a good balance of those two in your opening hand, and the mulligan is really, really important, as well as pretty there's a wide variety of different hands that you can get, and it plays out really differently, so it's really hard to mulligan in this deck specifically, and I think it's gotten a lot tougher this expansion too.
Yeah, Daria makes it kind of difficult because there are ways that you can keep Daria in your hand. For example, with like Sorcery in Solidarity going first with Daria could potentially be a keep, but at the same time Daria is expensive and it might still only draw one card, so it's debatable whether if it's even better than Chaos Wielder or not. Personally, I think Chaos Wielder is a little bit better, but here we do have both Clark and Kyoka in hand, so they are drawing back more of their spell boost tools here. I think I'd really like to see the Kyoka on turn 3 here.
Definitely.
Should be able to push some damage, and the Clark on turn 4 is very efficient as well.
Yeah, Clark adds a 2-cost spell to your hand, so it's really mana efficient going into turn 4, and it also will enable the Rune side to push a little bit of damage, get their spell boost counts on their Chaos Wielder down. Most likely, or there's a good chance that Chaos Wielder comes down for 0 cost on turn 5, so it's suddenly not looking so bad for the Rune side, I think.
Yeah, those two draws were really, really important.
Yeah.
Definitely unbricking their hand there.
Yeah, what do you think you do from the dragon side here?
It's actually kind of rough. So you do have the 3-cost removal that can deal 6 damage. It can also draw you a card if it's discarded. At the same time, you do want to draw out cards and see if you can, sift through your deck and hit those ramp cards, but that 3 damage on the board is pretty scary. It might be worth it to...
Scale down play.
Interesting.
No Oracle. So they're pretty all in.
He went for the PogChamp there.
Yeah,
and that's...
I like it though.
I can respect it a lot, but okay, Kuon coming in right on time. Gonna get boosted twice here by the Clark and the Veridic Ritual.
Man,
this is looking very, very good for Mary Mary and Zero Fine. This is exactly what you want to see.
Oh man, this is like an anime hand. Like,
start
out with like a suspicious looking hand, but Mary Maybe and Zero Fine believed in the heart of the cards, and now they're looking really, really strong going into these next few turns.
So they are going to play out the 2-cost Chaos Wielder so they can get a few more spell boosts with that Veridic Ritual. They can combine that with Kyoka on turn 5, but let's get a listen on Amazonian Jordude on their first Evo turn.
Should I Evo her?
Yeah, evolve her to kill the
Kyoka, the 3/3, and then trade into his 1/2. Clearing these 2 followers are very important because if he evolves them, he gets to spell boost his hand.
Concoctions away. How unexpected.
It's nice. I get the heal back up.
I always love the emotes coming out from Amazon.
The ahaha coming out.
Plesiosaur for 2 turns from
and
now.
Top tier Dragon.
God, I might just end up having to have 2 Dragoon medics down for big heals. I guess actually Gabriel wouldn't be the worst this next turn.
She's okay, yeah.
Yeah, like play her with putting the buff on the Dragoon medic.
Yeah. It might be Confectioner next turn, though. Let's see what they do.
Right, so we play Kyoka here.
Okay. And then Evolver?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet, not
now
yet.
you can play Chaos Wilder.
Okay.
Okay. See what we get. Nice, another Kyoka. So since we got another Kyoka, I think we can afford to play another Chaos Wilder. This will get us to 9 cards.
So play this?
It will cause us to overdraw, but we don't really care.
Okay.
We got we got what we need to win the game. So we will evolve Kyoka. Shoot the 2/1. Yes.
Oh, I forgot to turn off the effects, did I? Oh no, we're good.
Please.
And then hit 10.
And yes. And we're good. We're good. Nice. So
Oh man, Zero Fine sounds so much better with this new mic.
Yeah, new mic coming in, really giving that clear, very smooth sounding coaching.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a world of difference. But yeah, I definitely like how he paced that turn, letting Mary maybe know which order to play the cards to really optimize the following turns. Definitely really important in RuneCraft to optimize the ordering, even with your zero cost cards. And yeah, I think this is looking pretty good for them.
Dragon's getting really unlucky here.
Yeah, Confectioner, still no ramp to be seen.
Yeah, so 3 copies of Dragon Oracle, 3 copies of Draconic Core, 3 copies of Cursed Fear.
Wait a minute.
3 copies of Genesis Dragon. Ooh.
Well, they definitely bounced back there in terms of luck. Sniping the Kyoka right there. That was pretty huge, definitely.
And it looks like the Rune side isn't gonna have a super explosive turn for at least another turn. So Dragon has a little bit of time.
Yeah, they can set up the Plesiosaur next turn. They're probably gonna have to, seeing they have 3 in their hand just sitting there. And hopefully, and the evil effect of Plesiosaur will allow them to draw a couple more cards. And if they manage to hit some ramp there is definitely quite a bit of hope for this game. Especially because, aside from the Kuan, there's not that much in terms of actual board threat in the spell boost hand. There's just a lot of removal right now.
Yeah, and that is gonna make Plesiosaurus a lot weaker, and that would be the 3rd evolve point as well. So it's gonna be good, but there's also a lot of downsides to it as well if we see the Plesiosaurus come out and evolve on 26.
Enough of this indulgence.
Okay, going for Kyoka. I almost expected the Mystic Absorption to come out. There's a lot of removal already, and that would just cycle through the deck and maybe have a more explosive turn on turn 7. But wow.
Whoa, using... Okay, well they are able to get the Daria out on this turn, I guess. It's not a huge board, but it's pretty decent. Definitely gonna push more damage if they go for the
Dragon clear
Plesiosaur.
this?
Yeah, drawing 2 Genesis Dragons at this point of the game is really not so good. They're gonna have to go for the Plesiosaur, I feel.
Yeah, I really like this play from Zero Fine. So maybe in previous expansions, like last expansion, the Kuon rune, the Shikigami rune, you had to afford to play a slightly slower game plan. You had more value in your deck with cards like Mysterian Wisdom, Knowledge. I was confused the two, but you had a little bit more longevity.
The Mysterian Project?
Like that. Mysterian Project.
Yeah.
There's like
Project, and then Zealot was at 3-5. So there was definitely, of course, quite a bit of more explosive power in the old version, but this one you can go for earlier pop-off turns and more earlier and more continuous pop-off turns. Daria will be able to refill your hand on average. Usually she'll draw like one or two cards. Sometimes you can get really lucky. You do want to be able to empty out your hand before you play her if possible, just in case you can get lucky. But this looks like a really strong coup on turn here. The 4/4 Daria is still on board, and this is going to be pushing 8 damage.
Yeah.
Pretty great point of the game.
And Rune really using the removal cards super aggressively and creating really, really powerful boards. Dragon doesn't have anything that can clear this. If Ramp had come out, Goblin Warpack or the Mammoth God that we see maybe could have been played out, but in this case, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple of ramp cards would have allowed that Mammoth War God to pretty much save this game entirely, I think. If Mammoth War God was active right now, I think Dragon would be able to win this game, but without ramp, that is just the problem with Dragon sometimes. You have to hit, all of the cards.
Mulligan.
Yeah.
Second. So
and it's just really unfortunate, and this is just a very you don't want to
go next.
Yeah, this is an easy top left here.
Yeah, but really, really confident and great showing from Zero Fine and Mary Maybe, showing why they've been successful in the past. Mary Maybe has done really, really well in these previous buddy systems, and Zero Fine, of course, having the strongest record out of any individual player or coach in the entire buddy system so far. So they're really showing off why they're the probably candidates for
potential tournament favorites.
Yeah, tournament favorites. It's always going to be tournament favorite contenders when talking about Zero Fine and his team.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we really didn't get to see that game, at least, really what the Dragon is supposed to do. I mean, all the pieces of the puzzle were in the hand, right? Except for the enabler of the puzzle.
Except for Ramp.
Exactly. I mean, like the Warpack was in there, the Zeus was in there, the Mammoth War God, which is really cool, was in there. Everything is just like can't do anything with them, which is unfortunate. And I mean, it was looking so bad at the start of that game for Rune, but then your favorite card, the one that you said was your favorite card in the game, came out and won the game for them. Insight, right? That literally won the game for them. I have no doubt in my mind. But I mean that's why it's so good, right? It not only does it give you that spell boost that you so desperately need, but then it draws you into other things, which drew into the Kyoka for turn 3, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you summoned that win by talking about Insight, right? Like it had to be.
Oh man. I'm really hoping that Dragon draws into the Dragon Oracle, maybe just like the hero from Shadowverse anime. He always has Dragon Oracle.
He always has the Dragon Oracle on turn 2. He always has to explain what it does every time he plays it. It's gonna be. I really hope we see a stronger opening hand at least from Dragoncraft in the next game, because this matchup can be very, very competitive, and Rune is usually on a pretty tight timer. They have to hit the pop-off turns at a pretty early breakpoint. They need to have a strong turn 6. They absolutely need to have a strong turn 7.
Yeah.
Or else, Zeus, Goblin Warpack, and even, the Plesiosaur setup with all the discard pings coming in while building a board can be really overwhelming.
I think it was a really great showing from Mary Maybe and Zero Fine because they set up those super powerful turns on turn 6, turn 7. I didn't quite expect them to go in as hard as they did, with turn 6, I think it was, with the second Kyoka evolve, and going in with the Daria is really, really great play, and it shows that they're trying to set up these explosive turns, and that's really what's important with this rune deck, and that's what makes it, what kind of shows what a successful rune is versus a more conservative rune that might have a lot more trouble in this current expansion. Kind of like the blood situation with Nerea, where you get that combo off, you get like those explosive turns off, and that's really what's going to carry the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's funny because I feel like last expansion we saw almost no board-based decks at all, and now so much of like what wins is like, oh yeah, we're turn like 6, 7, and I'm creating a board that you can't stop, and it's like what changed? Like everything changed, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of strong enablers right now, and a lot of cards that have strong impact on the board. So, really exciting to watch, and it's really, really important. I can't emphasize enough that it's important to set up those key turns and focus on that, and focus on your strongest turns in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to space out when you play your spell boosted followers, for example, is really important in order to really minimize the impact that the opponent's board clear can have. You want to be able to set up turns that they cannot fully clear, even if it means sometimes having a weaker turn. Although, in this iteration of Runecraft, you can go a little bit more even spread in terms of when you pop off, but traditionally, you do want to make sure that you can play around the opponent's board clears as much as possible.
Yeah, the new card, Daria Infinity Witch, is definitely a card that kind of encourages you to keep on going in and playing out a bunch of cards and put a lot of pressure on the opponent. And we saw it coming into play in that last game. Definitely a fan favorite character, Daria. Yeah.
Although
definitely a favorite, also somewhat controversial in the past, but
yeah. I was gonna say when they announced her again, everybody was like, oh, like they didn't even look at the card, Everybody was just immediately reaction was just like, oh no.
Daria's back. Yeah.
But I think she's in a great form right now, Like I think that she's like
this version of Daria is actually fairly well designed, quite a fair card. On average, it's pretty good. I mean, even when it's crazy, it's still not as crazy as maybe the past Daria. So, it's definitely lower variant.
I don't like card design wise how it kind of encourages going all in and then just getting lucky and drawing a lot of cards, and kind of ignores some rules of card advantage and things like that. But it's also necessary to have a card like that in the current expansion, where if you're not able to keep up with these other decks, if Dragon gets the ramp going and you don't have those explosive turns, you see the opposite where Rune just gets run over if you don't have a turn 5, turn 6 that's as powerful as we saw that last game. So it's also necessary, but I'm not a huge fan card design wise of just randomly getting card advantage or not getting that card advantage, things like that.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong, but did I see you tweet some sort of like tweet about like it was like it was the average
drawing. Yeah. So on average, you draw like close to 2 cards on average if you average it out. But generally, you draw like 1 or 2 cards, and sometimes you draw 3 or more, and so the odds kind of even out to a little bit below 2 cards. So expect like 1 card. If you get 2, be happy is what I would say. But it's that's still really, really strong.
Yeah. Well, another thing that she's really good for, which is exactly actually what we saw last game, is just the fact that she's a 4/4 body. Like the fact that you're just like, oh, here's another 4/4 on board, and now deal with that. Like, especially getting it just slightly before the Kuon turns. It seems like often I've noticed, at least, as like sets up turns where they have to use some resources that they would have liked to use on the Kuon board. On the Daria, just because it can push so much damage face, especially with Gabriel potentially in hand, which we still haven't seen, even though both decks have Gabriel potentially, I think, right now.
So Kuon last expansion still had that same ability to create a wide board, but this expansion, the boards are dense. Like, you have 4/4 Darias coming out, you have the Kyoka, and you have the Oniobi. What's the English name for that card? The Demon Caller. You have the Demon Caller come out, so you have the 4/3 out, and so you have wide boards, but it's also really dense. Like you have a lot of stats on the board. Like instead of having a 2/2 and a 1/3 with the traditional sorcerer, you have the 4/4 Daria out, and it's significantly more power in one board space. Pretty scary.
Yeah, it's more dense, and there's also, a higher chance of being able to keep on making board after board. With Daria being able to also spell boost the cards that you draw with that effect, so spell boost definitely a really scary.
Daria leader. We can talk about it in game.
All right. Well, let's see if they can build those dense boards. Let's see if we can actually. So I'm hoping we see some Dragoncraft actually popping off for once. That's not me being biased. I just want to see what the deck does. But here we go, going into game number 2.
Yeah, so now we do have the Cursed Fur. We have basically the 3-cost Oracle coming in.
Okay.
It is just yeah, this is a much nicer hand, Amazonian Jordude. Meanwhile, we have a very similar looking hand to what we had for the first game. We've got Insight Card, Chaos Wielder, Kyoka, another Kyoka, the alternate art Kyoka.
So, Noir, do you own the Daria leader?
The original Daria leader, yeah. There's only one Daria leader.
Yeah, there's only
Yeah,
one.
yeah, I do. But I use
You're
Kyoka.
not. Oh, you use Kyoka?
Yeah.
I don't own Kyoka either, I think. Maybe I do. I don't use Kyoka.
Yeah, I own Kyoka, but of course in my actual deck I only use the original card because then it keeps the deck view as slim as possible. It looks better that way. But yeah, I guess they're just, talking over, even on turn 1, they're gonna float that 0 play points and keep discussing because these will be coachless turns coming up, and even though the turn 2 does look pretty, clear cut for Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. There's
Clark, right?
Yeah, there's definitely reason to go over the game plan one more time, make sure everyone's on the same page. It's definitely really important, and taking the time now because there won't be so much time later on when you have to play like 10 cards a turn. So definitely good coaching there. Oh, there is the original Oracle and Zeus. We've got a game on our hands. Oh my goodness. Kuon coming in.
Oh man.
This is top level gameplay.
Wow.
Yeah. This is this
My
is
turn.
really good.
I play Dragon Oracle.
It allows me to increase my play point orbs by 1.
Gain an extra empty play point orb. Might see the Kyoka come out on turn 3 once again, for the second time in a row.
Definitely a strong play here. There is no removal option in hand, so this will be able to push some pretty good damage. Although Draconic Core going second, another very good tool for ramp, and it will regenerate 2 more play points once you do activate it. So your following turn on that Evo will be pretty strong.
Do you play the Cursed Furor, or do you play the Draconic Core next turn?
I feel like I would still play the core. I mean, there is a chance for you to get the double effect off of the fur, where if you're already in overflow, it will also destroy a random enemy follower. And destroying a follower like that can be really useful, especially because the rune boards are going to have a lower number of stronger followers now. Not as much traditional sorcerer, but cards like Daria, cards like Kyoka. Being able to destroy a random enemy follower is pretty good, and I think that, given that the removal options in Dragoncraft are so sparse in general, being able to hold on to that option, I think, could be pretty important.
Yeah, either way, it's gonna enable a lot of options, not only for this turn 3 coming up on 4 play points, but for the following turn on their first evolve turn. So that's definitely going to be something to look out for.
Yeah, so the 2-drop Ankylosaurus being drawn here, not going to have too much synergy without the Plesiosaur in play, but a solid 2/2 regardless. Either way, it seems like they should be ramping this turn, one way or another, setting up that
So,
ramp.
Let's say you drop the core. Next turn on 5, you evolve with the 3. And then, so 5 minus 3, 2. And then you have 4 play points left the turn. Play Curse Fear, and you float 1. But if you start with Curse Fear, then you go ramp up to 5.
Yeah,
next
you could
turn you're at
have
6, and then
better
3,
play points on
3
next.
evolve, and then +2 on the turn 4 going second. So I think it's slightly more mana efficient to go with the Fear first, but
Yeah.
like you said, Curse Fear does have the option. Like either way, you're going to be playing the Goblin War Pack in 2 turns. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So
they are going to go for here for the more efficient play point usage. I do like that as well. You do definitely want to be able to, get these cards out and potentially play out the Convectioner if possible for that card draw. So good. Magic Missile.
I kind of expected Farin to be one of those leaders where they just kept the Japanese voice actor as Kanakana, but
might have been too expensive.
I was kind of surprised to see the English voice come out, to be honest.
Zero cost or zero cost Chaos Wielder coming out on turn 4. Very strong. Another Ankylosaur. So they are going to be ramping up here once again. Maybe at 8 play points on the following turn. Pretty good. Ooh. Plesiosaur is definitely a nice card to have. And they will be able to combine that with another Rockback Plesiosaurus on turn 8, or on 8 play points.
I think it searches for those 2 cards. I don't think there's any other natural cards.
Yeah, those should be the only 2 natural cards. So. Yeah,
the Ankylosaurism.
Yeah, so in this case, it was definitely better to play out the fur earlier in order to get the Alchemical Confecture out.
Let's listen in on Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. It's their first evolve turn. Are they going to Evo face with the Chaos Wielder on board? I want to find out.
We need to push face damage, and
Okay.
because they are getting to turn 9, which is scary, and we will really need our removals, which means I wish we were.
Quick.
I guess we can. Yeah, we can use the solidarity. Yeah, we will deny them that draw. Well, maybe we should have used Clark. No, it's fine. We've got the Twin Blade Mage. We use the Mystic Absorption on the 2/2.
Fuck. Where's the... Okay, 2/2. Okay.
Yeah, bans it, so we deny them the draw.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
And
we evolve the Chaos Wielder. Nice. And hit them face.
Hit face, not the guy in front of me?
No. Hit them face.
Okay, what am I expecting?
On the next turn, try to see if you can fit spell boosts.
Spell boost as much as I can.
Probably you will go something like Kyoka and Clark.
Okay.
And then on the turn 8, when they will summon the goblins, we will be able to clear them with the Demon Collar. So we should probably keep the Demon Collar.
Okay.
Unless they push you a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult. That turn 5 itself is difficult, and I think this upcoming turn 6 is gonna be really important turn as well.
Definitely. Being able to know when to use those Demon Collars, especially in this matchup, can be really, really tough, but also it's very, very important. Because the Goblin War Pack, even though, of course, the main reason you play it is for those evolves, it still summons 5 3/4s, which is going to be really scary to come out earlier than turn 9 against almost any deck, including Runes. So you have to be able to deal with those goblins, or else your crew on board is not going to be quite as effective. If they push damage with those goblins, then Zeus is going to have a much easier time playing out the game.
Yeah, really great discard targeting there on the 2/2 Ankylosaurus, and picked up some really great cards. Oh man, these are some really great pickups. So a lot of damage being pushed, and that means that Dragon's at 2 evolves right now, with Goblin Warpack with a full board next turn. That's going to be 7 total, and 7 total evolves, 14 damage. I'm assuming it's already like getting pretty close, and with a second Goblin Warpack coming out, it's going to be like definitely game over. If there's enough space to get the goblins out, enough damage going off, it's definitely going to be game over in 3 turns. So Rune has to make something happen before then.
Definitely. So they do have Clark in hand for a little bit more damage to face. They're already at 12, so they don't need too much more. They have Twin Blade Mage in hand as well. So that plus the Kuan, if they are able to fit in a Demon Caller plus Kuan on the following turn, that can push a huge amount of damage as well.
So this is their 7. Is this their 7 play point turn or 6? It's 6. Yeah, it's 6. What was best here? I think it had to be like Kyoka Evolve Fire Embrace for 3?
Yeah. Yeah, the Clark is not very efficient here, and you definitely need to get rid of that 7/7. Now the only way to get rid of it is to
So Confectioner draws the Plesiosaurus guaranteed, so if Zero Farm just didn't have enough time to explain, but it's one of those things where oh my god!
Wait, it's lethal.
It's yeah, I was thinking about Rune's turn, and then
you really
I love that.
hate to see that.
That's a great card.
Yeah, Gabriel is super punishing if your opponent has one of those turns where they unfortunately can't clear. I mean, they were able to clear the 7/7 Plesiosaur, but didn't quite have the time to evolve the Kyoka in the end there. There was definitely the option to delay developing the Clark and instead go for the Fiery Embrace just to make sure that the threat is gone while you still have the Kyoka on board. I think that would have been probably the best play in that situation, but either way, the series is going to be tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I feel like you see, Paul Washer summoned how the first game went, and I summoned how the second game went, because before the last game, I was like, I would really like to see what Dragon does, and I'd also really like to see Gabriel. So I don't know, it just magically happened. But yeah, it's always fun to see Gabriel just push you right past that amount of lethal damage. Which I mean, ideally, one could say maybe you could ideally survive through that because there's not that much Storm in the deck, but not anymore. Not if there's a Gabriel. You always have to be worried for it, especially against a deck that has so much ramp, right?
Yeah. So you gain a lot of play points. Gabriel is a 3-cost 2/3 card, but you buff up another follower on the board equal to the number of play points you have left, and you also gain those stats on the Gabriel itself. So really, really unique card.
All right, well, they're going into game number 3. We've seen each one pretty much pop off in its own way, so who will be the deck to pop off twice in the set? That's the big question. I hope we get a really close one this time.
And we see Brune going first for the 3rd time in a row.
These are some hands
before.
Yeah, I really want to see Mammoth God's Coliseum finally get to pop off this game. It was in hand, but not enough ramp in game 1. But this time, I mean, I'm not sure if you would keep it, but the other cards, you definitely want as much ramp as possible. The Mammoth God, I'm sure they're talking it over, but it's definitely really strong, especially if you have double ramp.
The Rune hand was really good too. It was,
this is an extremely good Rune hand.
To the hold the solidarity or not.
Yeah. I think that I would generally prefer to have Clark in this situation.
Yeah, of course.
Daria is 8 cost, and you do want to have more spells than that. So oh my god, the triple ramp coming in. They do toss away the Mammoth God, but they have 3 ramp cards in hand now. If they want to use the Genesis Dragon to ramp again, they could go Oracle into Genesis, and then for after that.
Yeah, Genesis Dragon. If you use it while you have extra evolve points, then it's going to use up an evolve point and deal 3 damage to every single follower on the board. But against Runecraft, which doesn't put a lot of creatures on the board in the very beginning of the game, you can play it on the second turn, on the third turn. Dragon Oracle into Genesis Dragon, and you save that evolve point, and that's usually a little bit better against Runecraft.
Yeah, I like this, playing the Shikigami out first to chip out as much damage as possible, because you know Dragon wants to be keeping those ramp cards. They did keep 2 cards, so there is a very high chance that they're going to be passing these early turns. And there is the Oracle, as expected. 3 Gabriels in hand across these 2 players already. The Gabriels for Dragon definitely are looking not so great right now as opposed to last game. I hope it's not one of those classic ramp into nothing games from Dragon, but it is always something to be worried about with this type of deck.
Yeah, but that double ramp opener at the start of the game, it looks like the viewers are preferring Amazonian and Geodude.
You
over
gotta
70%.
love the ramp.
Yeah. When you see that Oracle come out on turn 2, the expected win rate,
it just
goes
spikes.
up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think especially going second, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Try to catch up to the opponent's play points and then go beyond that with additional ramp. But
yeah, the Dragoon Medic, actually kind of an okay card. It's similar to the old card Rahab, where you used to be able to play Oracle on 2, and then on turn 3 you play the 4-cost Rahab or Dragoon Medic,
right?
And it survives. This version will heal you as well instead of having Ward, and it's actually pretty good in a lot of situations, especially against aggressive decks. Against Blood, for example, it can be very good. Against Machina Forest, it's very good.
Medic into Gabriel and then Evo Face.
Yeah, I mean that is a very real line of play, but not this time probably.
Yeah.
Either of these ramp cards, I'd probably rather see the Genesis Dragon, I think, because the Evo point usage is not so great against Rune here.
Gonna listen in on Amazonian and Geodude for this turn.
Yeah, let's get a listen in.
So we roar.
Yeah, roar.
I wanna hear you roar. And then probably next turn Genesis Dragon if they play something else. If not, just a different ramp or Dragoon Medic.
Yeah, since we drew the War Pack, we really want to do the ramp because.
Okay, so probably Genesis Dragon no matter what next turn.
I would say 95% of the time we do it.
Cool.
Unless, yeah.
Cool.
Huh. Goes for the Genesis Dragon.
Yeah, so they do actually.
There are ways to play around this Genesis Dragon too, with the Gabriel in hand. Gabriel turn 4 going first, really, really great, and then you can set up 2 4-health creatures on board.
Yeah, that could actually be really, really good. Of course, I'm not sure if they're necessarily going to be expecting the Genesis Dragon here, because I feel like I would have normally just played it for 4 there.
Definitely, but it also is pretty good against Plesiosaurus, right?
Of course, yeah. It is just a really aggressive play, and it can be really difficult to deal with those 2 4-health followers. They are going to go for more spells, though, playing out the second Clark and pushing just 1 more point of damage with the Paper Shikigami.
How do you deal with a 7/6 right now?
Yeah, there's really no good way for Dragon to deal with that. But they are getting a little bit of space here. They can definitely ramp it. Yeah.
If Plesiosaurus comes out right now from the Dragon side.
Yeah, if Plesiosaurus. Oh yeah.
Deal with that as Rune, right?
Oh right, yeah. Yeah. I mean, there is Demon Caller in hand, and there is the Verdict Ritual as well. But you definitely don't want to be using Verdict Ritual to like clear a follower. There's Twin Blade Mage. Yeah, you'd have to like shoot it pretty much, or blow an evil point. Oh, another Clark. That's so much damage.
3, right?
Yeah. 3 Clarks drawn by turn 5 already. And they have the potential combo of the 0-cost Twin Blade Mage with Gabriel on turn 7 or even turn 8 for a huge amount of damage. I'm going to Insight first. and fill out the rest of those 4 play points there with those Clarks, I guess, and then they can start playing zero cost followers right away.
Yeah,
Solidarity here is also pretty good draw.
Ooh.
That is really nice. Do go for the Clark anyway.
Yeah, I think you'd probably prioritize playing the Solidarity usually.
Yeah.
But it's still.
It would be nice to get another spell boostable follower here because you have 3 zero costs in your hand this turn already.
You play this too, Jim? I think with how your hand is looking, you probably even want to Evo face.
Yeah. Since you have a second Twin Blade Mage especially, I think with this type of opportunity, with that much damage in your hand, I would absolutely go for it and just Evo face. I like this a lot.
This is an even turn? Oh my god.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, this is like optimal.
This is very, very optimal.
Yeah.
Oh, that was turn 5.
Oh, it's...
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see how optimal it is next turn, but yeah, it's looking very, very good. I've been quite impressed with Mary Maybe and Zero Fine so far, aside from the slight blunder last game.
Yeah. So not quite able to get to the Goblin Warpack this time around and taking a lot of damage as well. What could have been different in this game? Probably the turn 3 Genesis going off, and instead it could have been maybe 3+3, just Curse Fear and get the Gabriel out. But if you just had anything on board, you wouldn't have taken the full 4 damage Evolved Face here, but the triple Clark is really, really powerful.
Yeah,
here.
triple Clark, especially going first with double Twin Blade Mage, is just so much damage. It's almost impossible for a deck like Dragon to even, be able to survive against something like that. Even a version with more healing, if it were like Natura Dragon or something, it would still be really, really difficult to deal with all of them. And those 2 Gabriels in hand,
so
not doing much either.
Yeah, damage in hand, there's 3 extra damage revealed, so on board it's going to be, with the Evolve, 6 damage, 4+1+2, 7 damage, 10 damage shown already, and then 1 above the lethal damage shown.
And another magic missile, just in case it didn't have enough already. But here we go, the Veridic Ritual.
I don't think there was lethal without it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Let's assume on Mary Maybe and Zero Fine on this winning turn. Oh wait. There, it's an even turn. But yeah. So 5 damage on hand. There is also an evolve point, and then a lot of damage. I don't think you can lose from this point, right? I guess if you trade in with the 4-3, and then you don't have a lethal next turn, then you can actually lose.
Yeah, but this should be pretty straightforward. Mary Maybe has played Amato's Force quite a lot
Shoots face
in the past, so these sorts of lethal setups should be very familiar to her.
There we go. That's all the damage going face.
Nice.
And the ball coming out.
Very clean play.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, like, as a competitive player, right? Like, you're counting damage as soon as you draw that magic missile, or on the previous turn, and like how much damage do I have from him? But like when you top deck that extra damage, sometimes it does take a little bit to calculate everything out. Maybe the previous turn you calculate like, oh, I'm 1 off, and then you're not quite sure when you top deck extra damage, but really well done there.
Yeah, that was fun to watch because it was a very different style than I'm used to seeing from the Shikigami rune. It was like
Storm so rune. Good.
Yeah.
It's like
aggressive with Shikigami rune is super important. I mean, it was important in the last expansion as well, especially in the Rune Mirror. Being able to be the aggressor in the Rune Mirror really is the key to the game. And against so many of the current deck matchups, against Dragon, against Natura rune as well, you have to be really aggressive. You have to pressure their face, create boards over and over again, and maximize the amount of damage you can get out of cards like Clark.
Yeah.
We saw every single game in that set was right before the 9 mana cost turn for Dragon. It was when it ended.
Yeah.
So they played it out like we're gonna win or lose before the Goblin War Pack comes out, before the Zeus comes out, any of that, right? Like let's just like force this issue and just put our life on the line, right? And it worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate when you're playing Dragon and you're facing too much damage, too strong of a board before you manage to get your game plan online. Unfortunately, didn't quite get to see Zeus at all this fight, but really, really strong showing from the Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. I love seeing Rune played optimally, and I think this is really promising so far.
Yeah, the turn 5 in that last game looked really clean, and the previous games we saw game 1. So the aggressive turn 6, those are the kinds of plays that we need to see in order to see Rune succeed, right? And I think moving forward, they're going to be up against a Bloodcraft. So again, it's going to require some pretty planning out and keeping track of how much damage you take and being aggressive when you need to and controlling the board and making sure you're not taking too much from the board so that you can limit but we'll talk about it.
There, that's it. It's in the future, and we can actually take a little bit of a look at the future and the past of this tournament so far by taking a look at this bracket, where we get to see how the matches have turned out so far, where Skilla and Hishiro are going to be moving up to take on Mary Maybe and Zero Fine in the semifinals. But before that, we have to figure out the other side of the bracket and see who makes it into the other semifinals, where Trihex and Frost are going to take on Terran and Cure Mango in our first match after this next upcoming break. And then Fanhots and Zones will take on Bless RNG and Akamaru Red after that. And then we'll continue moving on. So I forget which decks they brought. I got a little mixed up as to who was bringing which deck. So I'm definitely excited to see the
Akamaru Red, I believe, is bringing Machina Sword. Which
That's
is really, really that's a spicy one for sure. Not something I would have expected, but Sword is still a fairly straightforward deck. It's really board based. It's relatively intuitive, and it can definitely be really aggressive when it needs to be. So it can be pretty strong against decks like Dragon or against Rune. So I mean, I haven't faced that deck very much myself even, so I'm kind of curious to see how it's even going to pan out at all.
I know for a fact that like Bless RNG really likes Swordcraft. He's played it multiple times in the past, a kind of mid-range style of Swordcraft, so I'm excited to see that again. Of course, with Akamaru Red, he's definitely a great coach, and you see him, he's won previous Buddy System with Covert Go Blue.
Red and Blue.
Paired up with several times, so it's
all
gonna
right.
be exciting to watch
that is going to be a good match. But I mean, there's still a match before that, and even before that, we're going to take a break. But before that, I just want to remind everybody about Operation Tokyo, which is of course happening tomorrow. The signups are still open. This is a huge tournament. We now have, last time I checked, over 320 entrants, which is 20 more than this morning. And 20 more than this morning that was 50 more than last night. So it's just growing and growing and growing super fast. This is a gigantic tournament. But of course, the prize is a trip for two to Japan for the World Grand Prix. There's a $2,000 cash pool. There's over 1,000 World Uprooted packs. Everything about this is going to be gigantic. I'm really excited to watch it. Be sure to sign up by typing !Tokyo in the chat, and
that's free to join. Anyone can sign up, regardless of your ranking, regardless of if you've played in a tournament before. There's a lot of newcomers this time around. You can team up with someone that maybe plays more Shadowverse than you, or maybe you can team up with someone who doesn't know as much Shadowverse as you. You can sign up as a pair as well. So that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, there's so many packs to give away, like 1,000 plus card pack codes, I believe. So definitely, like if you're a new player, this is the type of thing that you should be looking out for. You can get so many rewards just for participating. And of course, if you manage to do well, it could be really, really exciting and just a really great way to get into competitive.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of time to sign up for it right now because we're going to be going on to a short little break before we get into our next quarterfinal match, but we will be back with that very, very soon. So go sign up for Operation Tokyo. And aside from that, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. And welcome back to the Buddy System Stay at Home edition. I'm here. I'm Wonder Chef with Potwasher and Noir still. Of course, we're all sitting at home remotely trying to watch some Buddy System action. I'm glad that we get to put this on. I'm very happy that we didn't have to skip another month. I was really sad last month when we didn't get a chance to do it, but we're already 2 matches down, and we've got 2 matches left to go in the quarterfinals. Before that, though, I do want to take a little bit of a recap with the format and the rules of how this all goes down here at the Buddy System. And here at the Buddy System, each team is comprised of 1 streamer and 1 pro player coaching them. Each team can choose maximum of 2 decks, and by that that technically means 1 deck and 1 deck that is within 9 cards of the first deck. So 1 deck and 1 variation. It's best of 3 single elimination. And in game number 1, there's no coaching restrictions. The coach can coach as much as they want. In games 2 and 3, the coaches are muted during the even turns. So that's really where we get to see how much the players have absorbed the information and watch them figure out some pretty difficult kind of puzzle situations, as they are playing for $5,000 in total. First place is $2,500, second place is $1,500, and third and fourth get $500 apiece, which is a very nice amount of money for playing from home while we're all stuck inside just trying to play some games, watch some games, etc. But you can, from home, actually win some prizes too. You can use hashtag #SVBuddySystem on Twitter, and you can win some very nice World Uprooted card packs, which I need very, very badly. You can also type in chat to win some card packs. There are a lot of different ways to get some free stuff. You know, we're all chilling at home. Might as well get some free stuff, open some cards, make a video on it. I want to see it. But we have our teams for today. Just as a quick little recap again, now there are only 6 of them left, as 2 have unfortunately been eliminated. But you can see that we have still 2 of the new players, completely new players left in the tournament. I was very much impressed by a lot of the play that we've seen so far, as we tend to usually be impressed. What about you guys?
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, the Runecraft play in particular, going back to that again, it felt like almost as good or better than SVO Runecraft. I can't lie, like, it was pretty good. I really liked how aggressive Mary Maybe was playing, and it's very, very promising. At the same time, though, I think that the blood play from Killa and Hishiro was also really good.
Yeah.
They stuck to their game plan, knew how to use Nerea, especially in the Blood Mirror, and that is really, really important. And I'm looking forward to see more good plays from Fan Hots, Less RNG, and everyone else.
Yeah, we saw some really good play, understanding the 2 decks, the 2 teams that won really focused on their win conditions and went all in when they needed to and had that decisive turn, right? And I think that's going to be really key in winning these next few turns as well.
Yeah, well, there's only 2 games so far, and like we said, the play's been very impressive, but we do need to go and see the rest of the bracket. As you can see, we are on our 3rd match, where Trihex and Frost are going to take on Terran and Cure Mango. Now, these are both, well, I guess you could say they're all 4 veterans of the Buddy System. They've played before, and we'll see how they play again in a completely new meta. After that, there's still another quarterfinals match where there's going to be Fan Hots and Zones taking on Bless RNG and Akamaru Red, and we will get to that one in a little bit to kind of set up our semifinals. But like I said, we're going into the first one, Trihex and Frost against Terran and Cure Mango. Now, you coached Trihex before, right, Noir?
That's right. Back in January, I was Trihex's coach. We had a little bit of an unfortunate first round there, but you know, I mean, I had a really great time with him, and I think he enjoyed it as well. It was a pretty good experience for both of us, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to them play as well. We're gonna see the Blood come in again, I believe, against another Runecraft, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna see some similar decks to before, with the Burn Blood coming up from Trihex and Frost.
Yeah, well, we can actually take a look at it right now. While we're speaking about it, might as well see if it's any different than what we saw the first time around.
Yeah, so we saw the deck have a lot of burst damage from hand. We saw the Garnet Waltz in hand, the Razor Claw in hand, deal the 9 damage along with the Ilya Queen of Night. They got that Union Burst down with the Princess Knight or Nerea Evolve, a lot of evolves coming in, and that equals a lot of damage from hand, but the rest of the damage has to be dealt as well, and Nerea really helps with that. It creates a really, really strong board, and as soon as something lives, it just becomes enough damage to then close out the game with those damage spells from hand.
Yeah, and one card I want to highlight from this deck that we didn't see last time is that one of Urius Traitorous Duke.
Oh.
This card is obnoxious on turn 3 going first. 5 health is so difficult to deal with for most decks that almost always it's going to live, and if it survives on turn 3 going second, it can Evo face the immediate next turn for 5 damage, which is absolutely massive. And of course, this deck already has some Vengeance synergy with Garnet Waltz having that extra effect. But if you can manage to proc Vengeance for Urius and get his free evolve, it is just really, really ridiculous, the types of plays that can come out.
Yeah, that's another Vengeance card to watch out for. It's been a while since you've actually had to care about Vengeance coming out from the Rune side. So decks with a lot of burst damage from hand sometimes even don't attack the opponent leader, and that's really a viable play this expansion, and that's something really exciting about that deck. Playing against that deck is also really, really fun.
Yeah, well, let's see which deck they're choosing to play against that deck, and it's another one that's very similar to what we've seen before.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Kuon rune, just like that we saw from Zero Fine and Mary Maybe, but this time around, this matchup is going to be a little bit different. We're going to see this exact same matchup on the other side of the bracket in the semifinals, but one important thing about this matchup is that Rune doesn't have a ton of burst damage from hand. Their storm damage got limited down from 3 damage with their Zealot down to 2 each with their Twin Blade Mages, and they also have Clark Knowledge Seeker. We saw 3 copies of that in that previous game come out, but those are the only other forms of burst damage from hand really, other than Gabriel and Kuon. So not a ton of damage. You can't deal a lot of damage more than maybe 10 in a turn, and that means that blood has to be set low, and that's really, really scary sometimes if you activate the Garnet Waltz and things like that.
Exactly, and giving any single more turn for Burn Blood to, potentially draw into and play more burn spells, each additional turn that they get to play just makes the game so much more dangerous for Rune. And since that they have Nerea Beast Empress now, they can very easily deal with the first or second strong board that Rune can put out, which means that their next board has to be there, and it has to be very strong. Not only that, but Fiery Embrace is going to be a really key card in this matchup to deal with that gigantic Flood Behemoth ward, because if you have to trade into it with a Storm Follower, or if you have to ping it with Clark, it's almost just GG at that point, because how are you going to put together enough damage to get through, all the things that Blood can play at that point?
Yeah, so you play Demon Caller and hit the Rush Follower in, right? And then it actually destroys the Demon Caller, the 1/1 body that it comes with, and things like that. And
so, like, the ordering will be very important. Like, for example, you can play, like, Demon Caller, and then, like, before you hit in, you have to play out, like, for example, a Shikigami Summons, or something like that, and then hit in. And then if the Demon Caller dies, that may actually allow you to make a better turn because it frees up the board space. The Demon Caller obviously doesn't actually do anything besides, buffing your followers and being a 1/1. So, being able to really optimize those, anti-Nerea turns is going to be super important. And it will, of course, be important to use Kyoka at the right time because, of course, just like in the Blood Mirror, if you have a tall board already going into Nerea, it can make dealing with her that much easier. Perhaps you can kill her with just one Demon Caller. So, managing those mid-game turns is going to make or break this game completely.
So Bloodcraft is going to have a good matchup into Runecraft because Runecraft really doesn't have any healing effects. But at the same time, Nerea isn't nearly as strong against Rune Grab. We saw it come out against the Blood Mirror and just dominate the game as soon as it came out on turn 6, on turn 7. But well, we'll jump into the game first though.
Yeah, let's see, because this is a mirror that we're gonna see a lot in this expansion. No, I'm sorry, not a mirror, but a matchup. And so I'm excited to see how the newer players end up playing it out as we go into game 1 of our third match of the day.
Yeah, Triax and Frost striking first already by going first.
Okay.
They've got the Lucius in hand, a similar go first hand that we saw in the very first game of this tournament. I definitely would like to see that Lucius being kept here. On the other side, these are not bad cards, but they are a little bit slow for Rune going second. Sorcery
Against Bloodcraft, right?
Yeah, especially against Bloodcraft. And you might even want to toss maybe everything, but maybe keep the Sorcery and Solidarity just because it's such a good card in general. And it's not like there's a likely better turn 2 anyway, besides potentially Clark or Shikigami summons. They are going to keep those 2 on the side of Triax and Frost. Going to pick up the Corrupted Bat. Maybe able to use the EO to... Oh, so they actually kept the Daria. That's very interesting. And you hate to see when you toss back one card and draw the exact same one back, but that's the situation that Terran finds herself in. As we see turn 1 Lucius Goblin come out on turn 1. Going to be pushing quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, so right before the game started, I mentioned Nerea. We see Nerea in hand, but Nerea, it can easily be removed with the Fiery Embrace. We see that in hand as well. That can get its cost down to 0 very quickly, and by the time it's turn 6, it's going to be really low cost, and you're going to be able to pick up one of these large followers for free. And so I think 90% of the time the Nerea is really not going to stick, and the early damage you get from cards like the Lucius we see, like cards like the 2-mana 2/2 are going to be really, really important in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Kuon being drawn this early is definitely a good thing. It won't come out until turn 6 at least, although with this hand it might be a little bit later than that. Of course, it's still important to have her just for that massive board and the ward from the Celestial Shikigami as well.
Yeah.
Picking up Daria is not what they want to see. And this is why Daria going second against Blood in particular can be so slow. It's just a really high cost. Like 8 is still fairly expensive. And it's just so important that you hit those low cost spells early on in the game because, as you mentioned earlier, like half of this deck is spells, but the other half is just really, really high cost cards, like an 8 cost 4/4. Like you have to hit those spells, otherwise these cards are doing absolutely nothing. The turn 3 Ilia coming out, not quite Vermilion Bite as the deck name would suggest, but it's going to be really strong because this is not going to get cleared, especially because they saw on turn 2 Clark was not played, so there is no way for Rune to deal with that unless if they have Mystic Absorption, which they don't. Kyoka might have to be played. It's really unfortunate because you want to have the evolve effect, and it would have been really good here because you can ping off the 2 cost, the 2 health followers here, but I mean, you have to start playing cards and you have to start spell boosting one way or another, otherwise your game plan is just never going to fall into place. So they are going to be forced to play that Kyoka here.
It is a scary follower to leave up on the board. You can evolve it in place and get a lot of value off of that, so most likely going to soak up a good amount of damage here, and hopefully the Rune side can start stabilizing off of that.
Yeah, it's still pretty rough though, and honestly, in this situation, I might even just ignore the Kyoka and just go face anyway, because if they evolve it on board at the end of the day, it's still just clearing, 2 things. It trades into one thing, but it was already on board, so you get to push so much damage, and there is not a lot of card draw, not a lot of burn in the hand of Blood either, so getting extra chip damage here on turn 4 going first, I think that's definitely what they should be looking for. They go 2/2 here, I like that, and they're just setting everything face, really good. They're already putting Rune at half health.
Yeah, no damage spells in hand for Trihex and Frost yet. So even though Rune is getting pretty low, they're not going to be quite able to finish out the game yet. They haven't drawn those Razor Claws yet, but still going to be a pretty good start from the Rune Blood side.
Yeah, there's plenty of time for them to draw into those cards when they need it, although they will have to start seeing some nice cards immediately because Lucius on his own is not so great on turn 5, especially with full health on Urias right there, but that Kyoka top deck on turn 4 was exactly what Mango and Terran were hoping for. That is literally the best possible thing. I mean, I guess Insight into Kyoka was even better, but this is picture perfect. There was still going to be 3 damage left on board here. They can play out the Chaos Wielder as well, just to get the extra 1-2. Double Magic Missile. Looks like they will have to evolve probably the Demon Caller or the Daria next turn, just to clear out more of this board.
Definitely a choice whether or not to play that, and Chaos Wielder is a great evolve card on the following turn, so...
Yeah, they could definitely have...
It can soak up damage, right? That's
exactly
what Rune is looking for. Like, they're playing out these cards that have text, evolve, spell boost your hand on them, and they're playing them out pretty aggressively and hoping that the blood side just trades into that, and hoping that there's no damage from hand, which there isn't right now.
Yeah. But here is that one of Urias, not coming in on turn 3, but turn 5 coming in. This card does have the effect where if it's evolved, if it trades into a follower and survives, it will heal back up to full health, which is a pretty good effect, but gonna see how they decide to use their evolve point here, because there could definitely be an argument for just evolving face.
Yeah.
And have the Nerea clear everything else on the following turn.
You want to set them to 6 at the least, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 6 means that with 2 more instances of the 3 damage burn, so a Razor Claw, Garnet Waltz, or an active Ilia, those are all sorts of 3 damage, and you want to be able to... Yeah, I like this a lot. So they set them to 5, actually.
5. So if they draw a Storm, 2/2, or if they get a Urias damage proc off, or if something survives... which, I mean, there's 4 things on the board, so it is possible that something survives, but kind of unlikely with the extra followers on the board here.
Yeah. Let's get a listen in on Terran and Cure Mango, see how they want to diffuse this sort of situation.
Yeah.
The Magic Missile again?
Yep. Forgive me. Evolve the unevolved Kyoka. And then target the Lucius.
It won't be long now.
Then play Fire Embrace on the 1/5.
Okay.
Forgive me. Then play your Demon Caller. And then use the 4/3 that comes off the Demon Caller to kill the 4/4.
Okay. Rest face.
Everything goes face, and then play the Daria. They're both the same, it doesn't matter for them. Okay, so now we just pray.
What the heck?
Now we just pray.
They're low on cards, so that's freaking good.
They only need 2 cards to win, though.
It's true. Just pray that they don't have the...
Yeah.
This is exactly the type of thing that can happen when you leave Kyoka on the board. And, I mean, I definitely liked going face when they did, but of course there is the risk of having this type of thing happen where you don't quite have enough damage in your hand because you have almost no hand to finish out the game, and then all of a sudden they clear your board, push a ton of damage, and have a full board of their own. That's what Runecraft can do, and next turn they are going to have Kuon on turn 6 alongside another zero-cost Daria. So yeah, this is
no removal from hand, though.
Yeah, there is no removal from hand, and these 3 ones are gonna automatically get cleared by the clash effect of that Flood Behemoth, which is very, very nice.
Yeah.
Really good trade coming in from Trihex and Frost.
So
Insight.
the Ilia was used pretty early. We saw it in a previous game from Hishiro and Skilla where the Union Burst effect went off. Of course, going first and without a Princess Knight, it's going to activate earliest turn 7 or turn 8. And so they just played out the 3-2, but now they need to draw 2 instances of damage or hope something survives. So,
okay, so they're gonna play the Kuon first. I actually...
This ends here.
I wonder...
Daria Evo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting the Daria Evo first and then get rid of the Flood Behemoth before the 1 damage clash hits this entire board. Although, that being said, you know, the 4-4 ward is still about as good as a 4-5 anyway, so...
a little bit worse against a second activated Nerea, right?
Yeah.
One of your ways to lose. Wow, that's a lot of cards drawn.
That is a big lottery Daria right there. And in fact, there could have been more cards, but oh my goodness.
So it's Lucius, right? It's Lucius. Like, keeping Lucius is good, but it can also be a trap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so nice if you can get like the 1 mana demonic strike basically, but at the same time, Bloodcraft has always been a class where the card draw is absolutely really important, and you see it here despite getting them down to 10 health on like turn 4, I believe.
Yeah.
Without more
be able to close it out.
Without the Nerea being able to stick on board at all, even without an extra Fiery Embrace, they had no way to deal with the rune board, and the comeback was just so fast.
Yeah. So we saw Blood completely ignore Rune's game plan, and then they also didn't have much damage from hand and kind of no card draw either. So a little bit unfortunate that no card draw was drawn, but at the same time, they kept 2 cards in their mulligan phase as well. So you kind of have to balance that, right? Like,
yeah,
Lucius is really good, but getting Unleash on 3 is even better, maybe.
Yeah, it's even better.
It's that balance,
arguably.
right?
Exactly. I think in that situation, I even would have only kept the Lucius and even tossed out the 2-drop.
Okay.
Because IO is a good card in the matchup, but going first, it's not that good until like much later in the game. Until like after.
There's like 12 copies of 2-drops in deck.
Exactly,
So,
and you know this deck definitely does run a lot of 2-drops. There's Hellspear Warrior, there's Corrupting Bat, which is the optimal 2-drop to have, and of course, you know, you still want to be looking for your Unleash the Nightmare, all of those other cards. So while you have such a high chance of drawing a 2-drop anyway, I think I would have liked to look for stronger cards in that situation. But we are moving on into game 2. They will be
Mystic Absorption is going to be able to hit this vampiric Blood
Mystic
Binder
Absorption is a pretty strong card, especially going second against Blood in particular, but against a lot of aggressive early game decks. It is a 3 mana card. It banish a faller with 2 health or less, and then it draws a card. Very, very strong, despite 3 being a fairly expensive cost for a single spell in this deck. The effect is definitely worth it in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
And later on, the scaling on this card is quite insane. If you have 20 cards or less remaining in your deck, it can banish any follower, regardless of how much health they have. So it's just a hard removal that draws a card, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, a little bit expensive, that 3 cost, as you said, but definitely has a really powerful effect, and it probably going to come in clutch here against the Vampiric Bloodbinder. Just reduce the odds of getting extra draw to keep on going, draw into those burst damage cards. We saw in the first series of the day where Blood was drawing Unleash, and we saw it have a full hand and fight and chain like 3 instances of 3 damage together in the same turn on turn 7 and deal 9 damage from hand. That's pretty normal. It happens pretty regularly, and so just having that card draw is so crucial in this deck.
Being able to deny it, definitely going to be a big deal here. Shikigami summons coming in getting the double spell boost from a single card, since the Paper Shikigami will spell boost again once that follower is destroyed. Definitely a good thing to have early on against this matchup in particular, and of course, traditional Sorcerer. I believe it's a one-of, but certainly Runecraft these days is not running 3 of this card anymore. Really nice defensive card, and it's going to be able to prevent some, remaining board threats from going face.
Yeah, like this Hellspear Warrior from going face. Not a lot of other cards that storm the opponent's face, but if things are left over, then traditional Sorcerer being on the board could prevent some damage, but I think it might be worse than it looks in this matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. It's a decent defensive card in general in that it's very cheap, and then of course it will summon a follower that spell boosts again. So it can sort of be a bridge card in your mid game. It can make your turn 5 a little bit better.
With the Paper Shikigami though, on paper, it's good against Unleash the Nightmare, right? The 1/3 into the 1/1 bats is going to be really good. But in this case, there is 2 health followers on the board, and that 1/3 stat line.
Yeah, going second, the 1/3 makes it definitely pretty weak going second, and I mean, against Blood, it can definitely, be a little bit unfortunate, but especially against, Sword, we might see later on today, if they have, like, those rush followers that can trade into a Shikigami summons on turn 2, it can be really devastating, as in, like, playing this card on turn 2 might actually lose you the game against Sword in some cases. So, here, at least they might be able to hit into one of these cards and probably prevent at least a little bit more damage. The Mystic Absorption, Kyoka off the top once again.
Good stuff.
Always love to see this card on turn 4 going second. It's so strong in this matchup. But the Mystic Absorption is going to deny them a card here. We saw how much of a... Oh my god. This is still going to be a rough game.
It's still pretty slow though. Right?
Yeah, it's still pretty slow, but that Shikigami on the board and the traditional Sorcerer coming out soon. There's another Shikigami summons in hand.
It's gonna come down to the Blood Straws on turn 4, turn 5, whether they can get Unleash the Nightmare or some kind of card draw.
Yeah, and they don't even have Nerea in hand yet. If there's no Nerea from Blood, then
really is not as important in this matchup, right?
It can be pretty important if Rune makes like a solid turn 5 board or a solid turn 6 board and there's no good way to answer it, then I think that if there is damage in Rune's hand, then they can definitely turn the game around surprisingly quickly. Because the thing with Nerea is that it prolongs the game, and it forces Rune to have more juice, and it gives Blood more time to just play, like triple burst on turn 7 or even reach turn 8. And once they hit turn 7, turn 8, when Ilia's going to be active, once you reach those turns where Ilia's likely to be active, each additional turn you have just makes it that much easier to get lethal on a deck like Rune. And Nerea just gives you space to do that. So it's obviously not like as important as it is in the Blood Mirror, for example, but definitely a really strong card. Could be tough to navigate this matchup without Nerea and without card draw, but Urias coming in.
Not a bad card.
Not too bad, but it would get cleared pretty effectively by the Kyoka on turn 4. Although there aren't really better options because, you could play out double 2-drops here, but at this point, I honestly feel like you might want to evolve the Io.
Yeah, Io, of course, is going to be able to deal 2 damage to the opponent's leader as well as all their followers as well, so really good on those Evo turns like turn 5, turn 6 coming up soon.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough again, and this just, we keep going back to it, just like Unleash the Nightmare is so important for this deck, and Confectioner as well. Any of those 3 waypoint draw 2 cards
played in this deck though.
Yeah,
Yes, could have been a Confectioner.
Yeah,
could have been extra card draw.
And even when it draws, things like, for example, Lunatic Aether, it doesn't look that good, at first glance, but in reality, like, it can cycle another card, and it can proc Avarice, and, in this case, the game's not going to go to turn 10, but, whoa. Whoa! Even turn! Whoa.
Probably first.
Oh, that's crucial. What is happening here? What? Oh no! Whoa! What?
What's this? Hex and Frog.
Yeah. Next turn is definitely gonna be a hot listening.
I don't think it doesn't go off though.
But it only does 2 damage, and then they didn't trade. That is certainly a misplay. But
Okay, we'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Okay, so
Definitely.
what are we gonna do?
So I think we can just like play Razor Claw, play the Corrupted Bat, and play the tree, and you evolve the Urius and go face. You go face with everything.
Gotcha. So, Claw.
Razor Claw, go face.
Face. Yep.
Play the bat.
Bat.
Play the tree. And then evolve the Urius.
Yep.
And you go face with everything.
Yep.
So you're gonna do 6, 7, 8, and you have 3 more damage to deal. So that's very likely. So for our next turn, you have IO in the hand. IO is another 2 damage, and Hell Spear is another 2 damage if you have Avarice. So if you have Avarice, you definitely have lethal. Yep.
Sounds good. I got it. Alright.
Yeah, it looks like they've already talked about the Bloodbinder and how drawing a card at the start of your turn is going to activate the storm effect on the Hell Spear. So good preparation from them, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. Frost being showing up as another as being like a good coach once again. Quite impressed with his coaching last time. This situation is just really, really unfortunate for Runecraft. There's really like
a ward.
There is a ward.
It's gonna be.
I don't.
Is there a world? No, there's no way.
There's no way, right?
You leave a 2-1 up.
If you leave a 2-1 up, you still lose.
Yeah.
So yeah, IO will secure this game no matter what happens.
You could full clear the board besides the. If there's no EO in hand, then you could potentially still have a chance, but...
Yeah. That was just so much damage. When you get to Evo face with Urius, it's actually just game over. That very rarely happens, but when it happens, it's really, really devastating.
Yeah, they are going to be playing around the extra draw coming out, so just playing to their win conditions, it looks like. But not going to be quite enough.
Yeah, not going to be enough this time. Trihex and Frox striking back with the even turns on game 2.
Yeah.
Trihex should definitely be able to get lethal here. This is... Oh, wow. And another way to proc Avarice.
Yeah. Avarice.
Avarice.
I also think you're saying Sanguine or something, but I think it's
Is it Sanguine? Sanguine?
I think the G is it's a hard G, right?
yeah. I mean, it sounds like a pasta.
Pasta?
I don't think it's pasta you want to eat.
Like linguine?
I mean, it kind of sounds like that, right? I don't know. I'm crazy. But okay, like Trihex is definitely just taking his time here, making sure that there's no way he messes this up. Yeah, as long as he evolves IO here, he's gonna...
Just, probably just realizing he has multiple different ways of winning or something like that.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
He'd also go for the BM lethal here, hit in the 2-1. And then play the Creeping Madness.
He sees it, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We done it.
Okay.
Nice.
Impressive.
Nice. Well played from Trihex and Frost, capitalizing on slightly unfortunate turn 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Shadowverse kind of considered to be first favored, but in Buddy System, there's another reason why second is unfavored, right? Because of the even turn going on the first evolve turn. It's gonna be a debuff to decide going second.
Potentially, yeah. We've seen
yeah.
that a number of times.
Yeah.
Well, it really goes to show you like what kind of game Shadowverse is, and the fact that usually when we see one turn that's like a mistake, a very noticeable mistake, then that's usually kind of the last turn that they really got to play. You know what I'm saying? Like Shadowverse is a game like that where like every decision you make matters. It's very, very like in depth. It's intense, which is what makes it so fun to me.
Yeah. There are so many games, like Pod and I obviously would know, like there are so many times where like you can make one minor mistake and lose a set. The best of 3 off of it. And like there's just so many situations like that, and it just absolutely demands you to be on top of your game at all times, because Shadowverse, like an anime fighter, like once you're in the corner, it's just so hard to get out.
Well, we'll see if that is an appropriate situation, because we did see that one mistake from Terran and Kirmango last game, and if they lose this set or this game, then that's the whole set, and that may be one mistake for an entire set, but they still have the chance to turn it around. I'm sure Kirmango is coaching very well. Let's see who wins the set in game number 3.
I'm a little bit worried about the preparation coming in from Terran and Kirmango. The Kyoka Evolve is a really, really crucial part of the deck, so compared to Frost and Trihex, where Trihex was aware of that Avarice card effect and how that would proc that Hellspear Warrior and allow him to deal extra damage on the following turn. Kind of conversely to that, Terran is showing a lack of game knowledge on the Kyoka, the Evolve card, to remove really important dudes off the board. So I think that difference is going to be really, really big here.
Yeah, absolutely. Trihex, of course, definitely has a very good attitude towards, picking up the game and learning as much as possible that I've seen from coaching him myself, so that definitely could play a part as well. But in his hand, we have the ideal opener besides not having the 1-drop. We have Corrupted Bat, the best...
And Unleash the Nightmare.
And Unleash the Nightmare. First time having actual card draw. They're going to actually have cards in their hand this time. And we've seen that they've had a really close game and a game that they honestly could have lost, but they ended up winning anyway with very, very few cards in their hand. So now that they have more resources, it's going to be even harder now for Terran and Kirmango.
Yeah, having that extra card draw means you can hold on to this Ilya Queen of Night, right? We saw in game 1, Ilya having to be played on turn 3 just to fill out the mana curve and just to be aggressive and keep on putting pressure on the opponent. But now you can play Unleash on 3 and hold on to that Ilya for extra damage.
Yeah, and EO coming in here. Both Union Burst followers of Bloodcraft are going to be in hand, so Princess Knight could actually be a pretty strong pull off of Unleash the Nightmare, or...
Yeah, to explain Union Burst one more time, Union Burst, the card effect starts at 10. So Ilya and EO are both, they're at 10 right now. And every time the player holding the card evolves, you gain that count goes down by 1. Yeah. And Universe right now is active on turn 10, but after an evolve on turn 5 or turn 6, that's gonna go down by 1 each time. And when Princess Knight evolves, it's gonna go down by an additional 2. So just by evolving Princess Knight, you just enable the Union Burst effects to come out a little bit earlier with fewer evolves, things like that.
Yeah, so Unleash gonna be pulling 2 more 2-drops here, which is definitely pretty solid. With all those bats in hand and more trees coming in, they could definitely get Avarice active for Hellspear, and they do have the Bloodbinder as well. Potentially set up for Nerea if it gets drawn.
And honestly, Gabriel's pretty good from the rune side, right? I think this blood deck kind of has to hit into just manually get through a 2-3 ward played on turn 3. It doesn't have a clean way of removing that, so I think a 2-3 ward is going to be pretty strong.
Oh, but they could also just play Kyoka as well. But at the same time, let's get a listen and see what they decide here.
Terran and Kirmango.
And then next turn, we're going to play Kyoka again.
The Kyoka?
Yeah, next turn. So next turn we play Kyoka. Make sure the first thing when she evolves, she'll target something, and she'll do 2 damage to it. So whatever you can kill. If they have a 3/2, you probably want to kill that with it. If not, kill a 2/2 or whatever they have on board, and then her 5 attack can go into something else, and you just want to pretty much deal with the biggest followers it can have on the board.
So with the 5 attack, just attack the strongest.
Yep.
Okay.
So, you want to try to clear 2 things with Kyoka next turn.
Okay. I'll remember this time to do it properly. I felt so bad.
It's okay.
Okay.
If you draw Insight, play Insight first. But no matter what you draw after Insight, you're always going to play the Kyoka
and then Evolver.
Yep. Only thing it changes is if you draw Insight, you just play the Insight first, then play
and
Kyoka.
then put her. Okay.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy. Met Mango in person.
He's a very chill. It's like, it's okay, man. He's like, it happens, but we can do better next time. I do like playing out the Gabriel here. You want to be able to evolve both of these Kyokas if possible. Not only to clear out more followers, but to also maximize the number of spell boosts. And of course, Gabriel might be a little bit hard to play later on in the game, so saving this damage here and getting rid of some of these early followers is pretty valuable already.
Do you play out here? You definitely want to hold on to the storm.
Yeah.
Definitely want to go 2+2. He's over the Creeping Madness, but would be a little bit more mana efficient to have 2 things on the board. That would also make it so that a Kyoka evolve that can remove 2 things off the board. One thing's gonna survive. So the one's generally.
Wow.
Okay. Gonna draw off of it.
I guess he wants to proc Avarice right away. This is definitely less efficient, but it does assert dominance.
Yeah, that's
that is I guess that's the main reason to go for this line. Because alternatively, you could just play like double bat or something, and then next turn you could
it does deal the maximum amount of damage in the turn, though, right? I think that's reasoning for it.
That is true. So this Kyoka will be able to full clear this board. If they had gone with double bat, the 1/1 would be able to survive, and then they would still be able to get the Avarice set up because they would have the tree. They could play out the tree for 1, and then they could have Creeping Madness into 2+2 again. So that would have been pretty strong, but they did push 2 damage right away there. And they will be able to use their evil points on other things.
Avarice off on 5, right? It's gonna be 6.
They have
unless you play the creeping.
They had creeping in their head, so they could have gone like tree creeping and then if they wanted to. But here they have Urius again. They've drawn Urius.
Do you think you would have held on to Creeping Madness though?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. This might be a good turn to listen in. There's a lot of options. And
definitely get a listen in here.
It's important to set up this turn and the next turn as well. From Trihex and Frost.
Trihex and Frost?
For now.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, this is quite tough. Play the tree.
Okay.
We'll see what we draw first.
Creeping.
Yes. Play the Bloodbinder and play the Bat.
I won't hurt you.
And we don't evolve.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we want to save the IO evolve for when they actually flood the board. And
gotcha.
for next turn, well.
Alright, so saving the IO when they flood the board. Okay, I got that. I'll have 6 next turn, which means, assuming I don't have to do that, we're going to... I got a tree to trigger Avarice, but I don't have anything to really milk off of that one. Furious.
It won't be long now.
Then clear the other one with her.
Yep, with the yellow one, yeah. The green one goes face. And then you're gonna want to play the traditional sorcerer. Okay, so worst case scenario, he gets the Nurea. The Nurea can't perfectly clear. Well, she can almost perfectly clear, so it's gonna be really rough.
Okay.
What you're gonna want to do when that happens is play Daria, evolve Daria over the bigger guy, and then play the Demon Caller after you evolved over the bigger guy, and use Demon Caller to clear the second body, the smaller one.
Okay.
So, yeah, Daria first, evolve over the bigger one, then Demon Caller. If not, just try to clear the best you can. Remember, the Demon Caller does 4 damage to something.
Okay.
Yeah, these are
on demand, the Nurea on 6. On demand, wow. Really, really...
of course, a lot of card draw.
Yeah.
So we already saw some trees coming down. We saw the Creeping Madness. And 26 cards left in the deck, so 14 cards already drawn. He's mousing over other cards.
This is an even turn, of course, but there is one card in this hand that just perfectly matches the number of play points.
Glowing yellow, not that glowing yellow.
No, not that yellow. This yellow, guys. So I mean, I guess we don't have that potential free Avarice populator, but there's still a tree, so it's not not really a big deal.
Really good.
Yeah. So it is good that they did play out the Nurea at least. Definitely much better here than playing the IO. And this is one of those situations where it's like they didn't really talk about Nurea very much, I believe, but it ended up being top decked on this turn, and it was exact. No Evo here.
I think you'd assume that like you got one Evo, so you can't Evo a second time, something like that. I think that's a pretty common assumption that you might make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This ends here.
But as a result, this Daria will
Cure Mana, on the other hand, definitely explained how to remove the Nurea.
Yeah.
It looks like it's... Can't be sure yet.
Okay, I mean there's a number of ways that they could go about this.
Yeah.
I would definitely like to see the Shikigami
summons.
Okay, because well, if you play the Insight, then it's not gonna be quite as good anymore.
Yeah, but you wouldn't.
Oh no!
But you wouldn't think that the Shikigami summons is gonna have Rush, right? Like,
Whoa! Whoa! We're just saving them for next game? There is no next game, but saving them for...
I think it's kind of unintuitive how the cards...
I guess it is. I mean, certainly, there's a lot of effects, and knowing how they all interact with each other is tough. There's a lot to learn with this deck, for sure.
Because, like first you have to learn to evolve Kyoka, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, the combination of the Shikigami and the Demon Caller comes after that.
Yeah, and they could have had, like, the traditional sorcerer on board. There's a lot that could have happened here. They could have pushed the 3 damage with the 3/1 Kyoka but unlucky, yeah. Yeah.
So
sometimes it be like that.
A side effect of having the Nurea go off is having an extra evolve go off as well. So
yeah,
that's gonna mean
they're running out of time. Gotta go fast here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty difficult turn too, to be honest.
This is a pretty hard turn. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What is he gonna go with here?
This is and Lucius.
Yeah.
I think he said Lucius Evo and he played Yurius.
Yeah, that's... Sometimes you really just gotta go by the stat number, because that really is the clearest thing in a lot of cases.
Yeah. I think Frost has coached before, right?
Yeah.
Maybe... Whew.
Oh.
Do you start with the Fire Embrace?
I travel in search of the unknown.
Or do you take the 1 damage?
I'll take the 1 damage. I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah, I think it's okay. If you were at like 13 and you're going down to 12, then...
Yeah, if you were going to 12, that's a different break. But this, I'm a little bit more comfortable with. Yeah, so now they get to play the
Let's listen in
Embrace.
on Terran and Kirmango on this turn.
Magic Missile? Actually, no. Let's play. Sorry. Let's play the second Chaos Wielder, 0/1, 0 cost 1. Then we play Magic Missile.
Okay. What now?
Actually, Traditional Sorceress, and then the Shigam summons.
Okay. And then next round.
Next round, we have -2. Okay, next round, we can't play Kyoka yet, so just use Magic Missile to help you clear. Twin Blade Mage, when you play him, does 2 damage something, so try to clear with that as well. And then just try to play as many spells as you can. Chaos Wielder first if that option is there.
Okay.
And then just
attack
play. Yeah.
This is another turn where there's a fair number of options here. Both Union Burst followers are active. This is a board that's very wide, but it's not that tall.
It's a pretty good EO board.
Okay, EO board, but I would personally really like to save the Union Burst for something like a Kuon board instead, because...
Okay. And maybe you want to get a 1-cost Lucius off?
Yeah. Yeah, like... They still have an Evo point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, honestly, I'm okay with playing Nerea here and manually evolving it.
Okay.
Yeah, like... It's
I think
not...
I do, like, Bat and... Lucius, Evo... Maybe you leave some stuff up.
Yeah, Bat Lucius Evo is definitely pretty good, too. They're gonna go...
Well, that's pretty good. And you get the drain off?
Yeah, this is okay too.
If it's calculated,
yeah,
it's really impressive.
Yeah. If this is, if you are gonna use EO, this
but yeah, play cards. Ooh.
Oh, hit it! Oh!
You saw the cursor come out too.
Yeah. Oh no, the not like this coming off from Trihex.
This game is hard.
This
man.
game is absolutely wild. This is the. Oh no!
But.
Okay.
You can't tell if it's.
Yeah. We don't have the glowing
The
effect
intel.
for some reason. Yeah. Lack the critical information. Terran might also lack the critical information. What is happening here? This game. Oh. I don't even.
Oh, no.
What do you even do here? This has gone
it's
in the complete opposite direction. This turn could have been. Oh no. Maybe it's not just like a spectator thing. Maybe she doesn't see the glow either. I don't know if that's a possibility, but
No, it's a spectator thing, right?
yeah, I mean, obviously, but
Yeah.
Oh no! And that's not really what you want to see at this stage of the game. Triple sorcery and
Mystic Absorption, as Noir explained at the start of the game, if you have less than 20 cards left in your deck, which if you look at the bottom left, there's the skull, which is a number of shadows, which you don't really need to pay attention to right now in this expansion, but underneath that, there's a thing with the deck mark, and that's going to indicate the number of cards left in your deck. And below that, your hand size, max hand size is 9, and it will turn red when you have hand size of 9.
Yeah, just this game has been really back and forth, but in the end, with that Ilya burst damage coming out and the extra Lucius just for good measure, Trihex and Frost are gonna emerge from this series.
By, though.
That was a real close kind of grindy match for reasons, but it was pretty interesting to see the way that all turned out. And it's unfortunate. I mean, there were a lot of secondary effects that I mean, really, it came down a lot to like how much people look in the cards. Like there was a turn there where Trihex, I think he used the Creeping Madness when he didn't need to, but I think that was him saying like, I want to make sure that I've triggered Avarice, and I don't really know how it works 100%. So it was like a safer bet, and like we did see Trihex like miss a few things, but a lot of the, I mean, it was mostly like getting kind of the right idea, but then not executing it exactly correctly.
He was creating strong turns, right?
Yeah.
But
he was definitely trying to push out as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
I think it was, it was definitely reasonable. He had the game plan on wrap for sure.
And his Nerea turn was pretty good, but if you compare it to Hishiro and Skilla, for example, that looked like a whole nother level. So going into this next semifinal round, they're gonna have to up their game and be really prepared for the next match.
Yeah, well, luckily we have definitely seen before that players can learn mid-tournament, right? Like, you take all the situations, especially right now. I'm sure Trihex is talking to his coach and like hearing like, okay, yeah, like you didn't need to use that Creeping Madness there. Like, you could have acted a little faster. I guess that's something you could coach them on, like just like to actually swing that turn, which is pretty big. Like, just a few little interactions and know for next time, because especially you're on stream, make a mistake like that and you're like, okay, I'm gonna remember that. But anyway, let's take a look at the bracket, since we are now down to only one more quarter final. 3 of our semifinalist teams have been decided, and Trihex and Frost, of course, is one of those. We just saw them win. They're going to be taking on the winner of our next match, which is going to be Fan, Hots, and Zones taking on Bless RNG and Akumaru Red. And I'm so excited to see the Machina Sword, because I have genuinely no idea how Machina Sword plays. I cannot lie.
Yeah.
Same. Honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it in past expansions, and I'm sure it can't be too much different. They do have, I mean, some, really strong Machina cards, like the Auto Blade Patroller, I believe it's called. It can become a 3.44 on turn 3 if you have enough Machina cards in your hand, which is, that is just a huge amount of stats.
Couple new strong cards added, right? And there's always like I don't even know the card names.
Patrick. There's Patrick. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's in the deck, but he's
like not in the deck.
Yeah.
Oh,
definitely a funny card to be sure. It's like a 1 play point, 6/7, like 7/8 ward.
6/8
ward under says like it's so ridiculous that a card like that isn't good enough.
Maybe they just forgot.
All right. Well, I mean, while we're talking about cards, just as a reminder, you can do so you can go on Twitter and use hashtag SV Buddy System. I'll get that out eventually to win some of these packs and win some of these cards that we're talking about. Lots of good stuff out there. Lots of decks to make. Like I said, I have no idea what Machina Sword is going to do, and it seems like not a lot of people do. But it's just another deck that we might see, right? And there are so many decks in the meta right now. You got to get the cards somehow.
Yeah, I certainly haven't played against this deck a single time this expansion. Have you, Noir?
No. Not across like ladder, Grand Prix, tournaments. I have not seen it. I almost haven't seen Sword, period. But I mean, I have run into the Stray Evo Sword a couple times on ladder. It has been reduced to a sort of unfortunate state in the current meta, because decks like
Yeah.
Al Machinus is just a little bit too difficult for Sword to deal with. And even the other decks...
Dragon matchup, right? Is the biggest
Dragon
thing.
is pretty...
All the other matchups are kind of doable.
Well,
kind of doable, but they're definitely rough.
Let's take a look at the decks for this match, as we can take a look through and see some of this stuff that we've been talking about. Of course, first of all, is not the Machinus Sword, but another deck that is of the same craft as one that we're used to seeing from today, but maybe not the same archetype.
Yeah, Natural Rune. So this deck, you're gonna play a bunch of trees. There are a couple cards that add trees to your hand, and a couple that add trees to the board, and you just play out as many Naturing Great Trees as you can, and then activate Invocation, which means you drag Riley out of your deck and onto the board once you've played at least 7 Naturing Great Trees. And that's usually going to be on turn 7, turn 8, and you're going to have an 8 damage Riley. And there's some combos with that, with Carol, Caddy, Sorceress, and you can also do like Riley over multiple turns, and you get a second Riley out of your deck and deal storm damage over multiple turns. But it's kind of like Roach in previous expansions. You just deal a lot of damage from hand. You play this card multiple times, and your whole win condition is based around that.
Yeah, so you mentioned the combo with Riley and Carol. This is by far one of the most infamous combinations, one of the most dastardly duos in the current state of Shadowverse.
Yeah.
So Carol has this effect where she reduces the max defense of your leader by 5, and on top of that there's a Union Burst that deals 5 damage, so there are a lot of OTKs that can result from those 2 cards being used in unison. But this is the second version of their deck, and they've got a really nice tech card that's been popping up hugely across a lot of regions in terms of popularity. It is Forbidden Dark Mage, and it is used primarily as the 1-cost Crystallize. And the important thing is your leader can't take more than 4 damage at a time. Now, this deck, being a combo deck, will have a lot of inevitability to it. It will close out the game if it's allowed to put its pieces together and reach turn 7, turn 8 safely. And that means that, on the other hand, when you have decks like Kuan or Blood or Dragon that want to create a strong board to deter your combo game plan, if you're able to set up the Dark Mage and prevent, a really strong 6/6 from hitting your face, for example, one turn is all you need a lot of the time, and then you can just completely win the game.
Yeah, Dark Mage, one of those weird cards where there's a paragraph of text and it costs 8 and has 2/2 in stats, but it doesn't do any of that like 99% of the time that it's played.
Well, here's the deck. Here's the Machinus Sword. All right, literally explain it to me, please. Like I've never seen this deck before. Hypothetically.
As Johan Boys, episode 4, A New Hope. The Johan strikes back. I don't even know when did she even strike the first time, but
I think he's played this deck before in previous
that's true.
Yeah,
but in terms of representation in the meta, it's a spicy one for sure. But pretty much you've got Johan Ironforged Hero. It's a card that reduces in cost while it's in your hand when allied Machina followers are destroyed, I believe. And it gives allied followers rush when they are played afterwards. So it can create really insane board swings. And here is one of the most iconic cards of this deck, Stampeding Fortress. When you evolve it, it summons 3 assembly droids if you have 2 Machina cards in your hand. And of course, it has that nice enhance effect as well. So it's pretty strong at all stages of the game.
Yeah, this is just the mid-range deck, and you're just playing a bunch of dudes out. You're playing out just statted followers, and you're getting a pretty good bang for your buck at each stage of the game, playing out balanced followers every turn, which isn't necessarily the strongest stuff in the game, and that's why we don't see it at the highest levels of play. But you're still playing some good statted followers out. You can still get some wins off, and there's some really strong individual cards. There's good individual card power. There's good synergy all around. You're playing a lot of creatures out and attacking the opponent from the board, trying to keep control of the board.
Well, that's going to be difficult. That's going to be difficult in general. But Maybe not so much against like Natura Rune, right? I mean, that's not like a huge board deck. It's not like they're going up against Shikigami.
Yeah, I don't think there are many ward followers. That's the only thing I'm a little bit afraid of. If the game just goes a little bit too long, then Natura Rune, there's no way of stopping the storms from hitting your face and just ending the game immediately. So just the lack of wards in the deck is really gonna make it so that Sword has to get a lot of damage in the early to mid game, which is really, really tough against Natura Rune.
Rune has so many good board clear options, such as a Storm Elementalist. It bounces back a tree, she heals, and she deals 3 damage to a follower, which is just every single thing that the deck wants. It's so strong, and we are gonna get right into the game here. Fan Hots and Zones versus Bless RNG and Akamaru Red.
Oh yeah, they're moving right in. They're rushing into this game.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
It's gonna be game 1. Fan Hots and Zones against Bless RNG and Akamaru Red.
Interesting hands here from both sides. There is like sort of a 2-3-4 curve from Bless RNG, although this I imagine cannot possibly be the optimal curve.
Probably just hard mull, right?
Yeah, I would probably just hard mull this. There are definitely some really strong curves that you can get with this deck. With the Auto Brave Patroller, for example, I would expect that to be a priority in this matchup because Apex Elemental can bounce a tree back to deal 3 damage, but Patroller can reach a 4-4 stat line on turn 3, which is going to be really difficult for Natura Rune to deal with.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, yeah, it's like playing Valdane, pretty much, yeah.
You get it on the same turn. Turn 3, getting the 4-4 out is going to be really strong.
Yeah, this is, I think, a pretty good hand. That's a really nice hand from Fan Hots and Zones. You have multiple tree generators with Geo Elementalist, who is also a 2-2, and of course, the ever-important Arrow Elementalist. He will bring back an amulet that's been, I believe, destroyed over the course of this game. And if it was a tree, he gains a bunch of stats, so he can be a 4-3 with Rush, which is really, really strong, especially against the deck like
mechs in hand for Bless RNG and Akamaru Red yet to be able to reliably activate Autoblade Patroller so far. So
did they actually full kept that hand?
Yeah,
they went for that curve, the 2-3-4. Very. I mean, I can understand it, but at the same time, I feel like this deck just curves out naturally so easily because many of the cards are just naturally pretty low cost. You know, like, of course, Johan is very expensive to start out with, but you kind of just have to take that and hope that you curve out anyway, because I think that this deck really shines the most when you're able to, like, guarantee that Auto Blade on 3. That is such a big deal, I think. And if it survives, it can evolve and destroy an enemy follower, which is super, super insane if it manages to happen.
Mega Wing Angel on 2 is good against the Natura Rune on paper, though, as... Whoa!
Grayson...
That's gonna activate, right? It's gonna create two ones on
Oh my goodness.
So this is a new card in this new expansion, which whenever you play... the turn that you draw the card, so you just drew the best possible card, period, that you could have drawn.
Why?
So whenever you play then you gave it +1/+0 and Rush, Mega Wing Angel for Accelerate, puts 2 1/1s on the board, and
it's gonna activate on both of these followers. On turn 2, you just play 2 2/1s with Rush. What?
What?
Oh my god. Oh wow. Well, I mean, I guess that's why they kept their hand. They played around with the Grayson top deck.
If they drew that on Mulligan, it wouldn't activate, of course.
Exactly.
Grayson.
You have to top deck it on that turn.
Yeah.
So it's really bad if you draw it after your Mulligan. So I guess in that sense, there is an extra reason to have safe mulligans a bit more often because it's really bad to draw Grayson in that sort of situation. Kind of similar to
the Autoblade Patroller is going to get answered by destroying the Natura Nataran Great Tree that previous turn. It's going to be possible to clear out this Autoblade Patroller. It's going to be the perfect answer there.
Yeah. Arrow Elemental is definitely really clutch in this matchup.
Yeah.
And Carol is in hand already as well as Storm Elementalist. A lot of the key pieces are coming together here for Fan House and Zones. Drawing the one Riley isn't so bad at this point, but they definitely don't want to draw another
Carol. So...
Yeah. Carol is definitely a really important thing, as alongside, of course, all of these other low-cost cards. The Storm Elementalist is just super important on your first Evo.
This Rune hand is just
This is extremely good. And even if they can't, get the turn 7 lethal, which is a little bit unlikely going first, they have the Viridian Magna to create a little bit more space and then secure them for the turn 8 lethal.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good as well. Turn 4
pressure. So the first Evo is going to come out with the Storm Elementalist, right? And
yeah,
if the sword side can pressure the opponent going into turn 6, turn 7, and get the second Evo point out, I think there might be a chance after that.
Yeah,
So...
that is pretty much how you have to play this matchup as any deck almost. You have to look for those windows to pressure them. Ideally, you can create a board that forces out a turn 6 Carol or a turn 6 Viridian Magna, because that means they aren't playing any trees.
Yeah.
And then the Riley gets delayed and you have more time to close out the game from your side. But this is just such a strong hand from Fanhots and Zones that I'm not sure if there's much pressure that Sword can put out here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hopefully we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Got there. Let's listen in on Fanhots and Zones. Unfortunate top deck here.
Two storms now. Can't. Think storm one?
I think it's Passionate Potioneer here, actually.
Okay. Do we evolve it to clear another one? Gotcha.
Yeah, so... yeah, play the Passionate Potioneer. This is just more trees, and it makes our next turn better.
Gotcha. So we're not in a rush to heal as well then?
Well, nah. I mean, we'd be overhealing a bit, because... we're not, it's not overhealing, but we're not in a rush to heal, that's for sure.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool.
Alright, so evolve.
Yeah.
You're done for.
We just take value traits here everywhere?
Yeah, just take the value traits.
Let the wind blow. My armor has been pierced. Time to unveil my results.
And then we can even Viridian Magna next turn. And go for a turn 8. Viridian Magna next turn seems pretty good. Then we have turn 8. Turn 7 we can use Storm Elementalist. To set up a turn 8 lethal.
Gotcha. Storm Elementalist only plays one tree on 7, right? So we need to Passionate. Where's the next tree coming from?
Yeah, we can Passionate and Storm Elementalist.
Alright.
Or I mean, alternatively, I think that's the right way to do it. That way.
Okay.
It seems like Fanhots is showing an understanding of card game concepts like value trading and setting up the next turns, and has an understanding of card games in general, maybe digital card games to be more specific. But to be honest, I don't understand what Zones is trying to do. That if you're gonna evolve, you better make it a good evolve. You want to save one evolve in this matchup as much as possible, and that you want to save it for the Riley to be able to activate it while you Storm, and Storm Elementalist is a much better evolved target.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with that. it's definitely a little bit interesting, that line there. I would have went with the Storm Elementalist. I think it's a little bit too nice to not to go for.
I think it was pretty much strictly worse to just draw cards at the start of the turn right there. And now, as you're pointing out, it's advantageous. Like, this is one of the only ways Sword can win is if Viridia Magna is being forced out on this turn 6.
Yeah. Being forced out to clear out that really threatening 6/6. And Sword definitely has a shot of winning this game now. Johan is already reduced down to 2. There is a Quick Blader in hand for more damage, potentially. They could create a wide board here if they wanted to with Stampeding and Johan. Maybe? I'm not sure, because the thing is, like, it's still very, very, very weak to Pyromancer, which would deal 2 to everything. And there's, I mean, realistically, the downside with Machina Sword sometimes is like there's just no way to play around certain things. And I do respect this play for sure. And there is no Pyromancer in hand yet. So
Do you ever play Johan first and just banish out? Wait, you can't do that because you have to Evo first. Do you ever sack the 1/1 and drop a Johan just for stats?
Yeah, I think that's what I would have done personally. But at the same time, it's not really that much better into a Pyromancer. If they have Pyromancer, it's just over. So I mean, I guess maybe they can
but they don't.
Yeah. I mean, this could maybe force out different types of removal and then make another strong board with Johan
really
the next turn. Yeah, this is way closer than you might expect.
So,
yeah.
Elementalist first.
The Storm Elementalist is gonna get played first here. Okay.
Elementalist tree passionate.
I guess. Yeah.
This is game 1, right?
Yeah.
This calls for a nimble nimbus.
Yeah.
You can play the Mysterian Wisdom.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
like, Mysterian Wisdom, it's tempting to just play it whenever you can, whenever you have a little bit extra time, but to be honest, like, you're gonna get a Riley next turn, regardless of if you play the Mysterian Wisdom.
The Wisdom, yeah.
Wisdom. So, playing it next turn would have been just as good.
Yeah, I would.
They did get to 7 trees though. That's
as long as they get to 7, that is of course the important thing. Yeah.
There's no OTK. Oh. Stroke of Conviction, a new card coming out. Let's get on Bless RNG and Akama Red.
Yeah.
This Riley that's coming in is going face most likely?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, playing Grayson now. Grayson's on the field.
Heroes don't need a beta phase.
Next step. And then play Grayson trade. Grayson trade? Yep, cool.
You're done.
Alright, done. Next up. Play Quick Blader. Quick Blader out.
Let's speed things up.
Next up, and play Yon. No. Save Yon for next turn. And just you can go Yon plus stroke. Yeah, go face with see, I'm thinking if you want to evolve or not. IV was they could have Carol Union Burst. They're gonna round 2, 4. Just I'm gonna attack with at least 3 of these. Yeah. Attack face. Yeah. Just attack face with everything.
No one gets past me.
Unbelievable.
Yes. Yep. So if they add a Carol, she's active now. So we're gonna lose our board. But losing 4 1/1s isn't the end of the world. Out comes the Riley. We had to set up lethal. For next turn because we're not gonna survive one more turn. But unfortunately, we couldn't. Yeah, this looks like it's not gonna be. We needed more. We needed more damage early game.
Huh? I'm really confused. Wait. Bless RNG and Akamar Red literally drew the best card they could have drawn, right?
Mend your ways.
I'm assuming yes. And I say that because I don't remember what that card does.
Oh.
What does it do? I've never faced this.
Okay. It summons 2 quick bladers, deals 5 damage to random enemy follower, and give +1/+1 to all allied followers. So it would have cleared the 5/4, summon 2 quick bladers, and buff all the 1/1s on the board by +1/+1. So you deal 10 damage or 12 damage, you clear out the 5/4, and you have more stats on board so that Carol can't clear the board, and you're threatening like 2-turn lethal, so the opponent has to like deal with the board somehow. Wait, I don't understand. Wait,
I also didn't know what the card did at all. To be fair, I was like,
play Stroke of Conviction there. Like, Akko, pretty much must not have known the card effect.
I don't. Yeah,
because
interesting.
I know the card effect. Like, if you're gonna bring the deck, you should know what the card does, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what kind of next level line there could have been, but
the aggro ambush sword at all? Like, you ambush and then evolve in place, and oftentimes your finisher is Stroke of Conviction on 6 or Quick Blader plus Stroke of Conviction on 7, and then you get like a 6 damage or something plus an extra +1/+1 on your ambush dude or something like that. So it's pretty common to use that card as sword. I don't understand what this happens.
I mean,
I
don't know.
We're going into game 2 where half the time the players will be on their own, and that might be for the best.
I mean, it's possible that maybe there was just like some other line of thought there. Like, was there some easier way to like clear that? That would have made a pretty scary board, right? Because it was a pretty weak, wide board, and there wasn't really, I don't think, a great way to deal with it.
Yeah, like Stroke of Conviction was just really, really attractive there. Like,
that's a really good card. Why have I never seen that card before? That's like 4 storm damage.
Sword.
Like,
The
class is exactly. It's a good card in a temporarily bad class. Like, again, like,
think about Rune. What do they do on turn 6, right?
Like,
they
exactly.
clear the entire board.
What does Dragon do on turn 5? Like, the Dragon has like Valdane and AM and a full board and like a 4 damage taking Shadow's Corrosion on turn like 5 or 6. It's like you summon a bunch of Quick Bladers. It's not it's not fair.
Or if they play Nerea, you're like,
even Blood has Nerea. And like, relatively speaking, Blood is probably one of the fairest top tier decks right now.
Yeah, like
Nerea is insane, but aside from that, the deck is relatively grounded in terms of how much power they can put out, on certain turns.
There's an upper limit to how much you can high roll with Blood.
Yeah, and of course there is
no
like
upper limit.
There is no limit with Dragon. There is no limit with Rune. There is realistically no limit with Control Forest either. You can always get the turn 6 Roach Gamer, but
Haven and Artifact Portal, there's no limit to how much you can high roll. Right?
I mean, Portal arguably.
No, there is no limit.
I guess I can see that. Yeah,
there's a few different ways.
Multiple augmentations. There's no limit.
Analyzing Artifact and then go for those Xions early.
I guess.
All right. Well, let's go into game number 2 of the set. I want to see if Machina Sword can show off a little bit more and actually use that card in an effective way, because I really didn't realize how good it was. But let's see how this one goes.
Yeah. So 3 Machina cards right off the bat here for Machina Sword. I believe they're going first, if I'm not mistaken. So Changeling Cherub is not going to be the best play on turn 2. But Auto Blade is, of course, going to be really important. And speaking of important cards, that is Pyromancer right there for the Chura Rune.
Yeah, so Sword has a lot of ways to play out a bunch of 1/1s on the board. We might not see it this game. It looks like they're going pretty tall, so a lot of stats on board on individual units. That's a card
Yeah.
turn. Rather than wide with a lot of smaller followers, but oftentimes Sword does go really wide with the 1/1s as we saw last game.
Yeah.
So,
Pyromancer, of course,
really
going to be
key
really
card.
good, and especially in combination with Apex Elemental, could be used to pick up, any stragglers, and of course, you have both the single target and the wide board clear at the same time here. Can be very, very good to see.
Greetings.
And quite see the finally see the cards.
Yeah. So Pathfinder, pretty nice 2-drop here. Of course, the Pathfinder, it does spawn a tree when it gets destroyed, but that doesn't count towards Riley. So getting the tree set up does allow your subsequent trees to end up draw you cards. So
Yeah.
still pretty solid card.
So Desert Pathfinder, 2 mana 2/2. Last words, summon a Natura Great Tree onto the board. And turn Great Tree.
Sails above the sand
and
indeed.
after an Autoblade Patroller, you can hit into the 4/4 and activate the Pyromancer to full clear.
Yeah, that's really, really strong.
Yeah.
And there's really no other line for Sword here. They just have to play cards and really hope that the opponent doesn't have an answer, but that Pyromancer key...
Wait, if you trade the 1/1, the 4/4
I guess, yeah,
survives
you could,
guaranteed, right?
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Like, it's not guaranteed if there's double Apex.
Yeah, you could play around Pyromancer.
Yeah, but it's semi-guaranteed, right?
Yeah. But I guess they do push the 2 damage. I mean, I don't know how much you really want to play around Pyromancer because it's such a devastating card in this matchup.
Yeah, it's gonna hit you at some point, right?
Yeah, even if it's not now, it's gonna be really impactful later on. And I mean, maybe you could force one out here and have a strong turn later as well, but I mean, pushing 2 damage is not the worst, even though this 4/4 could still survive.
Okay, and of course, taking time on the odd turn. Maybe you could have gone to the voice chat here, but I forgot about that. Of course, the odd turns, you want to take a little bit more time. Make sure you're prepared for those even turns coming up. Turn 4 going first. Definitely important turn for Machina Sword specifically, I think, because you want to have an early game lead here.
Yeah. So this turn 3 gonna be pretty straightforward here from Natura Rune. Gonna just clear this board entirely and put that early game aggression to an absolute stop here.
Yeah, the turn 4 isn't super clear though. I guess it is clear with the Geo Elementalist 1/1.
Yeah, and you could play out the Apex Elemental if you need to.
Yeah. Guess we can listen on 5 for the Rune side.
Yeah.
So pretty straightforward so far, but if you pay attention to the number of Naturan Great Trees played so far, it's actually 0, right? So
Yeah.
I think we're on track to a... looking at the hand, probably turn 8, Riley?
Mm-hmm. Unless if more Aethers are drawn.
Yeah.
But that would be...
Yeah, if you draw
Kinda
like
crazy.
triple 8 there, then we might see turn 7, but we'll see. And so, especially going second, Carol is really, really important.
Yeah.
You get
So
the
the turn 7 is really good going second because you can actually have 3 evolve points and get Carol Union Burst active on turn 7, whereas you can't do that going first. And so that's how you can set up the turn 7 lethal. It's one of those situations in Shadowverse where you really want to go second.
Yeah, the deck is also more consistent going second.
Of course, yeah. More evil point, an extra card for going second really can make a big deal because a lot of these tree generators, you draw cards that draw into more cards. Oh gosh. That is 2 Aethers already. If there's a third one, then this game is just almost gonna be just really doomed for the side of Sword. They can't delay the Riley.
But the Nature count is still at 2. Let's see the top deck here. Where the draws coming in.
Yeah, the draws on these following turns are going to be so important here.
Hopefully they don't use the Apex Elemental here.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
not-
really hope not.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh wait. Oh.
It's also even more important because it takes away from a tree on the board, which makes the card draws on your following turn slower.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh,
But why? There's still time to cancel. You can always turn back. It's not too late.
The ones are identical, so he's thinking about not.
Which one do I kill for better luck down the road? Well, I mean, I'd say so far this hand has been pretty lucky.
6/6 is gonna stick on the board.
Yeah.
Order doesn't matter. Just play 6/6. Ooh, bless RNG.
Ooh. Less RNG indeed.
Nice. There we go.
Really good. Okay. And we can play out the Robo Goblin along with it. It's gonna add a repair mode back to your hand, so the next Autoblade Patroller still gonna be active most likely. Or certainly if it's only 2.
Clear this. Top deck Storm Elementalist. Top deck Gale Elementalist. I think it's Gale Elementalist, right? The name of the card?
Arrow Elementalist.
Arrow?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the Japanese name. I was playing in Japanese a lot of this expansion.
Yeah.
Actually, I just switched my English. Arrow Elementalist.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are a couple of pretty good outs that they could draw here, and they would have been able to draw immediately with 1 play point, but not anymore.
Yeah. The thing is, Storm Elementalist, if you draw it off of playing 2 Terran Great Trees, you're not going to be able to clear the 6/6. The Storm Elementalist has to be top decked.
Oh, that's so bad!
That's so sad.
Oh, that's
so
awful.
Stand Hudson's. Can we get a listen in on fan hots and zones on this turn?
The patroller down to 3 for us to set up. Oh, all right. That's perfectly fine. Let's just pyro this board.
All right.
Get it out of here.
It's a full clear, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that.
Sometimes lucky. I mean, I got the freaking 2 Rileys again. Literally, I draw 2 Rileys every single day of my life before turn 6. So I get lucky sometimes.
Let's just do this and then let's count our trees. I think we should be
at like 2 or something. It's not
3
good.
trees played now, I think.
3? Oh yeah, 3.
So, right? Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a slow game. We currently have 3 trees to play in hand for 3 play points. So if we draw one of our, so we're probably gonna lead off playing some of these trees. Okay, if they make like a big board, Carol Evo is fine.
Right.
If it's not like, if it's not a particularly big board, then you should go through your trees.
Got it.
And try to get to 7 trees next turn.
All right, sounds good.
Slow game, well, on track to turn 7 OTK.
Well, I mean, you never know what could happen on this turn. I mean, I barely know what this deck does, but that was a really masterful Pyromancer draw coming in.
Yeah,
really quite impressive, if I have to say.
Yeah, so second Pyromancer is actually the optimal draw because the full clears. I didn't even realize.
Perfect clear, yeah, and it's the second one too. There were only 2 left in the deck.
Man,
that is talent.
Whew.
Oh, and
sword hand is also
this sword hand is non-existent.
Yeah.
Autoblade Patroller does proc, but it's not very good at all.
Yeah.
I wonder if they.
I feel like.
What if you pre-evo this?
Frost should have emphasized like, play 3 trees no matter what, and then try to get another countdown, even if there's a lot of stuff on board. Like, I think that should have been mentioned.
Yeah, or you mean
More
zones?
safe to Carol, or oh yeah,
Zones. Yeah.
Process the previous game.
Yeah, because like this is literally a turn 7 OTK waiting to happen. Okay. So I hope that they just go through the trees here, because either way, like Carol
There's no
doesn't.
lethal from sword. There's no lethal.
Yeah, Carol doesn't do anything here, so definitely go through some of these trees. What is their count at? Is it at 3? Now?
They said it was 3, right?
I think it's at 3. Yeah, it's at 3.
Great Trees played 3. So positive about drawing Riley's that it makes it easier to count your trees.
Do not hover this Carol, please. Oh no.
They're not gonna lose. They're gonna lose.
I mean, with this sword hand, I guess they don't lose, but I mean, at this point, is anyone winning if they play that? Are we all losing? Oh
man.
Buddy system.
This is
okay, nice.
Ooh.
Replanting the tree, green.
This is like
go green.
An entirely new kind of buddy system for me.
This is oh, I mean that's not a great card to draw, but we have another tree. We gotta go fast.
Okay, one more tree. We
need to.
Let's see it.
Pick up the.
Yes.
Oh!
Play it. Go.
It doesn't matter if you like anything else. Just play the tree.
Yes.
Okay.
GG.
It's just that easy, and you drew the clash just in case you needed it.
Clash of Heroes.
I don't think we mentioned this, but Clash of Heroes is especially important on these turn 7 plays because on turn 7 the Riley invokes and Carol only costs 6, so you have 1 play point left over, and so just in case the opponent sets up a ward to play around the Riley, if you have Clash, you'll be able to get over that ward and still hit phase. So that is pretty much the picture-perfect turn 7 combo here from the Churro.
The only way to prevent it would be like Patrick Evo in place or something.
Yeah, like something where your ward can actually have enough attack that the Riley with Evo can't safely clash into it. But here's the Evo face from Autoblade Patroller. A little bit more damage on board, even though it's unfortunately never going to be enough. Quick Blader in hand. It's just, wow. This is Swordcraft in 2020.
Oh man. Like, yeah, Swords playing... they're playing balanced cards, right?
Yeah, like they're playing Take 2, and the other team is playing Unlimited almost.
It's like unlimited compared to previous expansions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't even know how good the best case scenario is for Machina Sword. Because they almost had that last game. I mean, they pretty much had.
And playing out like 3 Autoblade Patrollers is like... let's listen in on this turn 7 from Fan Hans.
So you found the right line?
Nice.
Gotcha. Yeah. So we just kill him here. Nice.
Alright, just let me know like how much damage left on board is like I'm dead kind of thing. That's probably like short and simple at that point.
Oh wait, play Carol first. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Although the next kind of deck, yeah. I'll do the calculations. It was kind of a. I had to go fast that turn, so it was kind of my bad for not.
No worries. I'm just saying, yeah. If you could do like 2. If you're out of time, like it's like 7 damage on board kills you. It's like 2-7 kind of thing would suffice.
Yeah, I'll definitely work on that.
Yeah, you could see them going over what they could do better in the next round, and I'm really impressed with Handhots. I think he was right.
Handhots was really, on point. Yeah. I think it's really important, especially for players, to be able to ask the right questions, and not only to learn the game quickly, but to sort of steer the coach in the right direction. Because sometimes it is like much easier as a coach to have a little bit more direction in terms of what does your player need to know right now. And being able to ask the right types of questions is really, really good. And he was thinking about the right types of things, like how much damage is a worrisome amount of damage, because that is exactly what you need to be thinking about when you play combo decks, especially Natura Rune, Control Force as well, even Dragon in a lot of situations. Like, you have to know how much of a board you can leave up, when you need to actually play defensively, or when you can just keep going ham with trees. Because if you play too defensively with these types of decks, you can fall behind on your combo win con, and then the game can definitely fall apart.
Yeah, like a pretty common thing to happen is you run out of Evo points, and then the opponent plays a ward, and you can't get through it and lose. Things like that are pretty common. So I think VanHot's played that really well. I don't think he made any clear mistakes at all, and I think he was asking really good questions, and it looks like they're going to improve moving on. And I think that's really, really important.
I think the big one to me was the Apex Elemental, but that was such like a minor one, and I think the one where he almost didn't play out the whole tree thing was because like maybe he, I'm sure he's practiced with the deck, but maybe he's not as familiar with mocking his sword like almost none of us are, right?
His coach wasn't super clear about that the previous turn, right?
Yeah, well, so many decks you're like, okay, they're leaving up like 5 to 6 damage, potentially 7 damage on board. Like, can they just kill me? Like I would be super afraid of pretty much any deck in the meta right now.
But that game knowledge, it's so scary.
Yeah,
especially in Shadowverse, like you don't know what's gonna happen really.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're going to have another chance to play against maybe not quite as rare of a deck, but let's take a look at the bracket to see who has settled into the semi-finals, as we're down to just 4 teams where after the break, Skilla is going to take on, Skilla and Hishiro are going to take on Mary Maybe and Zero Fine, and then Trihex and Frost are going to take on Fanhots and Zones. So do we have, is this Blood Rune on both sides? Or I think so, right?
It looks like it.
It is.
The runes are different.
Yeah.
One Natura.
And but 2 Burn Bloods.
Yeah. Well, so that's that should at least be interesting to see how all those different decks match up against each other. I mean, we've seen we did see that somewhat the same. We actually all the archetypes have been pretty different. We did see Shikigami against Burn, but we haven't seen Burn against Natura. But anyway, we're going to see that after the break. But before the break, I do again have to remind everybody that Operation Tokyo is going on tomorrow. The signups are still available. Prize is a trip for you and a friend to Japan for the World Grand Prix. There's still also a $2,000 cash pool and over 1,000 World Uprooted packs. And there are over 340 players signed up. So that is almost 100 player increase from when I checked last night. And by last night, I mean like 2 a.m. this morning, I checked and it was like 250. And it is just going up and up and up. And
that's crazy.
I don't even know what the largest open tournament that I've seen is. That at least online open tournament. I don't know what the largest one is. This is definitely
some of the Japanese ones have been really big, obviously. But this is definitely really huge.
Like honestly, maybe they should consider a different format almost. Japan has several pools. Split into several pools, and then they have Swiss in each of the pools, something like that. So I think it's at 9 rounds of Swiss right now, which is
that is a lot of Shadowverse. That is absolutely exhausting.
Might want to, might have to rethink that. But of course,
more
happening tomorrow. So.
More good Shadowverse for us to watch, right? At the very least. So I'm really excited for that. Of course, again, you can sign up. You type !Tokyo bracket, in chat for the sign up page. There we go. I said that correctly. There's still time to sign up. It's free. You can win a lot of good stuff. Potwasher, I believe we're going to be commentating it, right? But Noir, you're going to be playing in it?
Yeah, that's right. So maybe you guys will be casting my plays, and then hopefully they'll be. I may or may not be better than the buddies, but hopefully it'll be a good show regardless.
Yeah,
but you are bringing walking sword.
What?
What are some decks you're considering right now? What are your favorite decks?
I mean, you can still submit decks now. I believe you can still do it. So I'm personally just waiting until the finals of the buddy system, and then I'll use those decks. If it's 2 of the same deck, then I guess I'll just have to bust out something else. But on a serious note, I think Blood, both types of Blood are definitely very strong. Machina Blood is like a really safe bet. It's pretty consistent. It's really reliable. But one deck that has been sort of rising up in 2-deck 0-ban formats is Haven for sure. And Haven is so scary, and it can be a really tough matchup as Dragon into Haven because the boards are just impossible to deal with. And even for most decks, besides maybe Kuan Rune, like a lot of decks can struggle with Haven.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to seeing if any Haven players survive onto the top 8 on.
Yeah, it's true because with a 9-round Swiss, or even with like 8 or 7-round Swiss in like Shadowverse Open, playing a deck like Natura Haven or Machina Haven, with the amount of thinking that you need to do on the fly, there's not like you can plan things out, but there's always going to be an element of thinking as you go.
Yeah.
Because it's just too much. There's way too many things happening. You're playing upwards of 10 cards per turn, including the zero-cost Lamonia spells. So, going to be really crazy.
Well, there's going to be a lot of time to look at that tomorrow, as there's going to be quite a bit of Shadowverse play. And then, of course, the broadcast for the top 8, I believe, is going to be the day after that on Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific time, as far as I know. All right, I got a confirmation on that. But we can watch that all then. We can talk about that more then. But right now, we still got more of a tournament to go. But before we finish out this tournament and head into the semifinals, we are going to take another break so that everybody can get some rest, get a little bit of food maybe. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to have more of the stay-at-home buddy system after this. And welcome back to the Buddy System stay-at-home edition. Of course, I'm Wonder Chef, again joined by Potwasher and Noir. We have finished just about half of this tournament. Quarterfinals are done, and now there are only 4 teams remaining, which means that we've only got semifinals and finals to finish. It's been a pretty good day, but before we get into the matches, let me do a recap on how the actual tournament works. So here in the Buddy System, each team is comprised of 1 player, 1 streamer, and 1 professional Shadowverse player to coach them. There's a max 2 decks per team, which means 1 deck and 1 slightly different deck within the same 9 cards, just to have a little bit of variation if you run into a matchup you don't like. And this is a best of 3 single elimination tournament, where in the first game, there are no coaching restrictions. The coach can run the player through every single play. In 2 and 3 on even turns, there is no coaching at all. The coach is completely muted, so players are going to have to figure out what to do by themselves. You can't baby them too much. And of course, the players are playing for $2,500 in first place, $1,500 in second, and $500 for third and fourth, totaling up to $5,000. A very nice prize for staying at home and trying out a game that's very, very fun. Huge shout outs to Shadowverse. I happen to be a fan.
Have already guaranteed the $500, and now they're looking to take home even more.
Yeah, there is a lot more that they can win, but I mean, altogether, 500 is pretty good. You can't look down at 500 at all. But of course, you can win something too. You can win a prize of some packs by using hashtag SV Buddy System on Twitter, or you can vote on the polls in chat. Type in the chat, and there's a chance to win some packs. It's a good time to get in. There's a Cinderella Girls collab going on right now. I'm in full screen right now, so you can see my Ferrari collection, the Portal leader currently, which is why I have it all set up. One of the main reasons why I've been playing Portal a lot this expansion, but it's a pretty expensive deck. We've talked about it before, so I needed a lot of packs for sure. And my rate of getting legendaries has been super low, so I can win some packs, please. But yeah, go ahead, win some stuff. And again, we've got 4 teams left, right? 4 out of 8, down to half. You can see them grayed out, sadly, as though they've fallen in battle, which I guess is technically what they've done. So what do you guys think about the teams that we've got left?
I think there are some really good coaches left over, as well as some pretty veteran players, and as well as the newcomer Mary Maybe and Zero Fine, as well as Hishiro and Skilla, are going to be definitely really top competitors in this tournament. But on the other side, Zones and Frost have been very good coaches as well. So I think the Blood versus Rune games on each side are going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's super clear cut who's gonna come out on top here, but I definitely have to say the favorites are going to be Mary Maybe and Zero Fine, followed by maybe Skilla and Hishiro, just because of Zero Fine's pedigree so far in this tournament, and because these two teams on the side of the bracket that we're going to take a look at right now, they've been playing so well, they've been performing so strongly, and we'll get to see the bracket coming up right now.
Yeah, the Mary Maybe and Zero Fine team is absolutely a terrifying one to deal with. We talked about that at the beginning of the day, but let's take a look at what matches are coming up. Of course, starting off in our next match, we are going to see that team taking on Skillet and Hishiro, which, as you said, another really great team. I mean, we've seen a lot of both sides of the coin today. Some matches where the play has been amazing, some matches where there have been, some big misses, but I mean, that's the point of the buddy system. The point is about learning. And one of the nice things about buddy system is that very often, even if a buddy doesn't perform all that well, they get a chance to come back in another month to get another chance, maybe have a different coach, or maybe the same coach, and you keep trying. But this is definitely, Mary Maybe and Zero Fine is one of those teams that got to come back, but didn't ever perform badly. Mary Maybe from the start, and of course Zero Fine from the start, both placing extremely well in this tournament.
Yeah, I think a great example of that would be Covert Go Blue and Akamaru Red when they paired together. I think there were several times when I just couldn't quite get to the finals. They couldn't quite win the entire thing, and then they come out 1 month and just win the entire thing. So anything can happen, and comes down to deck selection and also being prepared, as we've seen so far.
Yeah, and also just synergizing with your coach, which is a very difficult thing to do to begin with, right?
Yeah, a lot of factors.
Yeah. All right. Well, so we do have the key cards again, the decks that we are going to be seeing. But so let's just take a real quick little glimpse through them. We've seen these decks, and there are some very similar decks remaining in this tournament. But we can just take a little review.
So we saw this Burn Blood deck come out on top in the Blood Mirror against Machina Blood with the power of Nerea Beast Empress. And we saw this matchup play out on the other side of the bracket with Blood coming out on top of the Shikigami rune, the Kuon rune. So we'll see if that happens again. Also, the Alchemical Confectioner is the one-of card as compared to the Urias. Urias luckily squeezed out a lot of crucial damage in that game 2, I believe. Or game 2.
Well, they were able to evil face with it, I believe.
Yeah, but Alchemical Confectioner might be a slightly more consistent choice, especially against Runecraft. It might be a really strong card for this matchup.
Yeah, that was a good example of the first Blood deck that we are going to see. And then on the other side, we have a Rune deck. Now, the Blood decks, like you said, within the semifinals are the same, but there are two different types of the Rune craft.
Yeah, so this is going to be, once again, the genius among geniuses, that Spell Boost Rune deck. And as we see before, there are obviously a lot of ways for this deck to come back against Burn Blood, create a really strong board, flip the board state, and push a lot of damage back. But it's so important to make sure you minimize the amount of damage you take early on in the game. And your cards like Traditional Sorcerer can help a lot in that regard. But at the same time, you definitely want to be setting up cards like Kyoka or Daria to potentially make the Nerea turn a little bit weaker so you can clear it with things like Demon Caller.
Yeah, we saw the Mystic Absorption come out in the first series between the Blood and the Rune that we saw. And that really was a key card. And in the early game, denying the draw from the Vampiric Bloodbinder. And in the late game, it potentially could have set up.
It should have been good, but it is that type of situation, of course, where Mystic Absorption is very good at the beginning and a little bit later on. Just a really solid card.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it in the in SVO. One of the matches I remember, it got rid of an armored bat, which got rid of technically three Machina followers from dying, right? That's rough. That's a huge slowdown. But like you said, there's plenty of potential targets in this deck. So I mean I love that that's a card that's in the actual deck. Like, I feel like a lot of times you wouldn't expect to see a card like that in there. It's a little bit of a weird pick, but we know we're going to see it potentially in this match. It looks like we're heading into our first game of the first match of the semifinals. Let's see how they do.
My blossoms will reflect
Okay,
in your
Bloodcraft
eyes.
against
Another warrior
Runecraft.
wants the sword.
Game 1, so the coaches are going to be able. The coaches are going to be able to speak during the entire turn. In all of the turns for this first match.
Yeah, so it seems like Blood does go first here. Definitely
Yeah.
gonna be able to push out a little bit more damage, and Unleash the Nightmare is in their hand already.
So kept the 2-drop plus the Unleash the Nightmare combination that we're kind of mentioning at the start of the broadcast.
Yeah, definitely a really solid opening there. On the other side, Kyoka is definitely a really good card, regardless of going first or second. But as for the other cards, you may want to get rid of the Magic Missile here. They do toss the Clark as well. They find Shikigami
Yeah.
Summon.
Clark is a difficult card. The Bloodcraft side is pretty much always going to play a 2/2 follower on turn 2. So just
Yeah.
holding the Clark would have prevented excess damage coming in. If you play the Clark on 2 and on turn 3, then you can prevent a little bit of damage from coming in, but tossing it away, probably looking for something like Mystic Absorption or maybe a Magic Missile to go with Shikigami Summons, like a combination of those two cards, but kind of, yeah.
Is Bloodbinder gonna come out here, saving the other Hell Spirit Warrior for that potential storm damage?
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Shikigami Summon's gonna come out on turn 2. Daria is drawn. Not a bad hand.
Not a
for
bad hand. No
Rune.
clear-cut turn 3 yet in Rune's hand so far.
Yeah. Kyoka would be best on turn 4, of course, but if they draw a absorption here, that would be absolutely massive. Banish the Bloodbinder.
Yeah. So, do you play a 2/2 or Unleash?
I would just play Unleash, but I mean, yeah, I would just play Unleash every time. I feel like it's just, you want to get it out of there, and it lets you set up your future turns. It lets you play like 2+2 on turn 4 without, you know, compromising your turn 5 potentially. I think it just makes you, it gives you what your options are, so you know what you can expect on the, and it's just going wide this early on can definitely be really good, even though they have the 1/3 on board. I think it's still worth it.
I agree. Yeah, just play the Unleash.
Yeah, it's just that easy. But this is not so easy on the side of Rune. You don't really want to play this Kyoka yet, if you can help it, but don't really have much choice. It will soak up damage, and we have seen in the previous rounds a Kyoka early on not being cleared ended up being really instrumental in a comeback victory, so this could potentially happen again, because you definitely don't want to be trading into this Kyoka. You don't really want to be using Razor Claw on it either. You can help it. They do have Chaos Wielder that they can still evo in their hand, although the rest of their hand is running low on spell boost.
Bumping 2 things in is not gonna feel good though.
Yeah, so we've seen this before, just go 2+2 on turn 4 here.
Use the Razor Claw to shoot would be the regular play here. I think so. There's 2 types of Kyokas on turn 3 going second, right? The one is I have a second Kyoka, and the other is I don't have anything to do. I'm in a bad spot. I need to play this Kyoka out. And it happens to be the second one, but from the blood side, it's hard to tell which one it is.
Exactly, yeah. And I think they are gonna opt to destroy it here. And in this case, seems pretty solid, although...
Yeah, and going face here is going to be slightly stronger, I think, against the non-Kyoka hand.
Yeah. Bit of a 50-50 there, but they do somewhat come out on top there. Clark is drawn. A nice card for sure to get a little bit more spell boost action going. You can play the Chaos Wither for 2 and evolve that.
Yeah. Do you sack the 1/2 in?
Let's see what this. I would like play the Chaos Wither first and then see what happens. And I don't think I would sack it in at this point. Get the trade over the 1/1. And I would actually clear out the Bloodbinder here because I'd rather clear it now than have it potentially proc Nerea on 6.
Yeah. So that's a really instrumental card that we've been covering so far in this tournament. Powerful card, and if you've drawn a card already going into your turn, then you activate the fact where you can evolve with automatically evolve the Nerea, and you have the option to evolve a second time with the Flood Behemoth, something like that. Of course, no Nerea in hand yet, but a couple draws here potentially for the Bloodcraft side.
Yeah, and there is another Bloodbinder as well. There are a lot of options here for the Blood player. Let's get a listen in on what they're thinking right now. For Team 2?
Let's listen in to Skilla and Hishiro.
It all depends on what to do. Yeah.
Plays the Lunatic and plays the tree. And evolves the Vampiric and go this.
Oh my, this packs more trouble than it as promised.
Go ahead, curse me.
Okay, you can enter. So basically, why I told you to play the trees instead of playing board is because they can clear the board very easily. And I wanted us to save the EO. By playing trees, we are looking for an area.
Yeah.
And we're looking for otherwise very close to end the game.
Okay.
So right now, when Ilya is going to be active, that's 3 damage. Garnet is going to be 3 more damage. So we just miss 3 damage to win them. And hopefully they give us a good turn for EO. Okay.
Yeah, Hishiro really clear and explaining.
Yeah, really good
what's going on in the
explanation.
game.
Yeah. Really giving thought and attention to the reasoning behind his plays and what it accomplishes, what their goals are. I think that's really important. Very impressive coaching from Hishiro right
You ever hit the 1/1 in? Or I think you should hit the 1/1.
You definitely do. Nice. Really good.
Ward this turn? Daria's so good though.
I would rather play out the Daria.
I think you need the stats.
You need the Daria, I
Yeah.
swear. Yeah, but hitting in was definitely correct there. Either way, you do want to play out 2 more spell boosted followers on that. Or 3, yeah.
There's no automatic ego coming in from Nerea, so the 1/3 does, like, that you can tell, right? So, it's another source of damage there. They are going first, so Universe is not quite active yet. Yeah.
It is a total of 9 damage at some point by turn 8.
They're 1 damage off right now, but I don't think Rune is threatening them that much, so Blood's still in a commanding position. I don't think they're gonna just lose the game off of some kind of thing, but
well, they already spent 1 play point, so they can't
it's
win
turn
the game
6.
right now, but of course they can just clear out as much of this board as they can with that IO, heal up a little bit, and then there is just really no way for Rune to win the game immediately.
Yeah, and the drain coming in as well. Gonna seal the deal. Of course, there's no way to deal that much damage from Runecraft anyway. Not nowadays, at least.
Yeah. Certainly not. Yeah, and even if the Daria was played last turn, it probably would not have been enough damage.
Yeah,
Although with Clark and 2 Twin Blades, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's quite close. Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Would have been close. Yeah.
Yeah, really, really close. And another Clark, but that can't be played. There's just no time, but... yeah. It's so unfortunate. With one more turn, Rune could have easily had this game, but that's how Bloodcraft is.
Okay. I think the ordering is wrong, but...
Yeah. Doesn't matter in this case.
You want to keep the potential open to draw with Daria, and if you overdraw and spell boost, it's better than if you don't overdraw and top deck a spell boost card that doesn't get boosted. So
yeah,
you want to keep the...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 HP. Definitely a pretty close game, but with that double Razor Claw.
And they did set into Vengeance, so that might have been something to think about. A second EO, for example, with the Garnet Waltz, might have been an extra out that the Blood side had. There.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but Hishiro is so good at just understanding the win conditions and the what the deck does, right, in the matchup. And he conveyed it really, really well as a coach.
Yeah,
and
you could really feel the coaching like shining through there.
Like,
very clear, concise.
Well, we saw the same thing. The Blood Mirror is dominated by Nerea, and he definitely must explain that really clearly. Unfortunately, they played too quickly and forgot to listen in on them in the first round, but definitely, I'm looking forward to listening in it again and the next game.
Yeah, I think you could somewhat tell though, because it was so clean and it was like perfect. Like there wasn't like there was particularly like any moments where it didn't look like it was
no shaky moments,
clean. Yeah. All right, so they just need one more match now if they want to move into the finals. But Mary Maybe and Zero Fine still always going to put up a fight, as that was really close. Like I said, one turn away. And so let's see what happens in game number 2.
And it's not like Mary Maybe and Zero Fine made poor plays,
Yeah, I think they played quite solid. It was just too much damage. You cannot deal with that many Razor Claws from hand going first.
Yeah,
but this is a pretty aggressive hand from Rune. They've got Clark and 2 Twin Blade Mages. Could see an interesting game plan emerge from this. They are going first, so this could be a game where Rune can be a little bit of an aggressor.
There are ways to prevent that kind of game plan as well, though. We talked about it a tiny bit at the start of the broadcast, but especially going second, you can play a slightly longer game, even against Rune.
And like Io was just drawn right now. Excellent card. Going second, and especially against Rune, it pushes that damage, and the healing is so important because Rune is kind of similar to Burn Blood. It's just lots of instances of 3 to 4 damage most of the time. So that healing is a really big deal because Rune can't actually burst you from like 20 to 0 or anything like that. It has to be damage over the course of the entire game, and the healing can really, really good.
You mentioned they have similar styles. I would agree. Like Rune with Clark, they're dealing 3 damage at a time. With Twin Blade Mage, they're dealing 2 damage at a time. They're doing somewhat similar things, but Rune has no healing. And so Blood can actually play a slightly longer game if they hold on to EO, and with EO you can clear pretty strong Kuon boards as well.
Yeah, with Io and Lucius as well, who just drawn in their hand. Both of them very, very good cards alongside the Nerea as well.
So flexible and has multiple ways of approaching the matchup. So
can be Goblin on turn 1, or it could be a 1-cost card that evolves and destroys a Flame Destroyer. Could be
good stuff.
Yeah. Flame Destroyer not being played in this deck, but Kyoka on turn 3, pretty solid, and they will be able to play 2 more spells on the next. boost up that Chaos Wielder.
Will we see the unleashed power?
The unleashed power on turn 3 once again. That would be pretty impressive. If they don't draw it, it would be a little bit more awkward. The Kyoka would almost certainly survive in that case. I mean, it would survive anyway, but it would be a little bit of a weaker follow-up.
The only way to remove the Kyoka would be to Razory?
Yeah.
Top-deck Razory or something? I don't think there's another clear-cut way, right?
Yeah.
So
Unleash or Confectioner is pretty reasonable as well. Into the IO potentially on turn 4.
Yeah. And of course, Rune has a lot of...
wow!
I'm impressed.
This is what champions are made of.
Yeah, pretty good start coming out from Blood here.
Yeah.
A 1-0 lead, and in this game,
hitting that Bloodbinder into the Unleash is so good. And they even have the Princess Knight plus Ilya combination. They can evolve the Princess Knight if they so choose and get those Union Burst cards closer to being active.
PK Princess Knight Evo and drop the Storm as well on turn 4.
Yeah, that's a very strong combination. Of course, because the Princess Knight will draw a card first and it will activate Avarice. We'll gain another play point back after we evolve it, so you'll be able to play out that Hellspear Warrior.
Really strong stuff.
And then if they do that, they'll be able to save an IO for a potentially even stronger board. And it does look like their turn 5 on the side of Rune could be pretty good. So the IO might be really nice in response to that.
Yeah. Honestly, this might have been a good turn to listen in because I'm sure he's explaining situations.
Ooh.
I don't think... Do you think there are any situations where... Are there any situations where EO Evolve comes out on turn 4?
In this game, I don't think
right?
so. I don't think so. You absolutely should be holding on to her in case. You have the Princess Knight plus Hellspear, which is really good already. And that's already going to be enough to get rid of this Kyoka. There's not going to be any other follower. It's very unlikely that Rune's going to play anything else on this turn anyway. Very likely to just play two cost spells on turn 4 going first. So the Princess Knight will be able to deal with this. They go for the trade here.
Pretty conservative.
That's very conservative.
Yeah. Of course, the Kuon has been drawn, so maybe a little bit of a nod to that.
Yeah, they could be trying to go for a little bit of a longer game plan, but that's not necessarily that much better against Burn Blood, because as Rune, you do have to sort of walk on this sort of tightrope where you don't want to die, but at the same time, you better win the game before they start playing 9 damage from hand, right? So, you want to be setting up so that you can close out the game around like turn 7, turn 8.
Double Twin Blade, right?
Yeah, double Twin Blade really says to me that this could be an aggressive hand from Rune.
Yeah.
And I think the Kuon actually cements that as well. The Kuon can definitely push a lot of damage. If they were to draw like a Demon Caller right here, that could also be really good. The Fiery Embrace is definitely not a bad draw either.
Kind of unlucky with the draws.
Yeah, not great, but it's at least going to be able to deal with a potential Nerea. Although, the 1-cost Chaos Spirit are going to come out here. Okay. Getting some spells. But if they play those 2 spells, they're not going to be able to play out the Twin Blade Mages.
You could also evolve and drop a 2. You're not going to play the Kuon next turn anyway.
Yeah.
It looks like that might be the play.
Yeah, and then EO won't be very good on this turn either, but that's no problem. They have plenty of other options. There's another Unleash in hand if they want to go for that. They are going to go for one of the Twin Blade Mages. Get rid of that extra 2/2 and push a little bit of damage.
In this case, I feel like an extra 3 damage might have been pretty good.
Yeah, the 3 damage from Kyoga hitting face definitely would have been a
you
big
know
deal
that
here.
there's gonna be at least maybe three to six heal. There's not that much heal in the Burn Blood deck, but there's generally like 3 to
Yeah,
6.
you can expect like around 6. So probably
Yeah.
one IO Evo and then one Ilia proc is pretty
or
reasonable.
maybe 2 Ilias or
Yeah.
some combination, right?
Like 6 is pretty expected, and so with that being the case, you definitely need to push as much damage as you can because
Yeah.
this 17 is not really 17.
Yeah.
It's
so
gonna be more than-
essentially all this damage is gonna be negated by the mid game. But it's kind of an awkward turn. There's no way to drop. There are no ways to drop a tree on the board.
Yeah.
Urias Evo does clear. There are no ways to activate Storm with the Urias Evo.
The Lucius Evo, yeah.
Lucius.
Evo is pretty reasonable here, I think. And then I guess they can play out the second Lucius if they want to not overdraw, but it might. Would you hang on to the Lucius here?
If you look at the turn 5, it was 1-cost Chaos, Magic Missile, Chaos Wielder Evo, right? So,
yeah.
Unless they top decked a Kyoka, which Kyoka plus Twin Blade Mage. So, what's the draw? You can't play Twin Blade Mage plus Kyoka. I think you play Kyoka, so Kyoka has to be a top deck from the Magic Missile or from this top deck. So going a little bit wider and getting damage off the board is a good idea, I think.
Okay. The Kyoka should definitely be the play here.
Yeah, do you ever start
off 3-2
Solidarity?
Yeah.
You need more stuff? I don't think you need more stuff, right? Or you don't need to try to draw
more Spellblast followers, yeah, because you have a Kuan and you've got 2 Chaos Wielders.
Or like by playing Kyoka Evo first, you want to play an extra spell, right? For example, this opens the possibility of drawing the Mystic Absorption or something like that, but
yeah,
it's completely necessary here, so it would have been a little bit more efficient to go for the Solidarity
first. Yeah. That is definitely more standard play. Although, the draw off the 0-cost Chaos Wielder might see something interesting here.
So, one spell
okay, that's Clark. And another Demon Caller.
It's not quite enough. But the Fire Embrace is going to make sure that I don't think it's going to be a blowout with Nerea surviving, but
this is an even turn with EO. Interesting EO here.
You definitely want to hold that for...
Oh, they're just going all in with these Universe followers. Really early on.
Yeah, the second Union Burst isn't really set up with this.
Yeah.
And this also doesn't set up the Nerea, so the Nerea is pretty much unplayable right now. Like, the whole hand is kind of unplayable.
Yeah, it definitely breaks up the entire flow of this game for Hero. And they also aren't getting value from that drain. They healed up anyway because of Ilia, but that could have been more healing that they have later in the game.
So this makes it more difficult to play a slightly longer game.
Yeah.
In fact, ignoring that tiny board and just taking damage face is just as good. Just because you get more value out of the waltz, and you get more value out of the Union Burst effect of EO, and the heal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Ilia. So
sometimes it really is better to just play the card that matches the turn number.
So what do you think? Like Nerea no Evo pass?
Potential. I don't know. But probably just not the double union.
But
I mean,
turn
Nerea...
7 and still the rune hand is pretty weak. The turns have been pretty weak so far.
But this ends here.
Going through more solidarities, picking up the Daria. They're gonna go ahead and absorb this. We do have a completely full hand here. They'll definitely be able to embrace anything that Blood tries to go for next turn, and Kuan will definitely be available. They'll be able to play Kuan plus the Demon Caller as well if they want to push a lot of.
That's true.
Could be pretty strong. And Gabriel is in hand as well, alongside another Twin Blade Mage, the third one.
Life total is kind of in a weird spot, right?
Yeah. It's more than 3, instances of burn, but at the same time, this is still really low.
Yeah. So you want to pressure, but it also enables your opponent when you have a wide board and you deal damage to them. But you definitely need to set up some kind of 2-turn lethal setup, like threat, while making it hard to clear. So that balance is really hard from the rune side. Let's take a listen in on the blood side to Hishiro and Skilla.
You play 1 warrior. You place the Garnet as 3 damage base. Okay, so now, if they kill the 2-2, we're going to have Avarice active on the next turn. So you can go for Nerea and clear their board. They're probably going to play the Quan, the 15 PP guy. If you find Livia with Helader Union Dust, so if you find a lethal with Union Dust and the Warrior, you can go for it, since you have already 5 damage in it.
Alright, but place Nerea, and if I could place the other, do it as possible with Go Face.
Yeah.
Yeah, preparation. Clearly, like, they've gone over this matchup a little bit.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the extent of, the knowledge that Skilla and Hishiro have been able to build up around this deck and its matchups. It's been...
Do you have Gabriel here?
Gabriel is not...
It's better against...
bad.
It's better against Lucius, right?
It is.
It's an even.
Oh. Ooh. Okay, the Demon Caller.
Yeah, this is the strongest board, but it does get hit by some other stuff. And it's a little bit harder to use the Gabriel sometimes, so it definitely was an option to do a kind of unconventional play, but...
Yeah, not fully optimizing the play points right there with the sorcery, but still managed to create a good board regardless.
The strongest board, right?
Yeah. Not too much of a big deal there. I mean, this play, they still will be able to have the 0 cost Twin Blade Mage eventually. Ooh. And that is a lot of Ilias.
It's not quite lethal yet, but it's pretty dang close.
With this evolve here, they're gonna have double Ilia plus the Razory Claw next turn.
Yeah.
So they can honestly just trade with this Hellspear Warrior.
Yeah.
To just make sure.
5. Do you ever lose here?
It's possible, right? This definitely
6 damage.
Yeah, like if there's like a 0 cost embrace, double. Yeah, I mean this is already the 3rd Twin Blade, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess if there's like a...
Let's listen in on Zero Fine and Mary Maybe.
Lethal. 6, 9, 9, 11, 11 and 2. No, we don't. So we use the Fiery Embrace on the 4/6.
Do we?
Yes.
Okay.
Then we trade we trade the 2/2 over the 2/1 over the 2/2. Then we play Kwon. Yeah, Kwon. Play sorcery. Trade with the 3/3 with the 3/3 Shikigami. Yeah. Play Daria and go full face.
Daria?
Yeah, and go full face. So see if you can lethal them on the next turn. Unless they kill us, which they probably will.
Okay. Just find any way to lethal next turn. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, not obviously really hard to. Yeah, there's a lot of cards played per turn in this deck. And,
Absolutely.
yeah, but really, Hishiro really planned that out really well.
Yeah.
I'm really
Absolutely.
Yeah, walking that line of damage
one
is
of the
tough.
best players for a reason. So, I mean, I guess that extends to his coaching game as well.
Yeah, but I gotta say, huge shoutouts to both of the actual like players, like the buddies.
definitely.
Yeah,
they played really well.
and Skilla have been playing extremely well. Absolutely, this is like much better Shadowverse than I guess you would expect from Buddy System.
It kind of ended up being more like the matchup and
Yeah, like the true like depiction of the matchup, and not so much just like even turn fiestas going on.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
This was actually really good. Like this could have been a Shadowverse Open.
Yeah, well, I mean, it shows like just hitting that limit of burn blood. You know, like had there been like 5 more life somehow, then there's a good chance that like you just wouldn't be able to burn through that much, right? Like there was, it was like right down to playing that perfect amount. My favorite moment actually was when Mary traded in the Chaos Wielder for free to create board space, because I feel like naturally that's not something that people tend to look at unless they're more experienced, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, board space management is
with
just
the deck.
extremely important with Kuon Rune. More so with like this version of Spell Boost than with any other past iteration, because so many things like summon more cards. So many of your cards are like 2 board spaces or 4 board spaces with Kuon, and there's just so many things that you need to play, and knowing when to trade your things in and maximize the amount of damage, maximize the amount of pressure like that is definitely really important, and it's not that easy either.
Yeah,
I would definitely make that mistake many times, and a lot of people would, because you see like, oh, I can swing face with this, why would I give it away for free? But it's like, oh, that was extremely smart. But that is the end of the first semifinals match. Let's take a look at the bracket just to see what we have left and to see how these players have got to where they're at. As you can see, we have Skilla and Hishiro sitting in finals with that burn blood. Mary Maybe and Zero Fine going down. They are going to win that $500, so they're going away far from empty-handed, but Skilla and Hishiro can fight for a lot more, and they're going to be playing up against the winner of the next match, which will be Trihex and Frost taking on Fanhots and Zones. And can I point out that Fanhots, the sunglasses he was wearing are like a camera filter? Did you see that?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tripped me out. Yeah, when he puts his hands up to his face, they disappear, or when he takes a drink, they disappear. But they're a camera filter that puts the sunglasses on, and there's a reflection on them. And I have no idea what the reflection is of, but it blew my mind. It tripped me out. Watch it in the next game.
All right, I'll keep a lookout for that. That's the stream tech, I guess.
I guess so. It's like you're playing like digital cards, so you got to have like a digital poker face, and so you wear digital sunglasses.
Wow.
It makes sense. It's the only way to do it, right? You wear normal sunglasses, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, why not just go a step further and become a live 2D?
When are we gonna do an entire buddy system with just VTubers on it? How about that?
Live 2D all over the place.
We're getting a little too powerful there, I think. But
yeah.
So we are going to see again the same crafts going up against each other in this matchup, but we are going to see not Shikigami Rune. We are going to see the Natural Rune. How do you guys think this matchup is going to run into each other? Because we haven't seen this yet today.
This is another really close matchup.
Yeah, it's really close.
I think
it definitely depends on whether Blood can get the burn early, because if they don't get it early enough, and it takes time, it takes play points, it takes time for them to play out all of those cards. Natura Rune has a lot of sources of healing, which Kuan Rune did not have. They've got the Respite, they've got the Storm Elementalist, and so if they can make themselves, not be able to be brought down by potentially like 6 or 9 damage bursts within a single turn, then they can absolutely make it to their Riley. And especially if they're going second, winning by turn 7 can be pretty tough if Rune is able to hit all of their early game removal. The Pyromancer can be really strong against the 2/2, the 1/1s that Blood is going to play early on. So there's a lot of
has more than 2 health, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can go for either side. And of course, like at the same time, Natura Rune doesn't really make strong boards on their own. So there is a chance, if there's no Pyromancer, if there's no Storm Elementalist, that Burn Blood could run away with a little bit of an early game lead. Nerea can be a challenge to clear as well if there's no proper setup into it. So Nerea could definitely be a really important card in this.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. There's like no Fiery Embraces, right? There's missing a lot of the potential removal. But before we get into this match of these next decks, I just want to remind everybody that there is a giveaway on Twitter. Use hashtag SV Buddy System, and you can win some packs. You can type in chat, vote in some of the polls that are so cool, live updated on the side of the stream. I love those. But you can say who you want to win, and you might be able to win some packs there too. But yeah, definitely hit us up on Twitter. I never really go and read those. I actually have time this time since I'm hosting and not casting. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna look at those tweets. Okay. But yeah, it's we're finally going to this next match, right? I mean, we just talked about what the matchup is, but let's talk about the actual players. So we actually, you know what? Let's look at the decks again really quickly before we talk about the players. So again, just we've seen these before. Let's just go over them very quickly.
Okay, first deck, we just saw the Burn Blood come out against the Kuan Rune and be very, very successful. But just like the very, very first matchup of the day in the Blood Mirror, Nerea, I think, is really, really important against Natura Rune. It's hard to get damage off the board against Natura Rune. It's hard to get damage that sticks. There's a couple heal cards in the deck, an additional one added with the Storm Elementalist. So getting a lot of damage off of Nerea or the Flood Behemoth surviving, or both surviving, is really, really powerful in the matchup. So if you're able to set up a turn 6 Nerea, and not just that, but Flood Behemoth Evo in place. We saw it in the first round of the day, in the very, very first match of the day, I think, with Hishiro and Skilla. I don't think we've seen it in any other in any other game so far, but that's really the key. If it's a 4/6 and a 5/5, you can actually do the Arrow Elementalist Evo in place. It creates a 6/5, and then there are ways of clearing both at the same time with the Clash of Heroes and things like that. There are combinations like that, but when it comes down to 6/8 plus 5/5, there are really, really few combinations of cards that can clear both of those.
Yeah, and even something like Viridia Magna, which you don't really want to play on turn 6 as Natura Rune anyway, if you pre-evolve the Flood Behemoth, it's not going to be able to clear both of those either.
Yeah, and exactly.
So it just really, really limits their options. And of course, so the pre-evolve Flood Behemoth can be something to watch out for.
All right, well, let's take a look at the other deck that we'll be running into it with the Natura Rune archetype. And yeah, it seems tough. Like you got to really be prepared for the Nerea, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is dictated by the Blood player, but of course the Rune player also has to make sure to leave. We saw against Swordcraft, that deck doesn't have a ton of damage from hand, so you can kind of play it safer, and you can just play out a bunch of trees and not just ignore the board for the most part. But Blood is stronger and on board and has a lot more damage from hand, so it's gonna be much more challenging than versus Swordcraft.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be interesting to see which deck they pick, because Dark Mage doesn't really do a whole lot against the instances of 3 damage that Burn Blood has, although it can potentially stall out a turn against Nerea. And that could be a pretty big deal as well, because if they play a Nerea, they're not technically pushing any damage on that specific turn. And then if they Dark Mage, there could be a lethal setup that way as well.
Yeah. If I were to pick which deck I would play out of the 2, I would play the Burn Blood 100% of the time, just because it's more fun to play. But
yeah, I totally agree with that. I think Burn Blood is definitely a deck they can have a little bit more agency with, and that to me is just a lot more appealing. But here we go into game 1. Bloodcraft is going first. That's going to be very good for them. 2 Princess Knights in hand.
Yeah,
not a bad card, but you definitely want something else, and that is exactly what you want instead.
Unleash the Nightmare.
And Pyromancer plus the Desert Pathfinder going second for Nature Rune. Very good hands, I think, for both players so far. Urius, the one of Urius has been showing up like almost every game somehow, but here he is once again. I guess there is an option to play him on turn 3 and then Unleash on 4, potentially.
Not awful against Nature Rune, but of course there is the Storm Elementalist. Whenever you have a 5 attacker higher follower that is played commonly on turn 4 going second, things like that, Urius is just way weaker. So
yeah,
against both rune archetypes, you see Kyoka, Evo to 5 attack, you see Storm Elementalist, Evo to 5 attack, but no other followers can clear that, so it could be possible that the Urius just sticks with what we've seen so far, I guess, or force out a Pyromancer or something like that.
Yeah.
And the other reason why I pick the Blood deck to play in this matchup is because you have agency and you have multiple win conditions. I think you can win going first and going second. For example, going second, the main plan is to force out evolve points and then evolve a Flood Behemoth in place after all the evo points are gone. That's one thing you can do. Going first, like Nerea, Flood Behemoth evo in place on turn 6 is very powerful, but maybe going second, you might want to hold it until they run out of evo points, or just try to get rid of those evo points and go for those different win conditions. And otherwise, you want to deal damage and close out the game with burn cards. So a couple of different game plans you can follow.
The evo point management is a really big deal for Nature Rune, because their game plan is just so heavily revolves around whether they can get the maximum amount of damage possible from Riley and from Carol. They are going to go with that Urius on turn 3. I can respect that. There is a potential for this card to do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Arrow Elementalist is not going to be able to
clear here.
Do much yet.
His hooves are merciless.
Yeah, so seems like they are going to trade into 2/2s. I wonder what they're going to do after that. It might just be the Geo Elementalist and 1 tree. There's not really a whole lot else you can do.
Not a lot of other choices, of course.
Yeah. Next turn, I mean, you could full clear with the Pyromancer, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, you don't want to commit the Pyromancer if you can help it, but I think they do have the luxury of choice because their earlier game has been so solid so far.
Picking up 2 pretty decent cards there, the Princess Knight as well as the Hellspear Warrior, and offer a little bit more storm damage, and going face, of course. Let's see if they draw the Storm Elementalist here. No,
Urius
but that's
activates after Fanfare, right? So if you evo in place, hit him Pyromancer, do you Fanfare goes off first.
Yeah, so
I know Fanfare goes off first.
You can actually prevent damage this do that line, I believe. And I think that's exactly what Zones and Fanhots are going to go for here. A nice clear, and they should not take damage here. Yeah. The Urius is going to die off first and then not get the opportunity to ping.
Yeah, okay.
Saving that 1 damage can definitely be a big deal later on.
I always associate our man with like coming onto the board and returning the thing to hand first, and then doing the explosion effect. So it feels like afterwards that the damage comes down. Like it's on the board and it deals damage to itself, so it should exist on the board, right? And if it exists on the board, does the Urias effect activate? But I mean, just the fanfare effect just activates first.
Yeah.
It can be kind of confusing though.
For sure. Princess Knight gonna be played out here. What is the follow-up gonna be? If they evolve the Princess Knight, there's no clean way to make use of that extra play point.
Yeah, and no copies of the natural cards so far. So let's say there was a confectioner instead. Yeah, so there could have been a pretty good setup on 5 with you're very, very likely to draw into a natural card and also the Creeping Nightmares. So
they are actually gonna ignore this 4-1.
Yeah.
Just to push more damage and have a little bit of a better board, which I definitely agree with there.
Yeah, really smart move here.
Yeah.
Let's listen in on Fan Hots and Zones on this turn.
Use this turn for sure. We don't destroy 2 trees no matter what this turn.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that would work too, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to consider whether or not we want to save this Evo. I like the Passionate Potioneer more than the Arrow, for sure.
And are we gonna Evo it?
We're gonna Evo it over the Hell Spear, yeah.
Okay. So that's our line for sure then.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen a reaction like that.
Because they cannot pre-evolve a Nerea next turn, and then the Viridia Magna is very strong into that.
Oh, I got another Carl for the evolve.
That's fine.
It won't be long now.
They don't have a very clean clear at all here, so this is going to be pretty strong. In fact, we can even like possibly look for clears that don't use Viridia Magna. We're at how many trees played now?
4 and 3.
Okay, so if we were to
5, 6.
So if we draw another cheap tree maker, we can even look to just try to set up lethal, but it's a little greedy. The Viridia Magnus is incredibly safe, so we'll have to see, play it by ear. If we get like Apex Elemental, then we can just go for a lethal setup. So
okay.
The problem with committing to any trees is that it cuts off the Viridia Magna play, but like.
Yeah, it looks like the Rune is doing pretty well, has a solid game plan going, has had a solid count building up with their Nataran Great Tree, so they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely really important that they were able to point out the fact that Nerea will not have the automatic evolve on this turn, no matter what. Because there's no tree, there is no Bloodbinder, and they're actually going to play the Nerea and just pass there, so... Ventura is going to have the pick of the litter in terms of what they want to get done on this turn. They could absolutely try to set up for lethal, I think.
What do you do here?
Wait, they're at...
They're 4.
They're 4.
Like, you can leave the... so on turn 7, you can only play 3 cards that can deal 3 damage. So you can leave up the 3.
Yeah, you can leave up the 3.
Yeah, so maybe like Arcanate their Air Elementalist, double trade into 4/6, and hope to draw into another tree.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I think like you can clear out at least the 4/6 no matter what anyway. So I would probably like to start with the Aether here. But they are gonna go.
This sets the 4/3 to 4/2, so that's gonna be pretty strong against. Nerea is gonna be pretty strong against that.
Yeah.
You see the Creeping Madness as well, so Flood Behemoth is an option. there's an option to evolve in place. Let's listen in on Trihex and Frost on this turn. I guess we're not getting to listen in. So there's another option, right? With the EO plus... so the Rune side hasn't set up a Riley. So you don't necessarily need to...
Yeah, you would have to commit the Naraya. You do want it to come out the turn before the Riley gets invoked. So you could definitely go with something else here.
Yeah, like EO... Ilya plus the Bloodbinder would have been another fine option.
Yeah,
for sure.
So now Rune can actually find some sort of way to clear this, and then there's not going to be another ward. So even without Clash, the lethal combo will be there.
So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
They're going to pre-evo the Flood Behemoth anyway.
Yeah.
Just make it difficult to clear.
It's good, but they're pretty all in into this.
Yeah. I think I still like it.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of lanes of play that can lead to a win here.
Go one tree. That is the third Riley. That's actually a disaster. Okay, they can draw into Mysterian Wisdom, but if they do that, they're not gonna be able to clear any of this board. Oh no. Oh, you hate to see it. I mean, I don't really mind seeing it, but in general, you would probably hate to see 3 Rileys being drawn like that. Of course, if she's not in your deck, then the invocation effect cannot activate. Ooh. 3 Carols, 3 Rileys. I mean, I guess they're all together.
Yeah, 2 draws for the Mysterian Wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could try to go for like a turn 9 lethal or something. From
Carol
Elementals.
into Carol.
Oh yeah, you could definitely do that.
Set to 15, 10. No, Carol into Carol doesn't work.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they would have the Wisdom, right, for the turn 9?
Yeah, you have to Wisdom at some point. Like, you can't win with just the Union Burst going off. I think Van Hots and Zones have been playing pretty liberally with their evil points, and it's really, really hurting now, you know?
Yeah. This is gonna be a pretty scary board to deal with. I don't know if there's gonna be any way for them to come back in this game. They manage to set up anything for turn 9. There is another Race Reclaw, there's another Garnet. Waltz in hand for blood. They're gonna play out the EO here. Just save the burn damage in hand because he can play it next turn anyway.
He played the left EO, right? Left from the point of the older EO, right?
I think so.
So Union Burst, you should play the right one.
Yeah, you play the one that doesn't have it active, but might not matter in the end. Clash of Heroes being played, being drawn here. Carol, Union Burst is active, but there's no evolve point. Oh man.
Hyrule plus Clash? No.
I don't know.
No. There's nothing.
Yeah. There shouldn't be any way for... Yeah. Yeah, like, this is why we were mentioning about how, like, Evil Point management for Natura Rune is so important. And, I mean, Natura Rune is a straightforward deck.
This is winnable if you have Evil Point.
Yeah. If you could actually... If you had an Evil Point, even last turn, or right now, like, this is winnable.
It's actually winnable.
Yeah. In fact, you most likely do win.
It's close, but 10, 79, 10. It's exact.
Ooh.
Yeah, great line of play though. I don't think you can do better than that. So.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty solid even turn. Couldn't really. I just.
It's game 1.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. That...
Okay. Solid even turn regardless, but that is just a lot of damage in hand.
Yeah, I think the Evo point management.
Yeah, it really does come down to that.
Yeah, it's a really close matchup. It's really close.
I do want to say though that I mean their Evo point management might have been based on the idea that they were going to have that Riley come out, which would have.
But you want the Evo point on the Riley turn, and you have to be able.
Yeah,
to,
you're right. You're right.
You have to hold one to deal with another Nerea, like no matter what. So like as soon as you run out of Evo points, you just gain a loss condition, extra loss conditions.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially when you're in that good of a spot around like turn 6-ish or something like that. Just using up the Evo points is a little bit questionable, but also at the same time that was super unlucky. Yeah. Like,
yeah, it was really unlucky. You don't want to have 3 Carols, 3 Rileys in hand, but I think that was pretty well played from Trihex Frost.
Yeah, it was a very solid game, and that means that Trihex and Frost are only 1 game away from making it into the finals. Let's see if they can do it in game number 2.
And let's see the all-important go first card there. It's actually quite good for
it's
both. It doesn't really matter, so
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think I'd prefer going second on Natural Rune just because it's more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do prefer it, but I think that from the side of Burn Blood, it's just so easy, especially on game 2 and 3,
you're
to
really
put together the aggro game plan.
Sure, but you're reliant on drawing Unleash more going first, whereas like going second, you have other game plans, I guess.
Exactly, yeah.
Or I don't know.
It's not a problem.
Either way, like. Yeah, going first, you're more reliant on drawing Unleash, I mean.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That card draw, really, really important. So easy to run dry, and we've seen that a few times already.
Yeah, from the side of Trihex and Frost, we haven't really seen Skilla and Hishiro come up against that too much so far. And great hand from the Rune side. So many trees. And you got that
Pyromancer as well, and the Clash for extra safety could conserve an Evo point, could be used to set up that turn 7 lethal as well. Just a very good card to have one of in your hand at this point. Yeah, but that Unleash is really, really impressive that they've been able to get that once again here. I guess they're just taking the time to discuss what their plan of action is going to be. How are they going to use this Pyromancer? I wonder if they're thinking about they're talking now about, you know, their Evo point usage, if that's a big discussion point for them right now.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. We'll see. I think we'll be able to watch from their actions. At the very least.
They do speak louder than words. But here we are, going finally to turn 2 here for Blood. Corrupting Bat, pretty good draw as well. Could be able to set up that tree and get those Creeping Madnesses online at some point.
Yeah.
I definitely
want that tree in hand, ready to go, so that you can just drop it on 5 and don't have to worry about playing the bat with it on turn 5. Specifically.
But Trihex does play the Bloodbinder.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's really easy to drop the Corrupted Bat on 4 as well, so I don't think it makes a huge difference in this case.
Fine either way.
Yeah. Also, this is very, very debatable. I think this Pathfinder is wrong. You have to hold it to Evo.
I agree.
Nothing in hand.
Yeah, I think this is actually Traveler's Respite or just a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you could save the trap.
A little more advanced, but yeah. And then you can play like
just tree is fine.
Pathfinder Evo plus Respite on 4, something like that.
Yeah, like that sounds pretty good to me. You definitely want to be saving these heals if possible, especially going second. And this Pathfinder is not going to be a valid Evo target anymore once it gets cleared eventually.
Yeah, and you just get much less value off of the Pyromancer if you choose to play it on this turn. If you don't, you're taking some damage, so kind of a lose-lose situation in a way. Probably turn 3, like trade, drop a tree, play Respite or something. Oh, another thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is holding onto zero-cost Notarian Grey Trees.
Yeah, because there is there are situations where it can be really good with Pyromancer or like with Apex Elemental, for example.
Especially with Storm Elementalist. I think that's the biggest card so far. But it just creates situations where
yeah, and it's kind of similar to Dragon, where people will just like play out the zero cost tree because it sometimes it usually doesn't make a difference, but in Natura Rune it really can sometimes. Some of your board clear options can definitely change depending on whether you held a zero cost tree or not. And as long as you do play it before turn 7, you're not really losing out on too much anyway.
Yeah. Let's listen in on Fan Hots and Zones for this turn.
Because it's like the arrow is gonna. Let's draw first and see what we get, and then
draw first from
the tree.
From tree,
yeah, because we definitely play that this turn. We don't need to play the pyro.
Right, makes sense.
I don't think the pyro does too much for us. Oh, we got an Apex Elemental. Okay. With the Apex in hand. Alright, I still like the Respite. I like the Respite, yeah. And then we can Pyro, and then replay a tree next turn. And it also draws an additional card, so it gives us time to try to draw into the Carol. Yeah, let's just Respite and draw the card. And then, so, next turn is most likely a Pyromancer Evolve turn. You can replay the tree. You don't have to play the Ether. Wait till turn 5 to do that.
Right.
Pyromancer, replay the tree, Evolve the Pyromancer. You don't even have to evolve the Pyro. Use the Evolve to clear if you need to.
Yeah, yeah.
If you don't have to, then hold on to the Evolve and that should be fine.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're gonna have a pretty solid Pyromancer turn, it looks like. We'll see how much the Blood side chooses to commit into this board.
And I mean, this is just the most straightforward play.
Yeah. Is there world like you don't have a clear-cut way to activate Avarice on turn 5? If there was, then there is, right? Like technically Bat Pass?
Bat Pass is definitely reasonable.
Yeah, it's reasonable, but when it comes down to it, you have 8 cards in hand, and they would have been at 9 cards going into this turn. So
yeah, I think this line is fine.
Yeah,
because you have so many resources. You might as well just, if they don't have Pyromancer, this is really good for us.
Yeah,
and if they do, we are
a lot of
still in a
downsides.
fine position.
Yeah.
Princess Knight gonna get pretty big value boosting up Zilia's here. Although
you can take a peek at a Creeping Madness card. Maybe drop the tree and just use 1.
Yeah. Take a peek. See what. Oh.
Take a creep.
Take a creep. They're holding on to both of those, playing through the Lunatic Aether instead.
Yeah. Pretty weak board state coming out from the left side. And gonna use the Evo point, so honestly, it's not a great flip.
I got too hot under the collar.
Yeah.
I might have done the exact same thing and not even Evo the PK at Princess Knight. The
Evo here is really not that good.
At the same time, you want to activate Ilya early.
It's so weak on board, but getting that countdown is important. It's kind of tough. You do have more cards to draw into, so if you're able to play the Ilias earlier, then it's easier to play like the actual burn spells once you draw into them on a timely manner, but right on the first turn where they might want to Evo, they draw the Carol going second. Very, very important.
At 3, right?
Yeah.
And they can go up to 5, so no turn 7 setup because they didn't Evo. Oh yeah, there is.
They still can evolve on turn 7.
You just have to evolve twice before.
Yeah, and I think this is probably fine.
This has to be an Evo turn.
Yeah, this just Evo the Storm Elementalist. Honestly.
Why? Or
Evo.
You don't Evo Storm Elementalist. Huh? So so Carol, you want to reduce the Union Burst, and
yeah, this is definitely
Union Burst down.
You're done for.
Okay, and Storm Elementalist is a much better Evo target, but it's better set up into
you have to
Nerea?
kill an array with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
but
confoodled there, but yeah.
But
oh, then Nerea off the
Arrow
top.
Elementalist plus Clash is also pretty good.
Yeah.
And you're still leaving Arrow Elementalist is better? Is Storm Elementalist better? Shoot? Or to... It doesn't make a difference, right? You can't clear...
It's about the
6-8,
but... I mean, I think this line is still fine, though, what it did.
Nerea. So if the Flood Behemoth is evolved in place, I guess it doesn't make a difference, but in that case, you should play the Storm Elementalist, right?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure, but U6, Evo, Hidden. Huh. Definitely want to evolve in place if possible.
Oh. That wasn't even turn. It's pretty tough to make those sorts of proactive Evo point usages on decks like this. So
it's the win condition though.
Yeah, it is the win condition, but
yeah.
I mean it's tough to
be
doing that as a buddy.
So 2 clear ways to clear Flood Behemoth. So Storm Elementalist Evo plus Clash will clear 4-6 plus 5-5. If you go shoot 4-6 with the Storm Elementalist proc evolve, and then if you clash the 4-3 and then hit into the 5-5.
It looks like they're doing that.
Yeah, if Nerea does that full health, it will proc. So, and same thing with the Elementalist. You can also do like the same thing where clear, but they're probably just getting to 7, right? Not really under a threat.
Stratus.
Yeah. Storm. Yeah, so just 6-8's a lot stronger. They would have lost regardless. And in fact, it would have been like worse to Evo in this situation because you don't have an Evo. And here they have 2 draws for a second Nerea. So maybe this is actually better because they need to draw the second Nerea. But then why play the first Nerea? Like, you should play it going into the 7? They should hold the Evo point. So it becomes a game where like Rune has to hold Evo point, has to hold 2 Evo points, 1 to deal with Nerea, 1 to OTK, right? And then if you play the Nerea, then you can use the second Evo point. But if you don't, you actually buy a turn? Right?
I guess.
But turn 6, pretty difficult turn.
Yeah, this matchup is definitely pretty tough.
Yeah.
There's a lot of little things to keep track of, think about. But
another turn 7.
This is gonna be a win for Rune. The turn 7 OTK. Evolve the Carol, the Riley. It's just that easy. But they have to play the Carol first.
It's an odd turn. Oh man.
Mend your ways.
Oh man.
Yeah, like
that's game 2. That's game 2. I almost like. Ooh.
It's still yeah.
The only out there was to keep drawing for Nerea, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and there was a few more opportunities. They drew the second Creeping Madness. Yeah. And then there was still the Aether that they hadn't used yet, but that was an odd turn, I think, right?
Man.
Yeah,
but,
that's tough.
But it's really cool because we're getting to that point where you have to make specific plays to set up against an opponent's strong turn, or else you just lose. But it's really kind of impressive that we're there, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's been like about a month.
That last matchup, the last game was like matchup based and playing to the matchup, and this is the same thing where you have to play the matchup, you have to understand the matchup. It's still like the first month in this expansion, so even the coaches are having a little bit of trouble with it, I think, and the difference in how much the coaches understand the win conditions is really making a big difference, I think.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's really cool to see it. Also, really cool to see like the fact that there are key turns, and that's just what makes the game so good. But let's see if they've maybe learned a little bit about how deadly Natural Rune can be on turn 7 as we go into game number 3.
And so this time we are getting a little bit of a change of pace. Natural Rune is going to be the one going first this time. It's going to be an easy toss-all from them.
Oh, great hand, great hand.
That's a pretty good hand. And so this is going to be the side of the matchup where Blood wants to be forcing out those evil points and play not such an aggressive game, but one where they can make the OTK basically never happen, essentially, with their use of Nerea and their own evil points.
If you draw Nerea and the mulligan, just hold it. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's just very important. AO is going to be kept here. Not too bad there. Rune is going to draw Apex Elemental.
The Pathfinder is pretty good in this matchup. Blood really doesn't play a lot of 1/2s on turn 2, anything like that. They're always going to be playing a 2/2 follower, so you're always going to be able to immediately draw a card off of Desert Pathfinder, get a destruction count up, and you can activate cards like the Arrow Elementalist.
Yeah.
Cards like that. So and you're always going to be able to play a turn 3, the 3/2/3. What's his name?
The
let me
Potioneer?
Yeah, exactly.
Another EO coming in. So many Universe followers in Blood's hand right now. Not that much damage. I wonder if they're gonna use the Creeping Madness to draw. They do, and they get another Ilya.
Yeah, it's really important to be able to pressure with the Nerea, so I think I would have held.
I would have definitely held the
Madness,
Beating
and I
Madness,
definitely
personally.
would have tossed the
AO. Yeah, it's not. It's in general a good card going second, but not so much in this
Not
matchup.
in this matchup, yeah,
it
really doesn't matter.
really build boards at all.
Yeah, in fact,
and-
like passing turn 2 is fine if they play Pathfinder. If you're all into the game plan where you want to get the Nereids down, I think that's still the strongest game plan.
It's
So
definitely.
like, I'd rather pass turn 2 into Pathfinder a lot of the time than play the EO as well, because it just plays into their game plan. And taking like 4 damage, 6 damage, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the best play, turn 2 going second against the Pathfinder, is the pass.
Yeah, I mean that's been something that was quite popular. Even a couple expansions ago, back when Dragon was playing. I mean, they still play Pathfinder and Pteranodon. Making sure that the Pathfinder can't actually get the last words effect was definitely a big deal for a long time now. And it's even in this deck, even though it's not with Pteranodon, Pathfinder last words effect. Very important to be able to get the card draws right away.
And the Passionate Potioneer is drawn, so if a 2/2 comes out this turn, it's going to be able to activate.
Yeah, it's actually quite a big difference. If there's if the Pathfinder can't be killed off on the following turn, then
the only good card in that case would be a second Pathfinder, which doesn't really matter that much, or Geo-Elementalist. So yeah. Those are the only good plays on turn 3.
But how crazy
would
would
it's like Respite Pass?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But like, how crazy would it be for Trihex to pass right now? Would you ever expect this?
Because it's turn 2 going second, right? This is a reaction to the opponent's play, and it's on an even turn. I think he's deciding which card to play, not whether or not to
it's
play
definitely I definitely expect him to play the Corrupted Bat here. And I mean, most competitive players probably would as well. But he's
to be honest, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how many players in SVO would pass this turn, right?
It's not the classic turn 2 with 3 2-drops in hand and then pass. It's a little bit too Galaxy Brain. But Triax is actually taking a long time on this turn. What if he actually times out by accident, but it was actually the better play?
Oh man.
Oh, he's...
Oh!
Whoa!
Wait.
Melon Brain!
Wait,
what?
How much? Huh?
Wow.
How much of that was planned?
We can only guess, but...
What?
Oh my...
I'm interjecting here that I would like to have listen into them on their next turn.
Oh yeah.
This is... Huh.
If Frost yells at him for not playing a 2-drop, it'd be like...
Yeah, it'd be kind of funny, but no matter what the reaction is, I'm so interested to see.
Yeah, that was... Yeah. Whew.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Wow, again, I mean, it's not even from the Rune player this time, but this is as good or better than the SVO gameplay that I've come to know.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting
I mean, to be honest, it might not even be because, of the Pathfinder last words, but because they know they have EO evolve on turn 4 anyway, that they don't want to just throw away a 2-drop. That could be the reasoning. And, I mean, it's not wrong or anything. That's definitely something to consider as well.
Yeah, wow, that's good stuff. Yeah. Oof.
Like, for example, back in the day, you would play Confectioner on turn 3 into your board clear on turn 4 with Kelwer or something like that.
Yeah,
but
let's get a listen in. Let's get a listen in on Trihex and Frost.
So I think I agree with what you did. Not playing a 2/2 kind of set them off a little bit because all they did was just play a tree. And now the Pathfinder, if it dies, it doesn't summon a tree because it will only summon a tree if there are no trees on the board. So that's...
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's actually really big. Okay.
Yeah,
if I knew that, to me that was
my God.
I didn't know that part. Nice.
Oh
It
my
could,
god.
It could technically like try to bounce the tree and then try to sack off their Pathfinder.
Yeah.
I think we're still gonna stick with the plan of Urius.
Okay.
For next turn, if they go wide, like if they have more than 3 followers, try to go for an IO because it's super likely that their board only has 2 health or less. Other than that, if the Urius lives, I think you Evo and go face with the Urius.
Gotcha. Okay.
After that, you can just play like a Corrupted Bat, maybe another 2-drop, or if you don't have another 2-drop, play a tree.
Okay.
And then if you draw a Princess, if the Urius dies, I think you can look for a Princess Knight play. You can play Princess Knight, evolve the Princess Knight, and then play a 2-drop. Either it's a Corrupted Bat, or if you draw a Hellspear Warrior, you can play the Hellspear Warrior.
Got it. Okay.
Did he just... He made that play, right?
Yeah.
Crazy.
And from the sounds of it, it didn't seem like
They
Frost
didn't prepare.
explicitly told
Yeah.
him to pass turn 2. Because he said he agreed with that play, so...
Yeah, he agreed with the play.
That was absolutely just Trihex being really amazingly on point. And like he didn't even know about some of like the Pathfinder interactions, but
Yeah.
like I mean, I guess it was just sort of like the fundamentals of, you have IO as an option and the 2/2 doesn't really accomplish that much.
I don't know. I don't understand. Like, yeah. I don't know if it can be summed up like that. It's
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
It's definitely hard to say what exactly went on there, but the result, I think, definitely really good. I think it definitely slowed down Rune's game plan considerably.
Yeah. It obviously isn't like game changing. It's
Yeah.
just it's one of those plays where
But it is
as a
up.
competitive player you would make that play to increase your odds of winning.
Yeah.
Just a
Yeah,
hit.
like 10, 15% more, or even less than that, maybe.
Yeah. It's just like an optimal play. It's not
Yeah.
even.
This is
We've been
min-maxing
talking
Shadowverse.
about We've been talking about like key turns and making optimal plays, making key turns and making sure you have a strong thing going on the key turn. That it's not like that there, right? It's more
Yeah.
like
This is the
min-maxing, as you said.
low-key big play.
Yeah.
Low-key big play was to not play anything at all. And if they end up winning this game as a result of Rune's game plan being just a little bit delayed, that would be
Naraya
so
picked
crazy.
up.
And Naraya is going to be big. There's
triple. Wait, 5
Penta Union Burst. Penta Burst.
I thought you said hentai for a second.
Chill, Pot Watcher, chill.
Okay.
Oh man.
All right.
His hooves are merciless.
That's good stuff. Would you
Yeah.
rather Tree Storm Elementalist, Tree Evo hit face? 5/3.
Okay, they're going for no elemental turn.
Oh yeah. No Evo is great. What am I
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, this I
was
like this a
bashing them
lot.
I was bashing
I like
them
this
for
a
like
lot.
not holding Evo. Technically, you should keep the 0, but
Yeah, I mean, but still fine. Hero Elementalist
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
very, very
Elementalist
good.
drawing Riley.
Yeah, I mean, he was
Wait,
mentioning
he's
earlier
also
that
drawing Carol every game.
Yeah.
so
that he was saying earlier that he draws multiple Rileys every single game, and he's not wrong. Somehow this has been happening. I mean, of course, this is just contract that you signed when you played Naturin. When you sign up to play this deck, you understand. Sometimes you'll just win, and sometimes you'll get 3 Rileys in your. But I mean, this game definitely could still go either way. What the heck? They have every single Union Burst card in their deck.
I don't really. What do you do here? So it's hard to make a play that's strong enough to force out an Evo point.
Yeah, you.
So does that mean you want to play passive, or does that because Rune wants to set up for turn 8 anyway, not even like, turn 7. So I think you still want to pressure a little bit.
I would agree, but
I think you have to play out double EO and Evo or something.
double EO IO. Double EO Evo.
And drop a tree. Hope for the best.
Yeah, that is what I would do as well. Definitely need to hang on to these Ilias in case the damage comes in later on. EO is not going to be that much more useful anyway, so might as well play it out.
Wow, nice play.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's turn 5.
That doesn't not turn anyway.
Okay.
But yeah. Huh. I
That's a
wonder.
hard turn.
Yeah, but this is going to be turn 6 for FanHots. I wonder if he commits a dual play
Honestly,
to this.
turn 6 for Trihex depends on the draw, right? Like
It absolutely does.
yeah, this is
It's gonna be really
oh, man.
crazy. This game is insane so far. Pyromancer off the top.
It's a good card.
Not
Probably see the draw, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It is an even turn.
Yeah, I would definitely want to open up with this tree.
Whew.
Hovering
What's
the power.
What's the Natera count? So there was
Not very
turn 3,
high.
Turn 3 there was 1. Turn 4 there was 2, right?
Yeah.
They played the 0 and then they bounced. So that's only 1. And then they had a 1/1 in hand. On turn 5 they played
Is that 4? Oh, I think it looked like it was 4.
somewhere around 4.
Yeah. They could play. Okay, so they start off with the Storm Elementalist.
Okay. It looks like they're just going with the Evolve plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do. They are going to be trying to evoke the Riley on turn 7 here. Sure, they get the invoke.
But with 2 Rileys
Really in hand, it's really not that good. In fact, it's probably better to invoke it later.
Is he gonna do the 5-head play
Oh my
of not
God.
playing the tree?
Wait, these players.
Are we gonna see it?
These players.
Oh my god!
These
Oh my
players
God.
are nice.
This
Whoa!
This is like.
This is really good. Wow. Okay, but Brazery Claw off the top. How does this change the play?
Now, if you don't play Nerea and then create a 6/8 next turn, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely hold on to the Nerea.
Because, especially with the information that they held onto their tree.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
This is. Wow.
Oh my god. Again, I mean, I was joking earlier, but now I might not be joking so much anymore. I'm using Buddy System to figure out what decks I'm bringing to the Tokyo tournament.
I mean, this is a great way to learn the matchup, right? Like,
this has actually been.
This is actually like
exactly
high level stuff going on. Like, no joke at all. It's actually high level.
Not a singular Kappa in the chat.
Yeah. I mean.
Wow.
Yeah. This is like.
I want to get a listen in on zones and FanHots. See how they deal with the next.
Okay. Yeah, this is kind of a clutch turn. This is gonna look a lot like the previous game, but I actually really like. Okay, wait. The setup here is to. If you have Verdia Magna, you get the Union Burst without evolving Riley. I like Pyro. This is actually kind of difficult. Okay, let's tree first and see what we draw. I think we commit to this line. They didn't Nerea us. They might
go
be
to 7.
baiting us.
Here.
Yeah, we're gonna go to 7. We're gonna commit to going to 7 and trying to kill them the next turn. It's a little dangerous. If we top deck Carol, it's kind of nice.
Ooh.
Oh, we got the Clash. Perfect. All right, now Viridia Magna and clear these 2. And
So
we
not
don't have
Pyro
to...
anymore.
not Pyro. We're saving the Evo. This is, yeah. So Viridian Magnet out, and I'll explain the setup after this. So, it's gonna be the classic setup, right? So you're gonna invoke Riley.
Yeah, so Karo, Clash the Taunt, and then face.
Yep. Evolve the Riley.
The evolve is enough damage to OTK.
Yes.
From 7 trees. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Lunatic Aether, Creeping Madness, Lunatic Aether, Creeping Madness. Okay, that's hard to say really quickly. Come on. Oh. Let's listen in on this turn. Are they gonna flood the Let's listen in on Troy Hex and Frost.
Oof, this turn is really difficult.
But
don't have any ways to trigger the Avarice.
Yep.
Ilya's not
can
very
use
good
Clash
here because
on
it doesn't
the,
clear the 4/6.
On the Carol?
And I mean, you could
Yeah.
Ilya Razor Recall the 4/6.
And then that
but
just
that
has to
doesn't
get
really do
enough
anything for
pings.
us.
Oh no, wait.
Well, what if we get out? What about having
it's
the
always
behemoth?
enough, yeah.
Will that at least buy us 1 turn? Or is it gonna
It's
be able to-
tough because they could like evolve the Riley. They could play a removal, a certain removal that costs 1 play point, and they could like basically
Okay,
just
all
kill
right,
the-
okay. So
kill our-
let's do something this turn then. Let's
Yeah.
Do you like Ilya evolve swing?
No, I don't like that. I think we just go for Neria. Yeah, just play Neria, evolve the Neria, swing in. And next turn, try to find lethal with the Ilya, Razor Claw, and if possible, trigger the Avarice so we can play the Hellspear Warrior with Storm, and try to like push as much damage as we can.
Okay.
Conserving waters, sustain me.
And it's turn 8.
It won't be long now.
Right.
Gonna be setup. The classic setup.
Riley Evil Clash Carol hit points. Oh. Hate to see it.
Yeah, I mean, evolving the Nerea is obvious. It's like kind of the most obvious thing to do, but
there's no other. Like, you can't play around.
Yeah, you definitely can't play around the Clash anyway. Oh, what a game!
Oh man.
Turn 8 going first. That is gonna be the OTK from the Chura rune.
Oh.
And oh man.
And Fanhots and Zones are moving on to take on Skilla and Hishiro, the grand finals. That was a tough match, man. There was there were like genius plays, and like everything about that match was like down to the wire. That was stressful to watch. That was super stressful to watch.
Like, you know, like a match is intense when, as a viewer, you are getting like stressed out and spooked as well. But yeah, that was incredibly impressive. I really did not expect such well thought out plays from both sides. I think that Trihex didn't really necessarily know what the entire interaction was, but one way or another, he ended up making a really, really smart play. And Fanhots not invoking the Riley until the turn that it could definitely get the OTK because they had 2 Rileys in hand already. I mean, he definitely has experience with drawing Rileys before he wants them. So, he's good at playing from that kind of position, and it shows. Like, that was just really high level shot. That was really high level Shadowverse.
So
I'm so
Trihex turn 2 pass, that was an optimization play.
Yeah.
Right? But Fanhots on
but that was like a crucial play.
Turn 6, if you play the tree, you can't win. Like, it's not.
That is like avoiding a throw.
Yeah. That was probably even more impressive.
Yeah. So in terms of like the importance, that was definitely higher impact.
Yeah.
But definitely, like, both plays were really, really.
I think even fewer players would have passed on turn 2 though. Like,
Absolutely.
They're both like plays that it's really easy to mess up. I mean, if you know the deck, if you know the matchup, if you've played it enough, then you'd probably be able to find both of those plays. But just
I mean, even still, it's tough. It's tough. It takes so much self-control, you know, to see something, to see the potential to like use your play points efficiently, or to be able to do a little bit more damage, or to just put one more thing on the board and to say, no, that is not the play, right? That's
was turn one Creeping Madness played?
It was, right?
Yeah. Okay, so that lost the game.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right. Well, there'll be time to think more about that later. But let's look at the bracket, because we are down to our final 2 teams, where we are going to have Skilla and Hishiro taking on FanHots and Zone. So I think it's actually 2 new players in the finals, right?
Wow.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, new players with some really strong coaches, Hishiro and Zones coming in. And it's going to be another Blood versus Natura review.
Yeah, a really close matchup. And I think Hishiro and Skilla have been watching the stream.
Yeah, I would expect that they, if not like learn a lot from that stream, they are definitely like much more well solidified and well prepared going into this set.
Yeah.
And if this upcoming final is anything like the match we just saw, it's gonna be really insane.
It will be. Also, a congratulations to Mary Maybe and Zero Fine and Trihex and Frost, who are going home with $500.
Yeah, definitely. Great showing from both of those teams. Great plays coming out. Really impressed with Trihex. Really impressed with Mary Maybe and, of course, Zero Fine. As always, with those consistent results. Didn't quite make it to grand finals this time around, but still in the money.
Definitely
they could have. They absolutely could have in my book. And they were close, right? They were always like just barely there. So our top 4 in particular, especially today, are really, really.
This is like an SVO top 4.
I know.
I would like this is really, really good. I can't say enough. Like this is such good Shadowverse, I think. Especially the C and Buddy system, it's amazing.
It's always impressive to watch them do this. But that's one of the best things about this show, right? But of course, you know, there's a different show that we're going to be having in 2 days. However, the tournament is tomorrow, and that is Operation Tokyo, where you do get to see a lot of these pro players actually play for themselves and not have to tell people what to do. And this prize is a trip to Japan for you and a friend for the World Grand Prix, which sounds absolutely amazing. Again, please add me as your +1. There's also $2,000 cash pool. There's over 1,000 World Uprooted packs. And I do have to say, there are now over 350 entrants. So even from the start of today, just the start of the stream, we've gotten over 50 entrants since last night. Since I guess the very beginning of this morning, there's over 350. So just enter, be a part of such a gigantic tournament. There's not going to be another chance for, I'm sure, quite a while to be a part of something as huge as this. It'll be fun to just say you're a part of it, and it's free to enter. Type !Tokyo in chat to get the link to enter. Just, you know, it's fun. This is major.
Yeah, and if you're not interested in playing, come check out the stream. It's going to be on Sunday, same time at 12 p.m. Pacific, I believe. And that's going to be the top 8, and it's an open tournament with players from all around the world. So we might be seeing some Japanese players from Asia, players from Europe, and of course the North and South America as well. So all around the world. Yeah, it's going to be really cool to watch.
We could see the Japanese players try to win the trip to Japan, but we'll be seeing that in a few days. Right now, we've got one more short break to give our players a break, since one of our finalists did just play. Be very, very short, and we'll be right back after it with the grand finals of the stay-at-home Buddy System. 8 teams entered and 2 teams remain here at the Buddy System, as Skilla and Ishiro are going to take on FanHots and Zones in the grand finals. I'm Wonder Chef, joined for the very last segment, as usual now, by Potwasher and Noir. It's been a really good day so far today, guys. How have you liked the matches?
Yeah,
really good. I've been having a great time casting these games, and it's just like, it's been really crazy. I mean, it's always really crazy to see, you know, how different players from different backgrounds mesh together with their coaches, how the coaching goes, how, of course, the even turns go. But I was really surprised, because this time it was really fun to watch, but not for, you know, not because of the plays were like ridiculous, but because the plays were like surprisingly really, really good. at least in that last match. And of course, I mean, we've been getting pretty much the entire spectrum over the course of this tournament. There were some turns where, questionable decisions were made, but that last set was really, really impressive. And it's just been a lot of fun.
I think we get to see, too, one of my favorite things about the buddy system, which is the person actually learning even more as they go along.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, Trihex in game number 1, or I guess you could say, like, in his first set, right, was making a decent amount of mistakes, but in this last set was playing extremely well, made a super heads-up play, maybe made, like, a few, like, could have been slightly better plays, but that's not, like, a mistake. It's just a decision that wasn't, the best player in the world decision. So that was, really incredible to see somebody go from, one to the other in even just a few amount of games.
Yeah, and I think we've been able to showcase how close a lot of these matchups are. We saw this Burn Blood go up against Kuan Rune, and that was a little bit more favored for the Burn Blood side, but for this matchup, Natra Rune against the Burn Blood, it's really close. And there are a lot of matchups like this. I think some of the more difficult decks like Artifact Portal has really even matchups across the board. And if you play a specific playstyle, if you go for a specific win condition, it just is miles stronger. And finding out those things and figuring out what to do and figuring out what's the strongest thing to do is part of being a competitive player. And I think we've been able to talk about what makes someone are really, really good at this game and what kind of things that you have to do in order to be competitive at this game.
And I'm curious as to whether or not his Hero Zones have ever won as coaches. I'm always so bad at remembering the actual results that we've had over the past few months, but oh wow, they are already into it. All right, let's see which of our newcomers, Skilla or Fanhots, will take the first game of the grand final.
Okay. Pretty good hands overall on both sides. I wasn't quite able to catch who's going first and second.
I'm assuming Blood's going first based on this mulligan, keeping the Lucius there.
Yeah,
of course, the Unleash is going to be really, really good. This is, again, a really, really strong hand. Going to be able to go on ahead with that more aggressive game plan. Over on the other side, though, Elementalist. These are both pretty good.
If Pathfinder is played early, in this case, it's good to drop the 2/2 down because you get the extra damage and it's worth more than the potential to prevent one Natura proc, especially if the Natura opponent is going second. So
yeah,
it
is definitely an interesting dynamic where if Natura Rune is going second, that is actually when their game plan can be put together the fastest. And at the same time, if you're going first as Blood, that is when you can play most aggressively and less of a sort of control-y style.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And there's still some optimizations. I think we mentioned in a previous game, like Geo-Elementalist turn 2 instead of Pathfinder, so that you can Evo Pathfinder on 4 or 5. Especially if you don't see cards like the Storm Elementalist. It's definitely a heads-up play to keep the Pathfinder in hand and utilize the Evolve effect to add a tree to hand instead of just relying on the Last Words effect. I think in this case, though, you probably go for Pathfinder.
Yeah, you already have the Storm Elementalist in hand. You already have the Carol.
But there's an Unleash on the side of Blood. It's going to be a good match.
2 Unleash. And there's the Nerea as well. Definitely.
Plus the Confectioner. So we saw the Urias come up almost literally every single game.
Every single game, yeah. And
Confectioner was better like every time.
Was better,
yeah.
It's very funny how that happens, but now we do get to see Confectioner, and it's going to be able to draw those Natura cards, and what that means is it's going to be a very high chance that this Nerea will have Avarice active on turn 6 and enable that, or on turn 6 right? or 7, or turn 7, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm used to saying Nerea on 6. But whenever you want it, the Avarice can definitely be there, and you'll be able to pre-evolve that Flubby.
So in the blood deck, this is going into the nitty gritty, but so there's 3 Lunatic Aether, 3 Creeping Madness, and 3 Corrupted Bad. So it's actually 67%. It's 2/3 of the time that you're gonna get a Creeping Madness off. But if you're not going for turn 6, then it's gonna be 100% by turn 7. So that's one way to think about it. So you're always going to be able to activate Nerea by turn 7, and going first, yeah, it's just something to plan around.
They do end up drawing that Creeping Madness anyway, so either way, the option will definitely be available. And so this turn 4, I wonder how much they want to...
in hand? 7?
7 cards in hand on side of blood.
They card draw cards this turn.
They could.
And no Pyromancer shown yet, and a lot of damage coming in.
They are gonna go for two drops though, or yeah, they're gonna play both of these out.
Yeah,
the Flatrunner will draw out a card anyway, so this is again not too big of a deal, even if there was Pyromancer. But in this case, there isn't. So this a board this wide is really, really intimidating.
And there's so much card draw that even if there was a Pyromancer, as you said, you wouldn't get punished for it either. The only issue is that this does make it so that you don't really have... it's not as flexible on turn 5 if you really want to drop a tree on turn 5.
Yeah.
Because you haven't played the Confectioner yet, but if your game plan is to kind of go for a turn 7... Nerea or something like this, then, or try to get some more damage in the mid game before on turn 5, turn 6, before dropping Nerea. So trying to get the evil points out, maybe something like that. Then I think this makes a lot of sense, but it is a little bit less flexible.
Of course. Another Creeping Madness and the EO coming out here. Let's get a listen in on Skill and Hishiro on this Evo turn.
I think it's cool to evolve the EO because that way we can maximize the damage we do face. Let me think still, because I cannot really want to play that Vampire Girl on this turn. Playing it with EO is not really optimal. But I think it's still okay, yeah. Let's go for the EO. We'll have one more PP, so we can play a Creeping Madness right now.
Okay.
Play your Madness first. Okay. Okay, no. You can still play my Madness now. And then attack with EO. So we heal back the damage from Madness.
I see.
Then the bat can go face. And Vampire Girl.
I won't hurt you too much.
Okay. Turn. So next turn, if I choose the 2/2, we have the play of playing Nerea and evolve the beam off in hope they don't die.
Okay.
We already have his Rosary, so we only need 6 damage to finish the game. We don't have a tree, but that's why I was okay with playing Madness right now. So we don't have a tree setup, so we don't have the recover PP effect.
Okay. And...
yeah, only play 2 trees. You know the Arena? The one that attacks,
Did you forget about the odd?
They need to have 3 trees.
Oh, this is game 1.
It's game 1, yeah.
3 trees?
3 trees destroyed.
But a lot of pressure coming in already.
Yeah.
And now there's like it's bad either way, right? You clear the 2/2 and you have to face down a 6/8, 5/5 even in place. Or you face down you just take 2 more damage.
You just take more damage, yeah. And then they would be able to play like potentially the Confectioner or the Unleash. They'll still have the Nerea on turn 7.
This turn, then you just kind of get destroyed if you use your last evil point on the following turn.
Okay. So the Apex Elemental onto the 1/1. We're gonna leave up 3 damage on board.
Damage.
This is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Razor Claw's already in hand and could dig through their deck and raise their chances of drawing into more burn if they decide to go with the card draw.
You don't Creeping Madness, right? I think it's maybe you Confectioner.
I like Confectioner.
Confectioner kind of thins the deck a little bit. I hate that term because it really doesn't make a huge difference, but it does reduce deck thin by 2, and then you're doing several cards, so it's pretty good. Okay.
We are gonna go with the Tempo Nerea here, and I guess that
Evolved Phase.
This is extremely aggressive.
Yeah.
The most aggressive line.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
So this is definitely an advanced play. Hishiro can read the opponent's hand like a book. Just calling them out on what they have, what they don't have. And he's saying you don't have what is he calling it out on?
I mean, no matter what, this board is just
it's really hard,
extremely difficult to deal with.
I guess,
Especially with that 4/4.
Yeah. Elementalist. Yeah, I don't think there's a... I guess the full clear is like... Apex first, drop the Storm, drop a tree, and then Evo, and then Clash.
You would definitely need another Apex.
Yeah. I think it's like... Apex first, drop a Storm Elementalist without healing, and then you have...
Yeah, and then you would be... Yeah, you could full clear that way. It wouldn't feel that great, but it would be possible.
But you'd be alive, which he isn't here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a pretty quick game 1.
The aggressive game plan coming in.
Yeah. And
really
that
strong.
Turn 6. Yeah, he just read the situation perfectly. Yeah.
Hard like that. And yeah, that's definitely great to see. You can take this matchup in so many different directions, or it can be taken in so many different directions. And especially going first, being able to see those windows that you can be aggressive is really, really good.
I'm gonna pick up the second Razor Recall. There are a lot of bouts there. It's burn blood for a reason. There are a lot of cards that can win the game on the spot there, and if not, they're gonna win in 2 turns. So really, really solid gameplay. That was a really solid game plan going first. We haven't seen that too much, but the power of just tempoing out, great mulligan, kept a Lucius and an Unleash and just ran away with the game, but pushed when they saw a weakness. And
yes,
that was
in Shadowverse in general, that's such an important skill to have. And not just in this matchup where you expect that you have to be aggressive going first against Natura Rune, but just in general, it's very, very... It's a hard skill to learn. But it's great that skill is being, taught this type of thing so early on.
Well, yes. So far, every match with Skilla and Shiro has been like this very solid game, like striking when the moment's perfect, like this total build up.
Honestly.
It's never been like, oh, there's this crazy situation, like they have to figure out how to answer this. It's been like they make the slow, good choices and they win, and it's clean. But here we go, going into game number 2, which is tournament point now for Skilla and Hishiro. Fan Hots and Zones have proven that they can definitely fight back, but will they? Let's find out.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
So Skilla and Hishiro haven't dropped a game yet, right?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think they have. That's kind of crazy.
And Carol in hand. What? Did you? Okay, they're going second.
Second.
Blood is going second?
Yeah, so it's the opposite of the first game.
Okay.
Look back at this too, but have they had Unleash on turn 3 like every single game? It has to be like almost every single game that they've had, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good too.
Yeah, I mean, not dropping a game, having Unleash on 3. There is a little bit of a relationship there, but of course, can't take anything away from how well they've been playing.
Yeah, but they've been performing with that, you know, going first, then going second, and showing knowledge of the matchups that been played.
The Blood Mirror was played exceptionally well. This matchup was played really well as well, going first, and we'll have to see if they can keep that up going second, because it is, as we saw, a very, very different game plan.
Oof. Sometimes you're forced to take specific lines, you know, and definitely several different game plans that have to work together. For example, Hishiro and Skilla in that previous game, if the game went a little bit longer, they could have closed it out with a Nerea and also Evo, the Flood Behemoth in place. They wouldn't have lost in that case, you know, and there's just a lot. I think it was pretty safe, like, but it was just really solid, and they had a dominating performance. It didn't look like they're gonna lose at any point, but of course, you're not gonna have the luxury of getting the extra damage off the sometimes going second. So we don't see any 2 drops so far, and the 3 is Storm Elementalist, so really not that great from Rune so far. Carol, Catty Sorceress, really, really great going second. Going first, a lot of people actually toss the card, especially if you don't have an Ethereum Great Tree generator. It can be a good idea to just toss it and more again.
There it is. Carol's favorite best friend, Riley, with her always in Van Haas's hand. Not at all ideal though. This is looking... I hope it's not a one-sided game, but these draws from Rune need to start getting a lot better than this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, that's pretty...
That's, There's no destroyed trees.
I think you play the Elementalist, Storm Elementalist. They're both Elementalists. I think you dropped the Storm Elementalist here.
I think so.
You are getting 1 bounce off, so it's not too bad.
They are going to go through with this one, and you have to assume Unleash is going to be the play on turn 3 again.
Yeah, definitely.
Although this Arrow Elementalist, they're going to have to draw another.
Yeah, there's no way to activate it by turn 4 though. So turn 4 is always going to be weak, no matter what, with the information revealed so far.
Yes.
Best card probably the Passionate Potioneer. Passionate Potioneer. Yeah, I got the name right.
Discussing what I guess the best options would be on turn 4, because this is definitely not a super optimal rune hand. And there's so many like little different things that could happen depending on what they draw.
Yeah. Probably generally gonna be like, if you draw a tree card, play the tree card. But everything else is the hard part, right?
Right. The game plan from this point forward.
Yeah.
It's gonna be pretty difficult. Confectioner and Ilya drawn off of that.
Great cards.
Really nice pull there. And of course the Hell Spear was top deck this turn. Could definitely push a good amount of damage there. Create a little bit more pressure alongside the Princess Knight.
Yeah, Princess Knight, Hellspear, definitely a great play on turn 9. Turn
4.
Turn 4. I was gonna mention they have 9 cards in hand.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just such a different game when Blood has a full hand versus when Blood has 2 cards. I mean, I guess you could say that about most decks, but I think Blood in particular runs into that sort of
Really
issue.
reliant on Unleash the Nightmare.
Yeah. And like Blood really can
Confectioner
be
is really
like
good. You know?
Of course, yeah. They're both really good cards.
Yeah.
Blood is definitely like more feast or famine in terms of hand size.
Yeah. I'm really
Even
glad
going
that
back to, like-
Confectioner is really good in almost every deck.
Yes.
So there's just another card draw.
Confectioner is my favorite card from Verdant Card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, seriously, because
Yeah.
it's a card that just makes everything more consistent. Because imagine playing any of these decks without Confectioner.
Yeah.
It would be an absolute nightmare.
Well, I mean,
well,
yeah.
in most cases it would be
a lot of, especially like the other Natura Machina decks, like
especially like
Blood.
I tried playing Haven without.
Yeah, Blood. Haven. Yeah.
23 play points feels really awful. That Clash of Heroes coming at a really inopportune time there. Princess Knight, Nerea drawn. This is really, really good.
Yeah, and with the Confectioner, that's gonna be 100% by turn 7 and 2/3 activate on turn 6.
Oh, we're going for the Lucius and Greek
It's gonna
Tree.
decrease the hand size by 1.
Okay.
Opens up possibilities of board lock, but probably don't have to worry about that. And no destruction means that this Arrow Elemental is still not going to be able to activate, but the count is moving forward steadily in spite of that, so
Yeah.
it could be a lot worse.
It could definitely be worse, but oh, I really wonder how they're gonna put together their game plan. I want to get a listen in onto Fan Hots and Zones right here.
Because of how weak our hand is.
Yeah.
So we can Apex away the Princess Knight.
Yeah.
And then replay the tree and kind of just chill. And we're probably gonna play Carol on turn 6 to clear everything. I don't think they can make anything that's bigger than what than a Carol Evo.
Yeah.
And then trade her into the biggest follower they have is likely what we have to do.
Right.
Yeah, like clearing another follower just lets them develop more to the board, so it's actually kind of beneficial not to commit more to this line.
Right.
But I like the Apex here because we really need the tree from the arrow to draw out of this bricking scenario that we find ourselves in. So
yeah,
it's gonna look kind of silly, I think, but like, yeah, so next turn is almost certainly going to be Carol unless you get like Pyromancer or yeah, but. I think we're just gonna have to commit to Carol because of how slow our game plan is.
Alright, sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah, 4 board slots are being used up here, and that's gonna limit the options for Bloodcraft. There are a lot of ways to still use up the play points though, because of the extra damage off of Garnet Walls, Razor's Claw, things like that, so they're not going to be in a bad spot in that regard.
Yeah, definitely. Probably play the Razory now, in my opinion. Especially because, like, if you're able to deal the damage before, like, Carol comes in, for example, like, then the damage that you dealt from the Razory doesn't actually matter because your max life is getting reduced anyway.
Yeah, Spectator is indicating that these Union Bursts will be active on the 6th turn. So the Ilya in hand is going to be the more important of the two, but it looks like with this amount of life lead, maybe maybe it's just lethal next turn. 4, 5, 6, 7. Can't fit everything.
They can't. They don't have enough play points for that. It's definitely lethal over 2 turns.
Yeah.
There's the Pyromancer off the top, like Zones had mentioned.
Yeah.
This was the situation where he mentioned that this could be the better play over the Carol. It does go.
Carol might be better.
Hero is still pretty solid here, I think.
Yeah. It's just incredibly weak, the board. That's the main thing. And getting a 5/7 out with Carol Evolve, and
it's definitely
Carol's also not going to take any damage.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty respectable, the board that results from that, but they are going to use up an evil point.
Yeah, Blood can't lose from here.
Yeah, this is basically a done deal. Another Ilya, even though it's no longer needed.
So, I think you want to get... What do you want to get? Aether...
Playing out all the burned cards.
Huh. Oh, it's turn 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this might be like the first crack they've shown, but it's not in a situation that...
Where it matters.
Yeah. Oh, but they don't play the Aether, which is pretty heads up. Just leaves up more options on later turns, so I think it's really great.
Mm-hmm. They already have so much damage. It's not really anything that they want to draw into.
The only way to prevent lethal is Viridia Magna even place?
Oh yeah, but that's just...
but no.
Yeah, no, but no. There is still the EO Evolve in hand. Push 2 more damage, but they do go for Storm Abilitylist.
Yep.
It's not going to be enough either.
Oof.
Yeah, well...
Wow.
That was, I mean, it ended up morphing into a go first looking game plan, despite going second, just because of really how weak the Natura Rune hand was. Like, even now, the Arrow Elementalist on turn 7 is still not active. This one you actually hate to...
Yeah, really... yeah.
Unfortunate, but honestly, both players, or both teams rather, played really well getting to this point. I think they can be quite proud of their performance today.
Yeah, definitely. Saw some exceptional plays coming out of both of these teams. Especially Van Hots on that previous match and the semifinal match. Like floating a play point, keeping a tree in hand, not activating 7 trees on turn 6 with super heads up. And everything out, it's just gonna be some storm damage coming out.
Warrior Evil Face. Nothing was held back this game, and looks like Skill and Hishiro, after a moment's deliberation. They wanted more games. They might trade. Oh. Alright. They didn't want more that much, so close out the game.
Extra BM.
Insane.
Coming.
Oh my god, let's go. We're the duo, baby.
Really, that was all the work.
Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, not losing a game the entire day for an absolute newcomer, and every game was pretty dominant. That was pretty amazing to see. The consistency was just out of this world. And can I also note, in that last game, we got to something like a 6 tree count played and no trees destroyed. I've never seen trees destroyed and get that much of a play count, right?
Definitely a rare sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, the opening hand, it looked like another rune getting out of control, but turns out...
just went in the complete opposite direction immediately. Yeah, really unfortunate, but definitely well played, well deserved from Skilla and Hishiro. Piloting Burn Blood, which I think we were able to show on this tournament, like there is quite a bit of depth to this deck.
Yeah.
Across like multiple matchups in the Blood Mirror or against Machina Blood, against any type of rune deck, and there's just actually a lot of hidden depth to this, quote-unquote aggro burn deck.
Well, also, like you guys were saying, it's so flexible, right? We saw so many different game plans from the deck, and that really showed off that was really shown off in this bracket. But let's take a look at their run through and how they made it all the way through to be our stay-at-home month champions. First, the 2-0 against Zero and Azure Cloud, and then the 2-0 against Mary Maybe and Zero Fine, and then the 2-0 against FanHots and Zones. That's incredible. I mean, these were all really good teams that they played against too. That was a real showing. Is Skilla about to go win Operation Tokyo tomorrow? Is the question.
Yeah, that's honestly. I'm a little bit worried because I'm playing in that, and I don't know how I'm gonna feel if I see Skilla in the bracket. Like,
yeah, I mean, you can play as a team, right? If it was Skilla plus Hishiro, I think, yeah,
I think there's a real chance. Like, they would have to learn another deck, of course, but
yeah, of course.
I mean,
one more, only one. It could be worse.
Yeah. I mean, they could pick up Natura Rune. They've had to play against it a couple times and probably learned a thing or two about that. They're really good on one deck at least.
Yeah, Hishiro definitely a competitor to look out for tomorrow in the Operation Tokyo tournament that I think Wonder Chef will explain more.
Oh yeah, I mean the Operation Tokyo tournament, it's coming up pretty soon. There's a whole lot going on here with that tournament. We are at over 350 players. We have a huge prize of what? You and a friend going to Japan. That's crazy. That's just so incredible. Plus,
from anywhere in the world,
including Japan.
Yeah.
We all went there. Yeah. I mean, what do they get to like fly like one town over, or are they? I don't know what they're going to be doing, but it's pretty cool. Maybe they get to choose other people to fly and hang out with them. You know, they're like, oh yeah, that pot washer guy is so cool. You know, he plays with us all the time. Let's fly him over. Although ideally you'll be qualified, right? Ideally you won't need that. Let's put that there. Both of you, I want to see both qualified.
Hopefully, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, I mean, also just as a side note, speaking of qualifying, Hishiro just got second in the last SVO, so Hishiro's kind of on a roll right now, right?
Yeah, Hishiro is looking really, really good right now. I mentioned before that Azure Cloud was having a really, really good past half a year, but Hishiro as well has been absolutely popping off. We're gonna get interview, I think, with and Hishiro now.
Yeah, excited to talk to the winning team if they're there. Hello. Oh, and hello.
Hello.
Can you all hear us? Oh, almost. That's the buddy system curse. It never works the first time. Never ever. Hello. Can you hear us quite yet? Oh, there we go.
Yes,
hey.
Hello.
Hey, it works.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like we have both Skilla and Hishiro with us now.
Nice. All right, this is better than usual. All right, so yeah, congratulations to the both of you. First of all, let's just say, congratulations, especially Skill. This is your first time here, right? And to lose literally no games, that is unbelievable. I don't think we've ever seen that happen.
I definitely felt like the underdog, especially since I never even played a card game before.
What?
Wow. I even told him, I was like, you got the short stick, bro. And he was like, it's okay. He was like, make the most out of it. And I was like, blessed. But, I bothered him every day and I was like, yo, it's time. Let's practice. And I guess our practice together really paid off and got us to where we are.
That's great. We see this all the time where there are players, especially new players, who some of them will practice almost not at all, and some of them will be like you and go out and be like, yeah, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. And clearly it showed. This is literally the most dominant I think we've ever seen anybody here. So
I think Zero Fine and who was it? A card game player. That was very, very dominant.
Alias V, right? Or was that a different one? I don't know. They were good too, but regardless, this is at least time because you literally can't do any better than this, right? We need to keep making you play more and more people until you lose. I think it's the only way it works, right?
Yeah, I think it was comparable to the most dominant card game players playing in this tournament as well. And I Hot Meows, I think did really, really well. And as Ray, former Panda Global Ray.
Yeah. All card game players, right?
Yeah,
that's basically what your point is
here.
So you stand with the rest of them for sure.
Yeah, such a solid performance the whole time, and I was especially really, really impressed with Hishiro and Skilla, you guys definitely had preparation against each of these decks, right? And you identified key turns and key cards to watch out for and had a game plan going into every single match, and it showed really, really clearly and adapted on the fly, and it was really, really impressive to watch.
And so, so I have some questions for you both. First of all, let's start off with, did you have a good time? Did you enjoy the game, Skilla?
Yeah, I actually did. I actually convinced some of my friends to get it too, and some of my friends already had it and enjoyed it too. So I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Well, Nor here was just talking about how he's scared to fight you in bracket if you ever enter another tournament.
Yeah, I mean that was really, really impressive. Like, I mean, I'm a little bit worried about facing Hishiro in bracket as well. He already knows that. But now, like, we've seen such a good performance from Skilla as well, even on the coachless even turns. I think that the play overall was really, really good. Adapting to different sorts of game plans against different decks, knowing how to use your evo points, knowing when to pressure accordingly, and of course, I know Hishiro must have helped a lot with that. But to pick up this game so well, especially having no card game experience, is extremely impressive to me. But I want to ask, like, Hishiro, like, I mean, this run not only was it dominant, but this was arguably one of the hardest bracket runs in Buddy System history. Like, you had to face three of the best teams we've had. You've faced like some like Zero Fine and like other players that are like huge veterans. So like, did that affect you at all? Did you ever mention that?
I mentioned more the matchups that were going to be difficult. Like the Make Blood, we had to prepare a lot for that because we knew that there was a core card that could heal for 10. And that would be basically our doom if that happens. But yeah, basically, since the pairing were announced 1 week ago, Skilla really got invested into the game and often asked me a question. We do like a daily session of 1-2 hours of playing, where I would teach her a bit about the deck and what are the most optimal play. And step by step, we're going to deeper things like the matchups. But was like on the third day, she was already asking me for the whole matchup table and the meta. So I was like super proud. But yeah, for someone that never played card games before, but that was a bit hard to simplify all the terms to make it easy to understand for a newcomer. Because with players that play Magic, you can easily refer to some terms like X-proof or attack or defense and all that stuff. And it was kind of all of a learning to do about that. And she did very well. She stayed invested. She kept asking a question and doing session. That was just a proof of the efforts. Sorry, that was a long.
It's fine. I mean, I would love to hear from you all, but of course, we do want to let everybody go. This has been a very long day, and this has been quite a grind for both of you as a team, I'm sure. I mean, it was very stressful watching your matches, and I'm sure it was even 10 times more stressful playing the matches. So before either of you go, well, first of all, my question is, Hishiro, I'm assuming you're entering Operation Tokyo tomorrow, right?
Of course.
Okay, and then Skilla, are you going to enter Operation Tokyo tomorrow?
I already talked to him because like when I saw the tweet and I was like, "Hey, sure, are you like signed up on this?" And he was like, "Why are you?" I was like, "No, my luck, I'm gonna go against you, dude."
Well, then beat it. The student becomes the master. That's how it works. But okay, well, hopefully we'll see you there. But before we go, do either of you have any shout outs? Where can we find you on social media, etc.? Just any last words to say? Let's start with Skilla before Hishiro.
I wasn't ready for this part. My Twitch is Silicilla, and
is it Scylla or is it Skilla?
It's Scylla. My real name is Priscilla,
no!
so it's just like
we've been saying it.
I've been wrong the whole time. I'm so sorry.
Everyone calls me whatever. I'm really
so
flexible. Sorry. It's like some people get Skittles or Skilla, Scylla. But it's all good. And I'm really happy that I got partnered with the best coach and we really vibed together and it really showed. So thank you for dealing with me.
Oh, that's wonderful. Hishiro, though, your turn for any shoutouts or where we can find you.
I guess the best place to find me is my Twitter, Ishiro/Rev. I play for Team Revelation, so we have the Discord. And then, yeah, for last word, she actually played sometimes better than I would. like on the last game, I told her, if he goes for the foot clear with Pyromancer, you should go for an area and pre-roll the beam off so that we keep the board. And she just went like, no, fuck it, I play EDR. Set up fall.
That was a really good Evo phase.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, again, congratulations to both of you. Super great run. I'm glad you all had so much fun today. Congratulations on winning quite a bit of money. But we will see you, hopefully, both of you, in another Buddy System month. I'm sure, if at all possible, we'd love to have you back. But yeah, congratulations to both.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and that wraps up our day. We had a champion. It was a very cool storyline. One of the coolest that we've seen so far. We got a chance to see World Uprooted for the very first time here on the Buddy System. I got to host for the first time, yay, and I got to listen to two very, very smart players talk. So I got to learn a lot today from both of you. I still remain the Buddy. Thank you so much. But before we go, two things. First of all, let's look at Operation Tokyo one more time, as we talked about it quite a few times today. But it's going to be huge, and I am so excited myself for this tournament, and that's why I want to keep talking about it. Of course, the Japan trip for you and a friend is the final prize, but there's also a $2,000 cash pool, over 1,000 World Uprooted. So we're going to have the 2-deck no-ban format, which is pretty rare, all things considered. And of course, the signups are still open. Type !Tokyo in the bracket. Like you just heard, Hishiro's going to be there. Scylla might be there, whose name I'm saying now correctly. I'm still so embarrassed. Noir's going to be there. And then me and Potwasher are going to be casting the action. So I'm pretty excited on it. But before we go, do either of you have any final thoughts, any final shout outs either? Kind of like the interview, right? Let's say Noir first.
Yeah, I mean, you can follow me on Twitter at NoirSV. But yeah, like this was just a really fun time. I had a great time casting this tournament. Even if it's done remotely, I could still feel like it was a really good, well put together show. I'm really thankful that everyone is able to come together and do this, despite all the challenges, technical and whatnot. But yeah, it was just a great time as always. And those were some really good games. I think this was, I would compare it to Shadowverse Open in terms of the game quality. So again, yeah, I was very, very happy with what I had today, what I saw today.
Excellent. All right. And how about you, Potwasher?
Yeah, this was a really unique buddy system, not like anyone so far for sure. And it was definitely a great experience, a different experience to be able to cast with Noir, talk about some in-depth stuff, ask about what do you think here, what do you think there, and just talk in depth about a lot of turns that go into competitive Shadowverse and go into kind of optimizing the game and playing at a really high level. And I was really, really impressed that we got to see that here today, and I really enjoyed it a lot. And I'm also really thankful that we were able to put this together, as you said, with all these challenges happening. And also huge congratulations to, for example, Hishiro coaching super well. And it's not even his first time winning, right? And it shows like players like Zero Fine and Hishiro really, really coaching well. And all these coaches are such great players. And if you really want to learn more about the game, I definitely say just reach out to competitive players. A lot of competitive players are really nice people, really great. And if you ask them questions, they'll answer, things like that. So you can always hit me up on my Twitter at Potwashers, Noir_SV, I think. So
there's no others.
Yeah.
But
no,
yeah,
no,
no others.
okay.
And I'll help you, but don't ask me anything because I don't know anything. But that is the end of the stay-at-home buddy system. It was a very fun day, but of course the Shadowverse action for the weekend isn't over. Tune in on Sunday at 12 p.m. PST, where we are going to have Operation Tokyo. So that is it from us. Thank you all for watching today. We'll see you in a couple days.